Chapter 775, Sure Kill Spell. Could he have forgotten? Phoenix Rain frowned slightly. In truth, she had more confidence in her subordinates than in Black Flame. After all, she had gone to great lengths to nurture these subordinates, molding them into experts. Moreover, they wore the best equipment the Phoenix Pavilion had to offer. She had invested a lot of time and effort into this match. Even Zero Wing, a guild famed for its equipment, was unlikely to have better equipment. Immediately, Phoenix Rain called up the system interface, intending to contact Black Flame. If the man truly wasn't going to show up, then she could only send her subordinates into the match. Although there was the risk of exposing her identity, winning the match was equally important. Just as Phoenix Rain was about to click Contact Friend, Ye Feng appeared in her line of sight. However, rather than his appearance of Black Flame, Ye Feng wore the features of Ye Feng. Hello Phoenix Pavilion Master. I am Ye Feng, the leader of the battle team guild leader Black Flame has sent. Ye Feng explained slowly. Hello. May I know where your guild leader is right now? Phoenix Rain asked as she looked at Ye Feng, not taking him seriously. She knew of Ye Feng. In her opinion, however, this was only a trap Black Flame had set to confuse the enemy battle team. Black Flame should be the battle team's true leader rather than this young man before her. Guild leader has something important to take care of, so he delegated all responsibilities regarding the battle team to me. If Phoenix Pavilion Master has any questions, please feel free to ask. Ye Feng could tell what was going through Phoenix Rain's mind. Laughing, he said, Moreover, Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you really think that it is appropriate for Zero Wing's guild leader to take part in such a competition? Then, are you saying that guild leader Black Flame won't be participating in the Dark Arena at all? Phoenix Raid asked with a chilling tone, wrathful flames flaring up in her eyes. This development was unexpected. Of course. However, Phoenix Pavilion Master, please rest assured. We won't disappoint you, Ye Feng said, not particularly minding Phoenix Rain's anger. Calmly he continued, if Phoenix Pavilion Master is still unsure, you can test my strength personally. Ye Feng was very curious about Phoenix Rain's current strength. In the past, countless guilds had fallen into Phoenix Rain's hands. There was even an instance where multiple Apex experts banded together to deal with Phoenix Rain. Yet without exception, she defeated every one of them. Back then, the assassination attempt had boosted Phoenix Rain's prestige in God's domain. She had been given the Demon Queen title as a result. After all, not only was she a country-toppling beauty, but she also possessed an absolute strength that allowed her to step on Apex experts. Those Apex experts who had tried to deal with Phoenix Rain had admitted that, when they had fought Phoenix Rain, she had killed them without taking any damage at all. Those Apex experts had been to gods to Ye Feng. He had only been able to look up to them. Yet such experts hadn't been able to land a finger on Phoenix Rain, even after banding together. Phoenix Rain's strength was inconceivable. However, after that battle, Phoenix Rain had practically avoided combat. She had left all matters to Blue Phoenix to handle. As a result, Phoenix Rain's true strength remained a mystery in God's domain. At this moment, Blue Phoenix stepped forward and said, as expected of the team leader favored by guild leader Black Flame, since you're so confident, let me have a bout with you. Blue Phoenix was furious with Zero Wing. Black Flame had actually decided to neglect such an important match, passing all responsibility to a subordinate instead. At this point, she intended to teach Zero Wing's members a lesson and humiliating Black Flame. Of course, I have no issues with that. However, it doesn't seem like we have much time, Ye Feng said after glancing the time. They only had 15 minutes before the competition officially began. If they did not enter the arena before the competition started, they would automatically forfeit the match, and their opponents would win without even fighting. 1 minute will be more than enough, Blue Phoenix said as she glanced at Ye Feng's level, which he had modified to appear as level 35. Phoenix Pavilion Master, what are your thoughts? Ye Feng turned to look at Phoenix Rain. I'm also curious about guild leader Black Flame's judgment. Since he has chosen you to serve as the team leader, let me see your strength. If you cannot survive for 1 minute, I can only say that guild leader Black Flame is overly optimistic. If that's the case, I'll have to reconsider our cooperation. Despite observing Ye Feng for a long time, she did not think that Ye Feng was particularly strong. Although she felt a faint pressure from him, this pressure was minimal. It was far from the massive pressure she felt from Black Flame. The nearby dueling ring is available. You two can fight there. In truth, Phoenix Rain was also curious about Ye Feng's identity. She had seen Ye Feng's name in Zero Wing's investigation report before. However, Ye Feng had only appeared briefly during God's Domain's early stages. Afterward, he had not accomplished anything notable. Yet, Black Flame had given Ye Feng full authority over the battle team for such an important event like the Dark Arena. Even Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice leader, was only the battle team's second in command. How could this situation not pique her interest? Based on Phoenix Rain's impression, Black Flame was a man of absolute calm. He knew his priorities and had glimpsed upon the world of the great. It was impossible that Black Flame did not understand the importance of the Dark Arena. Yet he still delegated all responsibility to Ye Feng. It would be unwise to cast aside Ye Feng without testing the young man. Hence, she decided to take the time to test Ye Feng's strength. If he could last 1 minute against Blue Phoenix, then he was relatively strong. It would not be impossible for him to secure victory in the upcoming match. After all, the other Zero Wing members of the battle team were relatively strong as well. Since Phoenix Pavilion Master doesn't have any problems with it, I have no issues with it, either. Ye Feng laughed as he walked towards the dueling ring. There were many dueling rings inside the underground arena that players could rent for practice matches. However, the higher rank the dueling ring was, the higher its rental fees were. In the dueling ring, as soon as Blue Phoenix and Ye Feng turned towards each other, the duel's countdown began. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Just as the duel was about to begin, Phoenix Rain suddenly noticed that Zero Wing's other members weren't particularly interested in watching. On the contrary, they chatted carefree with each other. Underestimating my subordinate? Phoenix Rain could not help but laugh. Her laughter, however, contained a hint of frost. Blue Phoenix noticed the behavior of Zero Wing's members. Good. Very good. I intended to go easy and let your team leader last a few more seconds. Now I'll take him down in 5 seconds. Blue Phoenix inwardly swore. Blue Phoenix was a level 36 Tier 1 Elementalist. Meanwhile, her equipment consisted of level 35 Dark Gold and Fine Gold quality. The staff in her hand was even the level 30 Dark Gold ranked Dawn Scepter, a weapon she had obtained from a level 30 Hell Mode team dungeon. The Dark Gold ranked staff could even level with her to level 35. Overall, Blue Phoenix's magic damage was astonishing. Even her minor skills could inflict massive damage to an MT of the same level. Soon, the bell signaled the start of the duel. Die. With a low shout, she began drawing several lines of runes with great familiarity. Immediately, dozens of ice spears appeared around her and shot towards Ye Feng. Tier 1 sure kill spell, Ice Madness. Every ice spear contained immense power. Players that came into contact with the spears would suffer a debuff, their movement speed reducing by 40% and attack speed reducing by 30%. Under Blue Phoenix's control, dozens of ice spears flew towards Ye Feng from all directions. The swordsman had nowhere to hide. Moreover, Blue Phoenix had already reached the Void Realm. She could perceive her surroundings and Ye Feng's actions like the back of her hand. With Ye Feng's slightest movements, she could immediately adjust the attack angle of her ice spears. However, this was not all. Suddenly, Blue Phoenix waved her hand, and 2 ice walls appeared in front of her, preventing Ye Feng from charging at her. Chapter 776, Triple Casting. Such swift and fierce techniques. She must be more than just an ordinary expert of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Aqua Rose, who watched from the stands, was slightly stunned. She had not expected Blue Phoenix to be so highly skilled. Magical classes and melee classes' combat methods were different. Magical classes had to focus on their familiarity and control of their spells. The more familiar a player was with a spell, the faster they could cast said spell. Once they were familiar with a spell to a certain extent, they only needed minimal concentration to cast it. It was even possible for players to skip chanting completely and cast their spells instantaneously. Meanwhile, the higher a player's control was of their spells, the more spells they could cast simultaneously. Also, high-tiered spells required more control to cast. Multicasting spells was like multitasking in real life. One might be able to handle one task with ease, but would find two or more simultaneous tasks difficult. For magical class players, without a certain level of control of their spells, it was impossible to cast multiple spells at once. Of course, there were some talented people who could multitask two or more tasks without training. If these people played a magical class, they could easily become experts. Even without a high degree of control, they could cast two or more spells simultaneously. One could overwhelm their enemies by multicasting spells, drowning them in a bombardment of magic. After all, evading one spell attack was already difficult, not to mention evading two or more. Being able to double cast spells would greatly increase a magical class player's variety of attack methods. They would not have to rely on monotone attacks that could be easily avoided. Naturally, this would increase their combat power by leaps and bounds. Currently, Aqua Rose could only handle double casting. Moreover, she could only cast two Tier 0 spells simultaneously. Even casting one Tier 0 and one Tier 1 spell simultaneously was beyond her. Yet Blue Phoenix was capable of multicasting a Tier 1 Surekill spell and a Tier 0 spell. One could just imagine how superior Blue Phoenix was to her. Facing the dozens of incoming ice spears, Ye Feng ran, leaving behind multiple afterimages as he moved. It was far more difficult to hit a moving player with a spell. Not to mention, Blue Phoenix had to focus on controlling so many ice spears. It's useless. Blue Phoenix had long since seen Ye Feng's intentions and had taken countermeasures. However, Ye Feng was also an expert in the Void Realm. He could sense the dozens of ice spears' exact locations. The instant the ice spears were about to reach him, he sidestepped and allowed the dozens of spears to brush past. He then circled the ice walls and approached Blue Phoenix. Although the Void Realm allowed players to perceive their surroundings clearly, their range was not unlimited. Their maximum range was 20 yards. As long as he was over 20 yards away from Blue Phoenix, the Elementalist could not perceive his movements in such detail. It wouldn't be possible for her to change the trajectory of her ice spears in time. However, Blue Phoenix was no fool. While controlling ice madness, she also used the ice walls or instant cast frost arrows to hinder Ye Feng's advance. Just as she was about to force Ye Feng into a corner, she summoned 4 ice walls, surrounding Ye Feng from all sides. The dozens of ice spears that had lain in wait descended on Ye Feng. Boom, boom, boom. Frost particles and white mist permeated the area. Is he dead? Blue Phoenix looked at the time. Only 3 seconds had passed since the battle had begun. Suddenly, Blue Phoenix felt that something was wrong. It felt as if a ferocious beast had just appeared behind her. Hurriedly, she activated Blink with a thought and appeared 15 yards away from her original position. Hua! Numerous blue sword lights blossomed Blue Phoenix's original location, slicing apart the afterimage she left behind. She had only been a thread away from Ye Feng's strikes. Her senses sure are sharp. Ye Feng sighed disappointedly. If he faced against any other class right now, he would have hit his opponent. Unfortunately, Blink could be cast with a single thought. The skill took effect instantaneously, allowing the user to appear 15 yards away. No matter how fast his sword was, it could not outmatch Blink. That was close. With her Void Realm perception, Blue Phoenix had realized what Ye Feng had done. So he still had such a move. Unfortunately, it is useless. I will end everything with this. Following which, Blue Phoenix waved her finger and used Ice Dragon's Roar. In the next moment, a powerful gush of cold air blasted towards Ye Feng. Just as Ye Feng was about to dodge to the left, 5 great fireballs appeared, flying at him. Double casting could allow magical class players to launch preemptive strikes, using the first attack to force the enemy to reveal a weak point, then attacking said weak point with the second spell. If ordinary players did not cope with the twofold attack properly, They would not even know how they died. Void Realm magical class experts sure are difficult to deal with. Having no better options, Ye Feng retreated backward, intending to avoid the 5 great fireballs before evading the ice dragon's roar. However, 2 ice walls suddenly appeared behind Ye Feng, sealing his path of retreat. Impossible. Astonishment appeared on Aqua Rose's face. She can actually triple cast. Double casting was already Aqua Rose's limit. Even so, double casting had increased her combat power tremendously. Yet, Blue Phoenix could triple cast. She was simply inhuman. Despite both Ice Wall and Great Fireball being Tier 0 spells, when triple casted, they were far more powerful than a Tier 2 spell. Everyone finally realized just how frightening Blue Phoenix was. It was no wonder why she had confidently claimed that she could end the battle in 1 minute. Almost anyone would be helpless against her diverse attack method. A player's only option was to confront the incoming spells. However, against Blue Phoenix's high magic damage, just how many attacks of hers could one handle? Blue is taking this too seriously, Phoenix Rain sighed helplessly as she watched her comrades' performance. It seems that Blue will be participating in the competition. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Blue Phoenix had even suppressed Martial Dragon before he had awakened his domain. Needless to say, an unknown character from Zero Wing stood no chance against the Elementalist. Hence, she had told Ye Feng before that he would pass if he could survive a minute against Blue Phoenix. Now, however, it would seem that even 1 minute wasn't possible. With Blue Phoenix's current equipment, lasting 10 seconds against her serious efforts was impressive enough. Just as the Ice Dragon's roar was about to devour Ye Feng, he lightly swung Killing Ray at the torrent of cold air. Xiao, 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 xiao. Multiple streaks of blue lightning pierced the Ice Dragon's roar. 2 streaks of lightning scattered the pure white spell, following which, another 2 streaks snaked their way towards Blue Phoenix. When Blue Phoenix saw the incoming lightning bolts, she hurriedly cast Ice Walls and Flame Explosion to defend herself. Only after breaking the 3rd ice wall did the lightning bolts vanish. Such high strength. Blue Phoenix could not help her shock as she glanced at the evaporated ice wall. However, before Blue Phoenix recovered from her shock, she saw Ye Feng swing Killing Ray once more. Hurricane. Immediately, countless wind blades flew towards Blue Phoenix, leaving no space for the Elementalist to dodge. Blue Phoenix hurriedly used Blink again, escaping Hurricane's attack range. However, Ye Feng had already circled to her left, and was only 20 yards away from her. Elementalists could cast Blink, at most, twice in a row, with each Blink charge having a cooldown of 12 seconds. Only a few seconds had passed since she used Blink the first time. Hence, her Blink was on cooldown and was unavailable. Do you think you can approach me just because I've used up my Blink? Blue Phoenix smiled disdainfully. Waving her staff, she began casting ice walls, one after another, to block Ye Feng's path. At the same time, she used ice spheres to both slow and damage Ye Feng. Slowed by evading the ice walls and ice spheres, as well as pinned down by her firepower, by the time Ye Feng could close in the Elementalist, Blink would have finished its cooldown. By the time Ye Feng could approach her, her Blink would already be ready for use. Just as Blue Phoenix wondered how Ye Feng would evade her attacks, Ye Feng suddenly activated Defensive Blade, and swung his sword at the ice wall before him. When one touched an ice wall, the spell would reduce their speed instantly. However, if one attacked an ice wall using Sword Aura, their speed would be unaffected. After activating Defensive Blade, Ye Feng's attack range extended to 15 yards. Suddenly, the blue Sword Aura shattered the ice wall before Ye Feng. He then charged past the broken ice wall. Don't even think about getting near me. Blue Phoenix cast more ice walls while bombarding Ye Feng with ice spears. However, the instant her ice walls appeared, Ye Feng's blue sword aura shattered them. The numerous ice spears Blue Phoenix fired shared a similar fate. When Ye Feng was within 15 yards of Blue Phoenix, he suddenly brandished Killing Ray at the Elementalist, and triggered the lightning effect. A streak of blue light shot across the dueling ring. Not only did the sword light pierce the blocking ice wall, but it also pierced Blue Phoenix's frost body. Numerous streaks of blue light then wrapped around Blue Phoenix, devouring her HP, dropping it to 0. Chapter 777. Times are different. When the white mist faded, the duel's outcome was on display above the ring. Victor, Ye Feng. Just who is he? Shock and suspicion filled Phoenix Rain's eyes, her expression growing somewhat somber. She was very familiar with Blue Phoenix's basic attributes. The Elementalist definitely ranked at the very top of God's domain in this aspect. Yet, Ye Feng had surpassed Blue Phoenix. An Elementalist's ice wall was not easily destroyed. Even a berserker of equal strength couldn't shatter an ice wall with 2 or 3 hits. Even if the berserker were slightly stronger, it was impossible to destroy an ice wall with a single hit. However, Ye Feng's attributes still wasn't the most shocking aspect. What truly shocked her was his combat realm. Void Realm experts were rare. Yet, a little guild like Zero Wing actually had 2 such experts. Suddenly, Phoenix Rain realized that her knowledge of Zero Wing was somewhat lacking. Haha! Big brother Ye Feng has won! Violet Cloud cheered. Someone had even boasted that they could end the battle in 1 minute. It seems that it was true. Blackie laughed. After her defeat, Blue Phoenix was dazed for quite some time. When she looked at the name displayed above the dueling ring, then looked at the young man standing before her, a bitter feeling arose in her heart. The battle had lasted less than 10 seconds. This was the first time she had lost so miserably after her training. Moreover, Ye Feng did not seem to be particularly old. They should be roughly the same age. The bitter feeling of rivalry bloomed in Blue Phoenix's heart. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she stood out among the other talents. Despite Martial Dragon being stronger than her, she had never once held him in any regard. After all, Martial Dragon was several years older than she was. She was younger and had more potential. As long as she was given enough time, she would sooner or later awaken her domain as well and become one of the true experts at the peak of God's domain. Yet now, an expert who was around the same age but significantly stronger had appeared. What infuriated Blue Phoenix the most was that Ye Feng was only a Void Realm expert, not someone with a domain. Despite the fact that they had reached the same combat realm, he had beaten her so ruthlessly. How could she accept this outcome? You're Ye Feng, right? Blue Phoenix marched up to Ye Feng, scanning the young man's appearance and committing it to memory. MHM. Ye Feng nodded as he wondered about Blue Phoenix's odd, analyzing gaze. I'll remember it. My name is Blue Phoenix. You must remember it. This name will surpass yours in the future. After saying so, Blue Phoenix turned and left the dueling ring. Ye Feng laughed in response to Blue Phoenix's declaration. He had never thought the woman would have such an abrupt personality. However, this trait had allowed Blue Phoenix to improve herself continuously and become one of the top few experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In the future, she would grow ridiculously strong, eventually becoming a Tier 6 mage god, an existence that countless people looked up to. In Ye Feng's previous life, the Tier 6 goal had been far out of his reach. Now, however, he possessed the ability to contend with a future, god-ranked expert. After this fight, Ye Feng's mentality had shifted slightly. Back then, he had struggled at the very bottom. Now, however, God's domain's peak was already within his reach. Surpass me? Ye Feng smirked at the departing elementalist. Silently, he swore, those who I have surpassed will only find the gap between us widening. Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you still have qualms with my participation? Ye Feng asked as he turned to Phoenix Rain. To avoid exposing his identity as Black Flame, not only had Ye Feng altered his level and the appearance of his equipment using the demon mask, but he had also kept many of his skills hidden, using only a few basic swordsman techniques. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to discover his secret. Moreover, Ye Feng's and Black Flame's auras were greatly different from each other. Ye Feng's state was his natural state. He kept Ye Feng's aura sheathed as plain as water, and one would easily mistake him as a passerby. After donning the guise of Black Flame, however, he became more flamboyant. Black Flame was like an unsheathed sword, a powerful deterring force. Wherever he went, he was the center of attraction. he felt absolute to others. I never thought that guild leader Black Flame would have someone so powerful. Even in the battle in the Stoneclaw Mountains, you never made an appearance. It seems that Zero Wing really knows how to hide its strength. Guild leader Black Flame has even fooled me, Phoenix Rain said after thoroughly re-evaluating Ye Feng. Although she suspected that Black Flame was Ye Feng, their auras were vastly different. Moreover, she had even used a super advanced identification skill that could see through disguises. Even the demon mask could not hide the truth from her skill. However, even with her identification skill, Ye Feng's ID displayed as Ye Feng, not Black Flame. This assured Phoenix Rain that they were not the same person. The only thing she discovered was that Ye Feng had altered his level. She had never imagined that Ye Feng was actually level 39, 3 levels higher than herself. Since he was 3 levels higher, there would naturally be a significant gap in terms of attributes. This explained why Blue Phoenix was no match for Ye Feng. Phoenix Pavilion Master, it's getting late. If we don't enter the venue now, the organizer will most likely declare a forfeit, Ye Feng said as he looked at the time. They had a little over 10 minutes remaining. They would be just in time if they hurried over immediately. As for whether or not Phoenix Rain had discovered his identity, Ye Feng could easily tell by the woman's behavior that his truth was safe. It was obvious that Phoenix Rain had failed to uncover his secret. Moreover, nobody would assume that Zero Wing's almighty guild leader was just a fake identity, while Ye Feng was his true identity. Even if someone did suspect him of being Black Flame, and had used an advanced identification skill on him, they would only discover the identity of Ye Feng. Even when he wore the guise of Black Flame, his secret was still safe. He always wore a black cloak while acting as Black Flame. Even an advanced identification skill could not uncover his information. With his identity hidden, outsiders would think that there were 2 great swordsman experts in Zero Wing. With that assumption, even a first-rate guild would grow wary of Zero Wing like Phoenix Rain was now. Alright. I'll let you handle the rest. I hope that team leader Ye Feng to bring me the good news of victory. Phoenix Rain smiled sweetly. She no longer treated Ye Feng with indifference. On the contrary, she was surprised and pleased. With Ye Feng's skills, the battle team's overall strength could not be underestimated. Moreover, with Ye Feng's presence, everyone watching the competition would focus on Zero Wing. Nobody would bother with her, the battle team's backer. This way, she could earn a fortune in secret. Following which, Ye Feng led Aqua Rose and the others to the underground arena's main venue. Big Sis Rain, I'm sorry. I lost to Ye Feng. After Ye Feng and the others left, Blue Phoenix was racked by guilt. Despite Phoenix Rain having the best resources the guild possessed, she still suffered defeat. Foolish girl, it was only natural that you lost. Do you know what level he is right now? Phoenix Rain chuckled softly, not blaming Blue Phoenix at all. Blue Phoenix shook her head in response. He's level 39, Phoenix Raid announced. Even the old monsters from super guilds have not reached that level yet. As for his weapons and equipment, even I don't know what he's wearing. Although his items looked plain and simple, it is clear that he had disguised them. Unfortunately, my identification skills cannot see through the disguise. Meanwhile, the fact that his attributes are far superior to yours shows that his weapons and equipment are extraordinary. It is especially true for those swords. I suspect they might even be epic weapons. Chapter 778, Peak of God's Domain. Although Phoenix Rain had not been loud, her words had stunned Blue Phoenix. Epic weapons. Currently, these items were practically legends. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion only had one epic item thus far. However, it was not a weapon. Rather, they had a pair of cloth armor gloves. This epic ranked gloves had caused a fight between the Phoenix Pavilion and Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Both pavilions had tried to claim the gloves for themselves. In the end, however, the Great Pavilion Master had given the gloves to Phoenix Rain. Due to this, Nine Dragons Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion was furious. However, Nine Dragons Emperor could not do anything about the decision because he wasn't a magical class. On the other hand, Phoenix Rain was an elementalist. The epic ranked gloves were also perfectly suited for an elementalist. To gain the greatest benefit, the gloves went to Phoenix Rain. When Blue Phoenix saw the gloves' basic attributes, she realized that the gloves were significantly stronger than dark gold equipment. Furthermore, the epic equipment increased certain basic attributes by a fixed percentage. Although the increase only ranged between 10% and 15%, to a top-tier expert with over 500 points in their main attribute, a 10% increase was a significant jump. The epic-ranked gloves also had powerful skills. The gloves alone increased Phoenix Rain's combat power by nearly 30%. If an epic item was so effective, how powerful were epic weapons? Just thinking about it made Blue Phoenix shiver in fear. The fact that Ye Feng had sliced apart her ice walls with a single slash spoke volumes of his weapon's strength. However, this revelation also confused Blue Phoenix. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had only managed to obtain a single piece of epic equipment after a lot of struggling. How did a small guild like Zero Wing manage to obtain 2 epic weapons? It seems Zero Wing isn't as simple as we thought. Neither the Star Alliance or the Flower of Seven Sins lost to Zero Wing without reason. In any case, have more people watch Zero Wing. I keep feeling that Black Flame is shrouded in mystery. Phoenix Rain sternly commanded her subordinate after pondering for some time. I understand. I'll have the intelligence department start a new, thorough investigation on Zero Wing. This was the 3rd time Blue Phoenix had seen Phoenix Rain so serious. She believed that Phoenix Rain overestimated Zero Wing. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Even if Zero Wing rose at a tremendous pace, it was still 10 years too early for it to become anything more than a first-rate guild. The virtual gaming world had been around for hundreds of years. Throughout its history, many upstart guilds had become first-rate guilds through accomplishments in a single game. However, no upstart guild had ever surpassed first-rate guilds through just a single game. Beyond that, Zero Wing had no particular backing. A sea of people filled the underground arena's main venue. There were 2 modes of combat in the underground arena. The first was the system-acknowledged ranking matches held in the basic, advanced, and special areas. The second mode was a zero-restriction match. For zero-restriction matches, players could fight special area experts without requiring combat results in the underground arena. However, the size of the venues and rules were different. Even the fees were different. The basic venue for zero-restriction matches could hold far more people than that of the ranking matches. Each venue could hold roughly 500 people. If one wanted to reserve the venue, each day cost 3 gold. Inside the venue, players could fight however they wished. There were no restrictions to the number of fights that could be held. As for the advanced venue, it could hold 3,000 people. Reserving it for the day cost 10 gold. The special venue could hold 20,000 people, and reserving it for a day cost 100 gold. Even large guild could not afford to reserve the special venue. The main venue towered above the special venue. The number of people the main venue could hold depended on the city's rank. A kingdom's main venue could hold roughly 50,000 people. An empire's main venue could hold roughly 70,000 to 80,000 people. The main venue of the 4 great empires' underground arenas could hold roughly 100,000 people. Aside from accommodating larger crowds, the greatest difference between zero-restriction matches and ranking matches was the size of the dueling rings. In basic venues, the dueling rings there could support one-on-one matches. The dueling rings of advanced venues could support 3-on-3 matches at most. Special venues could hold 10-on-10 matches. Lastly, main venues could hold 100-on-100 matches. In the underground arena, the spectator stands offered the full view of the dueling ring. One could observe the battlefield from whichever angle they desired. Battles involving hundreds of players frequently occurred across God's domain. However, it was difficult to observe these battles without being dragged into the fray. However, that would not happen in the underground arena. Players could observe the battles in the dueling rings closely. Hence, players favored the underground arena. The various large guilds would also often rehearse 100-man team battles here. However, unlike the other venues, each underground arena only possessed one main venue. Moreover, the rental fee was very expensive. Renting out the main venue in White River City cost more than 300 gold. As for the 4 great empires, their main venues cost 600 gold to rent each day. Through Zero Wing and the Candlelight Trading Firm, Ye Feng only raked in roughly 1,000 gold of profit each day. Yet it cost 600 gold to rent the main venue. Meanwhile, such competitions occurred in the 4 great empires' underground arenas every day. The wealth of the Dark Arena's organizer was obvious. Neither the participating players nor the audience members needed to pay an entry fee. Of course, they all required an invitation to enter. No one could enter the main venue without one. However, even without charging an entrance fee, the Dark Arena's organizer still made an immense profit. The organizer charged a 1% processing fee for all winning bets in the Dark Arena. Although 1% might not seem much to whoever won the bet, only those of extraordinary status were invited to watch the battles. Even 1% was an extraordinary amount of money. Furthermore, there were a lot of people betting on the fights. The organizer earned far more than just 600 gold each day. With so much profit at stake, it was natural that the position of the Dark Arena's organizer was not permanent. Initially, one would secure the position by influence. Later, they secured it with strength. Why were the various major corporations pushing their battle teams to secure victory with every match? They pushed because only the top few ranking battle teams could qualify to challenge the Dark Arena's organizer. Hence, the qualifications to form a Dark Arena battle team were precious. When Ye Feng learned that Phoenix Rain had qualified to send a battle team to the Dark Arena, he had been shocked. There are so many people here. After Blackie entered the main venue, the scene had left him awestruck. The competition venue, which could accommodate 100,000 players, was about 20% full. These people have extraordinary statuses. Most likely, even the most inferior among them are upper echelons of first-rate guilds, Aqua Rose stated. When she swept a glance over the audience members, she noticed several upper echelons from first-rate guilds. She even spotted the guild leaders of several first-rate guilds. It's not just the upper echelons of the first-rate guilds in God's domain. Many famous experts have been invited as well. In addition, the representatives from many major corporations have received invites. However, the Dark Arena is lively today, Ye Feng explained slowly. He had visited the Dark Arena many times in his previous life. Back then, however, he had been over level 100. By then many people had discovered the Dark Arena. Moreover, the battles he had watched had usually been between relatively skilled battle teams. Even then, the venues were only about 30% full. Currently, the Dark Arena was still new, only emerging recently. An occupancy rate of 20% was already considerably high. As staff members guided Ye Feng and his team into the dueling ring, their appearance had elicited a small cry from a corner of the audience stands. "Isn't that Ye Feng?" Zhao Yueru exclaimed as she rubbed her eyes, thinking they had fooled her. However, no matter how she stared, the man was undoubtedly Ye Feng. Why is he here? Chapter 779. Zero Wing's True Appearance. Hearing Zhao Yueru's shriek, Gentle Snow, who sat beside her in silver armor, could not help but turn to look. This, Gentle Snow was slightly surprised as well. Even in Star Moon Kingdom, Ye Feng unknown to the public. However, Gentle Snow knew very well that, if not for Ye Feng's help, it would have been impossible for her to defeat Chao Chenghua. One could say that Ye Feng was quite strong. However, being strong and being able to participate in the Dark Arena were entirely different things. After not encountering Ye Feng for a short time, the man had become one of the Dark Arena's participants. This sudden development was truly shocking. Just what kind of place was the Dark Arena? It was a hub for the top powers in God's domain. Even the guild leader of a second-rate guild was not qualified to receive an invitation. Only first-rate guilds would have the opportunity to watch the matches here. Although Zero Wing had risen to prominence in Star Moon Kingdom, and it was as strong as a first-rate guild, it was still an unknown existence to the majority of God's domain. After all, Star Moon Kingdom was only one of the many kingdoms in God's domain. Even if the guild received an invite to the Dark Arena, It shouldn't have happened for another several months. Yet, Ye Feng had joined a battle team. Joining a battle team required far more than joining the audience. Snow, look. It's not just Ye Feng. Zero Wing's upper echelons are here too. Zhao Yueru quickly noticed Aqua Rose and the others, who followed Ye Feng closely. During the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, Zero Wing's upper echelons had allowed the various large guilds to gain a new understanding of their strength. Although their victory against the Flower of Seven Sins mainly attributed to Black Flame's uncontrolled power, the fact that they had lasted so long against the assassins and suffered so few losses was astounding. It was especially true for Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud. These three women had stood against the Flower's party leaders without assistance. They were extraordinarily strong. After the war, Gentle Snow had even asked for a copy of the battle video. Although Gentle Snow knew that it was not appropriate to ask for the favor, she was very keen to know the process of that battle. After all, the battle between the Flower of Seven Sins and Zero Wing's upper echelons had been a crucial turning point in the war. At the same time, that team battle had been the most intense in Starmoon Kingdom so far. How could anybody resist watching such a battle? For experts wanting to improve on their combat techniques, the recording of that battle was a priceless treasure. Hence, Gentle Snow had specifically asked Ye Feng for a copy. Black Flame. Gentle Snow could not help but smile bitterly as she watched the Azura battle team, which consisted only of Zero Wing's members. She could not help the feeling that Black Flame had played her for a fool. She had not viewed Zero Wing as particularly powerful in the past. However, what was the truth? Gentle Snow even began to suspect if Black Flame had been putting up an act all along, and was secretly laughing at everything she did. The rights to send a battle team into the Dark Arena were not easy to obtain. Without a powerful background, the various international corporations would not bother acknowledging Zero Wing. Yet, Zero Wing was here, with a battle team consisting fully of its own members, in the Dark Arena. This showed that Zero Wing did not lack a background. Gentle Snow finally realized why Zero Wing dared to pick a fight with Open Source Corporation. While Gentle Snow sighed, depression overwhelmed another corner of the spectator stands. Guild leader they are. Purple Eye's eyes nearly fell out of her sockets when she saw Zero Wing's members enter the dueling ring. It would have been nothing if only one or two Zero Wing members were on the battle team. However, every slot of that battle team belonged to a Zero Wing member. That damned exemplary Willow. And damn the elders who can think of nothing but profit. Every one of them should go to hell. Galaxy Pass cursed as he paled. At this point he had no idea what to say. They've doomed the Star Alliance. He had never considered Black Flame to be an irrational man. He had reasons to be confident if he actually dared to provoke Open Source Corporation's Exemplary Willow. The situation should have stayed between Exemplary Willow and Black Flame. However, due to those elders, the Star Alliance had gotten mixed up in a fight between these titanic forces. Now, not only had the Star Alliance become cannon fodder, but it had also angered Zero Wing. Furthermore, Exemplary Willow had up and left after the Star Alliance's defeat. However, the Star Alliance could not leave. Purple Eye's hatred towards Exemplary Willow and the Guild Elders also ran deep. The Star Alliance was her home. Now that the Star Alliance had provoked Zero Wing, it was only a matter of time before the Alliance was annihilated. However, that was not the most crucial issue. The Star Alliance had built its main base of operations in Starmoon Kingdom. If they moved their main base to another country, it would be extremely difficult to compete with the other guilds there. It's okay. With this information, it's not too late to turn things around. After this competition is over, we will immediately hold a meeting with our highest members. At this moment, Galaxy Pass truly regretted letting Exemplary Willow finance the Star Alliance. In return for a little funding, they had provoked a power that they should have left alone. Are we going to return right now? Purple Eye asked curiously. Since we're already here, we can't leave empty-handed. Although the Glorious Lions battle team has won against two strong battle teams in a row, Zero Wing's upper echelons are capable of taking down the Flower of Seven Sins. With Zero Wing's combat power, there is a 60% chance that they will win, Galaxy Pass said, bitterness blooming in his heart. To learn just how powerful Zero Wing was, he had sacrificed 80% of the guild's elite members. God forbid, if he did not earn back some of his losses today. I'll place a bet right away. When Purple Eye heard Galaxy Path's words, she realized something. Even super guilds feared the Flower of Seven Sins. Since Zero Wing could defeat those assassins, they should have no trouble defeating the Glorious Lions battle team. At the same time, Gentle Snow's people were also frantically placing bets, wagering every rare material and top-tier equipment they had with them on the Azura battle team. Snow, I've already bet all of the materials I brought. Although Zhao Yueru somewhat hated Ye Feng, she could not help but acknowledge the man's strength. In Zero Wing, only Black Flame was stronger. Hence, the possibility of the Azura battle team obtaining victory was very high. Since they knew that there was an extremely high chance for the Azura battle team winning, they could not miss this chance to make a profit. I even wagered my staff. There really isn't anything else I can bet. Notify Old Su to bring as many rare materials as he can immediately, Gentle Snow said. She could not help but laugh as she watched her money-grubbing friend. While the audience placed their bets, the Glorious Lions and Azura battle team had arrived at the center of the battlefield. Brother Ye Feng, long time no see. Everlasting War greeted Shi Feng. I never thought we would meet again under such circumstances. He had long since acknowledged Ye Feng's strength. Unfortunately, Hua Qiushui had her own considerations. I'm surprised as well. What would you like to bet this time? Shi Feng could see Everlasting War's helplessness and guilt. However, he was quite pleased that he had rejected the Glorious Lions. Otherwise, where would he have found the opportunity to allow Zero Wing's upper echelons to participate in such a competition? Moreover, he had full authority over the battle team. This was an opportunity he could never have dreamed of in his previous life. As the battle team's representative, he could propose a bet with their opponent. As for the winnings they earned from the audience's bets, the system was responsible for distributing them. We don't really care. What do you wish to bet? Everlasting War laughed. There was nothing in God's domain that they did not possess. Hence, they did not particularly care what they gambled. Moreover, Everlasting War was confident that the Glorious Lions would win this match. Since you do not care, I won't be courteous. Shi Feng had never thought that Everlasting War was so wealthy to dismiss profit. He relaxed and said, let's bet 40 logs of primal emerald wood, 24 soul cultivating stones, 30,000 magic crystals, and 1,000 pieces of level 30 and above dark gold equipment. How about it? Chapter 780 Wager. Before the match began, the audience began to place their bets. Everyone came to the Dark Arena for two reasons. The first was to earn rare materials and top-tier equipment. The second was to watch an exciting battle. As soon as the two battle teams stepped into the dueling ring, everyone began searching for information regarding the team members and placing their bets based on what they found. The audience was shocked by what they found. Why does this Azura battle team consist of members from a small guild? Just who established the Azura battle team? Have they lost their mind? Aside from Aqua Rose, who has some fame, the other members are nobodies. So what if they're somewhat famous in Star Moon Kingdom? Do they think they can win the competition with such low standards? Are they taking the Dark Arena seriously? Or can the Azura battle team not afford to hire even a few famous experts? With such a battle team, the Glorious Lions would find it hard to lose even if they wanted to. It seems the Glorious Lions will win their third match in a row. Once the audience members read what information had been collected on Zero Wing, they couldn't believe their own eyes. Although Zero Wing was not weak, it was not particularly strong either. Black Flame was the only notable figure in the guild. However, there was no sign of Black Flame. Moreover, none of the members had even set foot into the realms of refinement. Their equipment might rank at the top in their kingdom, but what did that matter in the Dark Arena? The Dark Arena was the hub for God's domain's top powers. Top-tier equipment in a kingdom was nothing in this place. One could see this much just by looking at Glorious Lion's leader, Everlasting War. Everlasting War wore a complete level 35 fine gold set equipment, the current best set equipment in God's domain. It was significantly stronger than a level 30 dark gold set equipment. Everything else the man wore was level 35 dark gold equipment as well. He was also fully equipped with tier 3 gemstones. As for Zero Wings members, they had not replaced their equipment since level 30. They were no match for Everlasting War. They dare call themselves Azura with such members? This is a joke. If Black Flame made an appearance, the show might be interesting, but it seems that Black Flame has allowed his guild members to venture off on their own. Bet on the Glorious Lions. Although many will bet on them as well, a small profit is still profit. Many among the audience could not help but sigh with disappointment at the lost chance to make a fortune. However, Gentle Snow's excitement grew as she watched this development. Hehe. Sure enough, none of them know about that incident. Zhao Yueru giggled as she watched the other audience members place their bets on the Glorious Lions. Alright, stop laughing. We only discovered it by coincidence. Gentle Snow strictly reprimanded her companion. Although plenty of information about the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains had leaked, most of this information came from independent players who had watched from afar. At such a great distance, nobody had been able to get a clear recording of the apex battle between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. Moreover, only a few of the Star Alliance's upper echelons knew about the Flower of Seven Sins striking out against Zero Wing. The other guilds had no idea about the assassination attempts. They only knew that the Star Alliance had hired experts to deal with Zero Wing's upper echelons. As for the secret pavilion, they would not be so foolish as to share a great secret. What the secret pavilion chose to reveal confirmed that Zero Wing's upper echelons had powerful basic attributes. However, they did not reveal any information about the experts they had faced. Although Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose had yet to become Refinement Realm experts, they could exert enough combat power to face down Flowing Water Realm experts. Furthermore, the Azura battle team had Ye Feng. Overall, the Azura battle team had 4 experts who could rival Flowing Water Realm experts. The other members were strong enough to contend with Refinement Realm experts. To put it simply, it would not be difficult for the Azura battle team to secure victory against the Glorious Lions. It was a pity that Black Flame was not here. Otherwise, the Azura battle team might have won this competition without question. Auntie Hua, you must avenge me. Exemplary Willow immediately burst with anger when she saw that every member of the Azura battle team was from Zero Wing. She had lost quite a bit of money in the last war. To make matters worse, she had failed to annihilate Zero Wing. She had never imagined the despicable guild would appear before her once more. HM? Did this battle team provoke you somehow? Hua Qiushui asked, laughing. Yes. They caused me to lose a lot of money. Auntie Hua, since the Glorious Lions battle team is yours, do you think you can raise the wager and make them suffer? Exemplary Willow gnashed her teeth as she glared at the Azura battle team. Alright. However, both sides have to accept the wager first. If the other side refuses, I can't do anything about it. But rest assured, your Auntie Hua will definitely make them pay. Hua Qiushui nodded. She had nothing against the Azura battle team. However, she was not fond of the man known as Ye Feng. Not only had he refused to participate in her audition, but he had also appeared before her as the leader of the Azura battle team. Society's inner circle was only so big. If Ye Feng won this competition and others learned of their history, she would be a laughingstock. Now that even Lu Shirshir asked her to avenge the loss the girl had suffered, she could use this opportunity to teach Ye Feng a lesson. In the dueling ring. What did you say? Everlasting War asked again. The other Glorious Lions members were similarly stunned by Shifeng's offer, thinking that they had heard wrong. Both primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones were necessary materials to construct a stable. The various large guilds in God's domain were keeping a tight hold on their stocks, causing the prices to skyrocket. For example, the primal emerald wood had cost 40 gold per log not too long ago. Each log was already worth as much as a piece of dark gold equipment. Now, however, each log cost 60 gold. As for the soul cultivating stone, each stone originally sold for 30 gold. Now no one would part with theirs even for 50 gold. These two materials had become strategic resources for guilds. Even in the dark arena, not many were willing to wager these items. After all, a stable was simply too important to a guild. It was far more valuable than any of the current dark gold weapons and equipment. Yet, Ye Feng wanted to gamble 40 logs of primal emerald wood and 24 soul cultivating stones. Even Everlasting War did not have the authority to approve of such a large bet. Furthermore, the swordsman also wanted 30,000 magic crystals and 1,000 pieces of level 30 and above dark gold equipment. Even their total profits from the previous 2 matches were not worth so much. 40 logs of primal emerald wood, 24 soul cultivating stones, 30,000 magic crystals, and 1,000 pieces of level 30 and above dark gold equipment. What do you think, Brother Everlasting? If you think the wager is too low, we can increase it further, Ye Feng repeated. Zero Wing's recent expansion had been massive. While the guild did not lack mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, there was a shortage of top-tier equipment. Lately, Zero Wing's main force had been busy dealing with other matters, and had not raided any dungeons. In addition to the recent expansion, Zero Wing needed level 30 dark gold equipment. If he could obtain 1,000 pieces of level 30 dark gold equipment from this match, it would make up for the guild's shortage. Everlasting War was rendered speechless. Previously, he had boasted that he did not care what they bet. He had never dreamed that Ye Feng would offer such an expensive wager. There was no doubt that Ye Feng could afford this gamble. After all, if either side did not have the ability to pay up, the system would not allow the battle to begin. Hence, Ye Feng had no reason to lie. Moreover, he was not that kind of person. Brother Ye Feng, please wait a moment. I don't have the authority to agree to such a large wager. I need to ask my superior. For now, Everlasting War could only offer an excuse. Following which, he contacted Hua Qiushui and reported the situation honestly. Director Hua, the Azura battle team has offered the wager. Please take a look. If this is not enough, they are willing to increase the bet. When Hua Qiushui saw Ye Feng's wager, her complexion darkened. Auntie Hua, are you not feeling well? Exemplary Willow asked curiously when she saw Hua Qiushui's expression. Chapter 781. Hidden Strength. Hua Qiushui waved off Exemplary Willow's question and said, "It's nothing. Watch your Auntie Hua avenge your losses." "Thank you, Auntie Hua." Exemplary Willow smiled sweetly, her mood brightening. Following which, Hua Qiushui contacted Everlasting War and asked in a low tone, "Everlasting, what is your opinion on the Azura battle team's strength?" "My opinion?" Everlasting War wondered why Hua Qiushui asked such a question. The Azura battle team is very strong. A few of its members feel like intense threats. As for the team leader, Ye Feng, he is a refinement realm expert. However, based on our team's strength, winning should not be a problem. There were a total of 5 matches in this competition. 2 were 1-on-1s, 1 was a 2-on-2 and 2 were 3-on-3s. To secure victory, a battle team only needed to win 3 matches. Even if a battle team had an invincible expert, at most, the team would win 1 match, not the competition. Furthermore, Ye Feng was not invincible. Everlasting War was 60% certain of defeating Ye Feng. There should not be a problem? Hua Qiushui's expression was stern. Even for her, this was a very large wager. If the Azura battle team's employer wasn't a fool, then they must be absolutely confident of their team. Although Hua Qiushui trusted Everlasting War's estimation, she did not think that the Azura battle team's employer would bet on luck. A fool like that would never make it to a place like this. Everlasting, do what you need to. We're sending in Team 2. After giving it some thought, Hua Qiushui made up her mind. Are we really going to mobilize Team 2? Everlasting War was shocked. Currently, we still have quite a few matches to win before we can challenge the organizer. Is mobilizing Team 2 necessary? If we reveal our strength too soon, it would only make it easier for our future opponents to learn our weaknesses. 9 people had been chosen during the Glorious Lions audition. including Everlasting War, they formed a full battle team. Afterward, however, Everlasting War learned that those 9 members were only reserves. The battle team's official members had long since been decided. Only Hua Qiushui had never mentioned that before the audition. This had been the Glorious Lions battle team's secret. So far, he had only been introduced to 2 of the other 9 official members. However, both of these people were strong enough to frighten Everlasting War. When the audition members learned that they were merely reserve members, they were not pleased. As a result, the 9 of them had fought the 2 official members in a team battle. In the end, victory had belonged to the 2 official members. Neither had even lost any HP throughout the battle. The 9 audition members had no choice but to admit their defeat. The difference in their strengths was too massive. Hence, the Glorious Lions battle team's reserve members formed Team 1, while Team 2 consisted of the battle team's official members. Even Everlasting War had no idea where Hua Qiushui had found these experts. Meanwhile, Everlasting War was only Team 2's vice leader. As for the mysterious official leader, even now, Everlasting War had yet to him. However, whenever he saw Hua Qiushui converse with that person, the woman would show respect. Her voice carried none of the commanding tone it usually had when she spoke to him. The wager is too big to risk. Notify the organizer. The competition has not begun yet, so there should be no issues in making a last-minute change to our roster, Hua Qiushui demanded. In truth, aside from worrying that the Azura battle team hid its strength, Hua Qiushui wanted to show Ye Feng that the audition members were merely part of a reserve team. They were minor characters she used to deceive her enemies. I understand. Everlasting War sighed helplessly. He had looked forward to an intense match against the Azura battle team. Now, however, that was no longer possible. The members of Team 1 were capable of defeating the Azura battle team. However, there was a massive gap between Team 1 and Team 2. The Azura battle team had no hopes of winning against Team 2. After the Glorious Lions battle team and the Azura battle team confirmed their bets and registered their participating members, a commotion ripped through the main venue. What is this? Why did the Glorious Lions swap out their members? Wait, the team's leader, Everlasting War, is still on the team. Only the other members have been replaced. Don't tell me they're complaining that the Azura battle team is too weak and are trying to up the risk of the competition. The audience fell into a heated discussion. Although last-minute replacements frequently occurred in the Dark Arena, there had never been a full team replacement, excluding the leader. Something's not right. Gentle Snow's expression suddenly turned grim. Snow, what's going on? Zhao Yueru asked curiously. The Glorious Lions aren't replacing their stronger members with weaker ones. They're replacing their weaker members with stronger ones. Gentle Snow said seriously. I had never imagined that the Glorious Lions would have hidden their strength so deeply. They kept their true strength hidden all this time. The Azura battle team is in danger. Snow, how do you know that the Glorious Lions have replaced their weaker team with a stronger one? Their levels are mostly the same. Zhao Yueru looked at the levels of the new members. The highest among them was level 36, while the lowest was level 35. They were not much stronger than the previous team. Moreover, she had never seen any of the new members before. They were not particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. It's not surprising that you don't know them. I have only encountered a few of these people by chance, Gentle Snow said, smiling bitterly. That tanned, skinny level 36 assassin named Long Rainbow defeated 4 of Underworld's 7 ghosts by himself in the Divine Battlefield. He is slightly stronger than Great Ghost, the 7 ghosts #1 expert. That level 36 blue-armored swordsman named Blood Sun defeated Warwolf and Soaring Snake by himself in the Divine Battlefield as well. She had only discovered this information from her spies in Underworld. Currently, Underworld sided with Chao Chenghua. Naturally, she had been forced to take her own countermeasures. These incidents had flabbergasted Underworld's upper echelons. Nobody could have imagined that their top experts, who had gone into the Divine Battlefield to grind, would have been hunted for points. Gentle Snow had been quite pleased when she heard the news. She never imagined that someone other than Black Flame would cause so much trouble for Underworld. Now, however, she felt no joy at all. That can't be true, right? Since when have the glorious lions been so strong? Zhao Yueru knew plenty about Underworld's 7 ghosts. She also remembered War Wolf's strength. The man had played with Fierce Snake, one of Ouroboros's 12 apostles, like a toy. Even Zhao Yueru feared the man's strength. Yet, someone had defeated such a powerful expert despite him combining his strength with soaring snakes, the 12 apostles' #1 expert. Like gentle snow, Phoenix Rain, who sat comfortably in a VIP room, frowned deeply. Damn it! Why is he here? Phoenix Rain glared at the Glorious Lion's new leader, complaining indignantly. Do the Battle Wolves not care about their reputation? Chapter 782, Famed Sword Bonfire. Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix was confused. This was the first time she had seen Phoenix Rain grow so angry. In her eyes, Phoenix Rain was a lofty queen. She was always calm and dignified. Even when competing with a super guild over an item, she spoke and smiled peacefully. Now, however, she was clearly anxious. It was simply inconceivable. Phoenix Rain had also realized that she had lost her composure. Smiling bitterly, she explained, Ye Feng's group is doomed. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bet so much on the Azura battle team. Big Sis Rain, is that man particularly powerful? Blue Phoenix watched the middle-aged man, who now led the Glorious Lions. Appearance-wise, this middle-aged man had a handsome face, a strong body, and sharp eyes that resembled an eagle's. He wore silver-black armor, and carried a flame-red greatsword. He looked like a towering war god. After analyzing the man just for a short moment, Blue Phoenix suddenly noticed that the man's gaze shifted towards her, as if he noticed her watching him. Blue Phoenix was afraid. Not only was she far from the dueling ring, but she was also in a VIP room. The players in the dueling ring should not be able to see inside the VIP rooms at all. Blue, you understand now, right? Anger filled Phoenix Rain's eyes as she glared at the new team leader. Big Sis Rain, who is that man? Why haven't I heard of someone with so much power? Blue Phoenix asked as she realized just how powerful the middle-aged man was, shock setting in. Logically, such monster-level characters should disdain taking part in such competitions. Yet here one was. It was no wonder why Phoenix Rain had become so enraged. Although you've never met him before, you should have heard his name, Phoenix Rain said as she shook her head. He is one of the 4 great wolf kings of the Battle Wolves, Sirius. That's him. Blue Phoenix immediately understood Phoenix Rain's anger. The Battle Wolves was a super guild that had existed for over 100 years. The guild's 4 great wolf kings had shaken the virtual gaming world with their fame for many years now, and were mainly responsible for pushing the Battle Wolves to the peak of the virtual gaming world. Only 8 years ago, the 4 great wolf kings had removed themselves from the public eye. No one had heard any news about the wolf kings after that. For those who remember them, however, the names of the 4 great wolf kings still resounded like thunder in their ears. Now, an old monster had arrived to participate in a competition between the younger generation. This was harassment. Big Sis Rain, why don't we notify Ye Feng and tell him about this? Although Blue Phoenix had lost to Feng, at the end of the day, they were on the same side. Now that Sirius had joined the competition, they could only send cannon fodder at him, losing the match intentionally and focusing on the other matches. No need. Ye Feng is no fool. He can tell how powerful Sirius is. I don't think he'll try to face Sirius head-on, Phoenix Rain said. However, Sirius isn't the only one to watch out for. There are several other members who are extremely dangerous as well. Even if Ye Feng chooses the right members for the matchups, this will be a hard battle. Are we going to lose our first competition? Blue Phoenix was frustrated. She wished she was a part of the battle team's roster. They might even have a chance at victory. However, now that the competition roster had been set, no further changes were allowed. If you lose, you lose. Victory and defeat are common on the battlefield. In any case, this will be a profitable loss. At the very least, we now know the Glorious Lions battle team's trump card. Although Phoenix Rain was frustrated as well, one must know when to surrender. Fortunately, this was only their first competition, not a crucial competition. The only problem was that Zero Wing would, most likely, suffer a huge loss of resources this time. This is odd though. Hua Qiushui is a calm and collected woman. Why would she suddenly decide to deal such a vicious blow to a new battle team? Going so far as to reveal her trump card. Guild leader, the Glorious Lion's atmosphere is weird. Their previous team leader has been demoted to vice leader. The other members don't seem to like him either. Aqua Rose stated curiously as she watched the Glorious Lions rest a short distance away. Changing members at the last minute was a basic strategy in such competitions, so she had not been particularly surprised by the sudden development. After all, with every battle in the Dark Arena, a large number of people would analyze the players in the competition. If a battle team revealed their cards to the public, the team's next opponent would prepare a strategy to counter them. To prevent exploitation, last-minute substitutions were normal. Only, despite Everlasting War being the vice leader of the team, the others seemed to disregard him. None of them treated him with any respect. This was strange to behold. They're probably just not on the same wavelength, Ye Feng laughed. He could not help but shift his gaze toward Sirius. However, their new team leader is really powerful. I wonder how the Glorious Lions found such an individual. In the past, Ye Feng had never heard of Everlasting War becoming the vice leader of the Glorious Lions. As far as he knew, Everlasting War had always been the Glorious Lions team leader. Most of the battle team, though, had been replaced. After all, every fighter in the Dark Arena wished to become the organizer. Hiding one's strength was a basic strategy. Only, Ye Feng had never imagined that the Glorious Lions had hidden so much strength. Everlasting War himself was already quite formidable. However, none of the substituted members were weak. Furthermore, the new team leader was immeasurably powerful. It was especially true for that great sword on Sirius's back. Ye Feng was extremely familiar with that particular weapon. It was one of God's Domain's 36 famed swords, Bonfire. However, according to Ye Feng's memory, a berserker named Deathless had owned Bonfire. Could he be deathless? Ye Feng was fiercely curious. However, he shook his head and denied the thought. No, Deathless had not joined God's Domain this early. Everlasting, for this competition, you'll fight in the last 3-on-3. Leave everything else to Thousand and the others, Sirius announced in a gravelly tone that left no room for argument as he glanced at Everlasting War. I understand. Even if Everlasting War was unhappy with this decision, he could only nod in agreement. In truth, however, he was not dissatisfied at all. If not for Sirius's guidance, he would not have improved so fast. Only, it was unfortunate that he would not get the opportunity to fight. There were a total of 5 matches in this competition. The first match was a 1-on-1. Following it would be a 2-on-2, and then another 1-on-1. If they won the first 3 matches, there would be no need for the last 2 3-on-3s. Thousand, you'll be our spearhead. Take it a little easy, and don't let the opponent die too quickly. I don't wish to reveal the battle team's strength so soon, Sirius said deeply. I understand. The level 36 ranger called Thousand Blades nodded, chuckling. Seeing Thousand Blades walk up to the dueling ring, the other battle team members expressed their displeasure. Teach. Why has he been chosen again? What can we do? Our leader doesn't want to reveal too much of our strength. Naturally, sending Thousand is the best choice. After all, his combat power ranks in the middle of our team. He should be able to deal with the enemy easily while pulling the wool over those intelligence personnel's eyes. When the other members heard this deduction, they understood Sirius's decision. After all, they had already garnered plenty of attention with the sudden substitutions. Restraining their strength would benefit them. When Zero Wings members saw that their first opponent would be a ranger, everyone began to volunteer for the match. Guild leader, let me fight. We're both rangers. It is a good opportunity to determine which battle team is superior, Minor Wind said hurriedly. No. As a precaution, Aqua Rose will face him, Ye Feng said as he shook his head. He had already formulated his own plan. Chapter 783. Thousand Blades vs. Aqua Rose. Under. When the Zero-Wing team heard Ye Feng's decision, they were confused. The Cursemancer was a magical class, so it would be at a disadvantage against a ranger. At the very least, they should send a ranger like Minor Wind to negate the class advantage, or an assassin or berserker, which countered rangers. Guild leader, let me take him on instead. My class is particularly effective against rangers. This match will be ours, Fire Dance suggested. The others agreed with her proposal. There were a total of 5 matches in this competition, but they only needed to win 3 to emerge victorious. If they could win the first match, it would increase their chances of winning and the team's morale. Moreover, during their journey to the Dark Arena, the team had noticed a change to Fire Dance's weapons. Fire Dance, who had never replaced her True Fire Blades before, had replaced both of them. The True Fire Blades were set weapons. Both were also top-tier Dark Gold weapons. Even on their own, they were only slightly weaker than level 35 Dark Gold weapons. However, even 2 level 35 Dark Gold weapon could not compete against the True Fire Blade set effects. Yet Fire Dance had still replaced them. This told them that the new weapon's attributes must far surpass the True Fire Blades. Now that Fire Dance had gained a boost to her attributes, with her combat techniques, she should be able to defeat the ranger easily. No. Aqua is the best choice here. You have more important matters to deal with. Ye Feng shook his head. His decision was firm. Ye Feng knew quite a bit about the ranger named Thousand Blades. After all, he had been one of the Glorious Lions battle team's members in the past. Thousand Blades also often took part in the Dark Arena battles. In these top-tier competitions, attributes meant very little. Even if Minor Wind wore a Tier 1 set equipment, and was slightly stronger than those wearing level 35 Dark Gold equipment in terms of attributes, the Tier 1 set equipment only consisted of 5 pieces. Minor Wind's other equipment would not give him an advantage against Thousand Blades. Both rangers were also fully equipped with Tier 3 gemstones. To put it simply, Minor Wind did not have much of an advantage with his attributes at all. In the end, the fight would come down to techniques. Based on Ye Feng's estimations, if Minor Wind had an equipment score of 2,000 points, then Thousand Blades would have around 1,800 points. Although there was a gap, techniques could easily close that gap. This was commonplace in the Dark Arena. Moreover, tools were not allowed in Dark Arena battles. This meant that the fight would come down to techniques and equipment. Minor Wind had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm. He could only exert his body to its limits. How could he possibly challenge a refinement realm expert like Thousand Blades, someone who could control his body's power freely? After Ye Feng made his decision, the fighters' names appeared above the dueling ring, which had an area of 300 by 300 yards. Thousand Blades vs. Aqua Rose. The Azura battle team is pretty pitiful. They're actually sending Aqua Rose, the most famous player on their team, into the first match. It seems they really don't have anybody who will be a challenge. The assassin Long Rainbow laughed. Unfortunately, even she is no match for Thousand. They would have been better off sending cannon fodder. They've just lost their only chance to win. Based on our reports, the Sword King, Black Flame, is the only capable player in Zero Wing. I really wish I could fight him. That way, I could take the title of Sword King for myself. Blood Sun, the blue-armored swordsman said. He could not help his sigh as he looked over the Azura battle team roster. The Glorious Lions' other members nodded their agreement. This first match told them everything they needed to know. The Azura battle team stood no chance of victory. If Aqua Rose were a refinement realm expert, even with a class disadvantage, she could put up a good fight against Thousand Blades. Unfortunately, she was not. Even though she was only a thread away from the threshold, without actually setting foot into the refinement realm, there would be a massive gap between her skills and Thousand Blades. Big Sis Rain, what is going on with Ye Feng? He sent Aqua Rose up. Can't he judge Thousand Blades' strength? Previously, Blue Phoenix had come to admire Ye Feng. Now, however, Ye Feng's choice had disappointed her. Thousand Blades had not bothered hiding his combat power at all. His actions were so smooth and natural, without any excess movement. It was obvious he had already reached the refinement realm. No matter how I look at it, Thousand Blades should have reached the refinement realm. Even if Ye Feng doesn't face the ranger himself, at the very least he should send Fire Dance, right? Fire Dance was Zero Wing's #1 assassin. In terms of techniques, she was on par with Aqua Rose. Moreover, the assassin class, more or less, countered the ranger class. Although Fire Dance had not reached the refinement realm either, with her attributes, it was not impossible to secure a win. Giving up the match without even trying was a waste. Phoenix Rain simply shook her head. She too did not understand Shifeng's decision. If the weak wanted to take down the strong, they needed to grasp and strike at the enemy's weakness. Currently, it was obvious that the Glorious Lions did not take the Azura battle team seriously at all. It was the perfect advantage. Yet, Shifeng had chosen to give up the match. Aqua Rose did not give Shifeng's decision much thought. A one-on-one fight against such a powerful expert was a rare opportunity. Although she did not know what was going through Shifeng's mind, she was very happy to face Thousand Blades, even though her odds of winning were low. Aqua, hold on a second. Shifeng suddenly stopped Aqua Rose, who was about to enter to the dueling ring. He then retrieved an emerald staff from his bag and handed it to Aqua Rose. No need to rush the battle. Take this chance to hone your skills. Guild leader, this is. Aqua Rose was ecstatic when she saw the emerald staff. She then said, Guild leader, rest assured, I'll toy with him with everything I've got. Saying so, Aqua Rose approached the stage confidently. Your leader is a fool. He sent you to your death. Well, whatever. It's been too long since I killed a beauty like you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Thousand Blades was arrogant, his lips curling into a cruel smile. He retrieved the copper-colored longbow from his back and took out 5 green steel arrows from his quiver. He had prepared these arrows himself. They were called scorpion arrows, each costing 10 silver to produce. They were extremely expensive. He wouldn't normally use them, but in this competition he could not be frugal. Even a slight graze from these arrows would cause massive damage. They would also poison the target when they struck, reducing their movement speed and attack speed, as well as inflicting damage every 5 seconds. Magical classes already had low movement speed. If the scorpion arrows hit Aqua Rose, she wouldn't be able to dodge any follow-up attacks. She would become a sitting duck. Moreover, Cursemancers were different from Elementalists. Elementalists were human-shaped cannons with powerful burst damage. Cursemancers, on the other hand, focused on crowd control and debuffs. Their instantaneous firepower was subpar at best, and was no match for rangers. Aqua Rose ignored Thousand Blades' provocation. She was utterly focused on her new staff, looking like a little girl with a new toy. You. Thousand Blades was instantly indignant when he realized he had been ignored. I'll teach you the meaning of despair. The countdown finally reached 0. With the sound of the bell, the match officially began. Scatter. Thousand Blades fired an arrow towards the sky and executed the Tier 1 AoE skill, Falling Rain. The descending scorpion arrows cast a massive shadow over Aqua Rose. Chapter 784. Attack and Defense. This is bad. When Blue Phoenix saw Thousand Blades start the battle with an AoE skill, she could not help her worry for Aqua Rose. Rangers were a physical range class, and the majority of the class's skills were single-target skills. Very few were AoE skills. Hence, when one fought a ranger, they only needed to focus on monotonous attacks from the front. Even ordinary players could dodge these attacks. However, as soon as a ranger learned an AoE skill, their attack patterns would no longer be monotonous. It would become significantly more difficult to avoid a ranger's arrows. An agility-type class might have an easier time coping with a ranger's AoE attacks, but Aqua Rose was a Cursemancer. She had far less mobility. Hence, it was even harder for her to dodge attacks from an expert like Thousand Blades. I'll make you wish for death. Thousand Blades then pulled his bowstring into a full moon, firing scorpion arrows rapidly to surround Aqua Rose. He targeted Aqua Rose's right side, where she was most likely to dodge. When he had executed Falling Rain, he had focused the majority of the skill's effective area towards Aqua Rose's left. Hence, if she wanted to avoid the falling rain, she would have to dodge to the right. When experts fought each other, it was common to use the first attack as a diversion, and the second attack to deal a blow. Surprisingly, Aqua Rose didn't move even after noticing the rain of arrows descend towards her. With a light wave of her emerald staff, a faint red protective barrier appeared around her. Life Shield Tier 0 spell. Summons a barrier that absorbs damage equal to 30% of caster's maximum HP for 15 seconds. Cooldown 36 seconds. Aqua Rose had a maximum HP of 9,200. This meant that the life shield could absorb up to 2,760 damage. However, Aqua Rose was not done. She then slammed her staff down, and a gray magic array appeared, covering the ground. Dark Strengthening Tier 0 spell. Damage taken reduced by 20% and casting speed increased by 20% for 10 seconds for all allies within 10 by 10 yards. Cooldown 1 minute. Thousand Blades Falling Rain was only one wave of attacks. Moreover, due to it being an AoE skill, its damage was not particularly high. In the end, the arrows descending on Aqua Rose had not even broken her life shield. As for Ranger's follow-up attacks, they were useless. Thousand Blades was slightly surprised that Aqua Rose had not fallen for his trap. Very quickly, however, he altered his attack pattern, choosing to attack the Cursemancer directly instead. Instantly, 5 arrows transformed into 5 streaks of green light as they flew towards Aqua Rose. All 5 arrows closed the distance of over 20 yards in the blink of an eye. Not wanting to be outdone, Aqua Rose waved her staff once more, sending out pitch-black dark arrows, one after another. Aqua Rose's dark arrows clashed into Thousand Blades arrows, the impact throwing both attacks off course. In addition, Aqua Rose double-cast, using Dark Weakening on Thousand Blades. Immediately, dark fog appeared next to the Ranger, swarming him. Noticing the attack, Thousand Blades retreated without hesitation, avoiding the dark fog. While he retreated, he continued his ruthless assault on Aqua Rose. For a time, the two combatants traded attacks, neither gaining an advantage. On one side, Thousand Blades utilized his high mobility to avoid Aqua Rose's attacks. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose utilized her various skills to defend herself. Even after multiple exchanges, neither fighter had lost a single HP. Aqua Rose is quite good. She has already grasped the technique to double cast. It's no wonder why she is quite famous. If she is nurtured properly, it is entirely possible for her to reach the peak of the virtual gaming world. Unfortunately, she joined the Azura battle team. Everlasting War had not expected Aqua Rose to be so powerful. Although Thousand Blades was holding back, it was still impressive that she fought the Ranger to a standstill. Thousand Blades was already in the refinement realm. His physical control was quite refined. Hence, his combat was quite efficient. Ordinary players would find it difficult to deal with the Ranger's direct attacks, not to mention the counterattacks he launched while evading. Moreover, every time Thousand Blades attacked, he fired at least 3 arrows simultaneously. When an ordinary player attacked, there was over an 80% chance that they would fail to avoid such a complex counterattack. However, with her ability to double cast, Aqua Rose was able to both attack and defend. Unfortunately, such high-intensity battles placed a heavy burden on a player's concentration and stamina. In such a battle, Thousand Blades could conserve more of his strength and outlast Aqua Rose should the battle drag on. This girl really does deserve her fame. After fighting me for a short time, she has already gotten a clear grasp of my movements. Thousand Blades clicked his tongue. Contrary to his expectations, Aqua Rose had not grown weaker as the battle progressed. Rather, her strength was growing. Thousand Blades no longer looked down on Aqua Rose. Initially, he had evaded Aqua Rose's curses easily. However, as the battle progressed, Aqua Rose's attacks improved. Now, she was beginning to predict his movements, and it was becoming far more difficult for him to evade her attacks. When the battle had first begun, he could fire 5 arrows simultaneously while dodging. Now he could fire only 3 arrows. Why are her dark arrows so powerful? With the power behind my scorpion arrows, even if they collide with her dark arrows, the impact should not affect their trajectories at all. Thousand Blades was very confident of his own arrows. He had never imagined he would encounter something like this. I can't drag this on any longer. Thousand Blades was now certain that dragging this battle on any further would only benefit Aqua Rose. Immediately, Thousand Blades used the Tier 1 skill, Heart-Piercing Arrow. Xiao! A silver arrow sliced through the air as it flew towards Aqua Rose. Heart-Piercing Arrow's power was astonishing. Even the Berserker on the Glorious Lions battle team would not take Thousand Blades' Heart-Piercing Arrow head-on. Hence, it was impossible for Aqua Rose to block his attack using the instant-cast Dark Arrow. Pung! As expected, the Heart-Piercing Arrow shattered the Cursemancer's Dark Arrow. Such power! Aqua Rose knew that it was too late to cast another spell. Immediately, she used her staff to block the attack. Pung! When the Heart-Piercing Arrow struck Aqua Rose's staff, the Cursemancer was forced to take 5 steps back. Her arms were numb from the impact, and a damage of over -600 points appeared above her head. Die! Thousand Blades smiled faintly, taking the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. One scorpion arrow after another rained down on Aqua Rose like a storm. As the Heart-Piercing Arrow had interrupted Aqua Rose's rhythm, it became impossible for her to defend against the dozen or so arrows. Meanwhile, the only life-saving skill a Cursemancer had was Soul Protection. It could reduce the damage she took by 90% for 4 seconds. However, the skill had no defense against the movement speed reduction and dot effect of the scorpion arrow's poison. Once Soul Protection's duration ran out, her fate would be sealed. If you have to blame someone, then blame yourself for being a Cursemancer. Thousand Blades grew gleeful when he saw that his attacks would hit Aqua Rose. Dang! 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 Suddenly, 3 massive treants appeared before Aqua Rose. Like an iron wall, the treants blocked all of the incoming arrows. What's going on here? Thousand Blades frowned when he saw the 3 massive treants. Forest Sprite Special Elite. Level 38. HP 240, 000/240, 000. A powerful expert could, at most, deal with 1 special elite of the same level. Now, however, 3 special elites had appeared before him. He also had a Cursemancer, a class with many control skills, to contend with. This was definitely a problem. Chapter 785. The Cursemancer that shouldn't be provoked. The 3 6-meter-tall treants earned shrieks from the audience the moment they appeared in the dueling ring. Do Cursemancers have such a skill? What skill is that? 3 special elites. The Glorious Lions are going to have a difficult time winning this match. The players in the audience were not ordinary, but experts with extraordinary insight. Ordinary players might never have the chance to watch a match between God's domain experts, but to these players, such opportunities were readily available. Hence, they were very familiar with the amazing aspects of God's domain experts. They were even more familiar with classes skills in God's domain. Cursemancers mainly relied on control skills in combat. As long as they could restrict their opponent's movements, they could finish them off easily. However, Cursemancers were somewhat weaker than elementalists and summoners when it came to survivability and damage output. However, if they had a meat shield to pin down the opponent, a Cursemancer's threat level would rise exponentially. After all, Cursemancer's tiers and levels were still low, and many of their powerful skills had relatively long cast times. The class was not suited for expert battles. In a battle between experts, the outcome could be determined at any moment. It would be suicidal to use a spell with a cast time of more than 1 second. Hence, very few Cursemancers were found in the Dark Arena's battle teams. Generally, the battle team's casters were elementalists and summoners. However, now that 3 special elites had appeared to assist the Cursemancer, these monsters would easily make up for her deficiencies. I've really underestimated the Azura battle team. It's no wonder why they dared to send a Cursemancer into the fight. Sirius could not help but shift his gaze towards Ye Feng, who sat quietly on the other side of the dueling ring. Tell Thousand to stop holding back. We must win this match. Everlasting War nodded. He then left his seat and approached the side of the dueling ring, forming hand signals to inform Thousand Blades. Players inside the dueling ring could not receive any messages or hear anything from outside the dueling ring. However, they could see what was outside the dueling ring. Hence, the various battle teams in the Dark Arena had created their own hand gestures and code words to convey instructions. At this moment, Thousand Blades' continuous retreat was exhausting him. Not only were the three forest sprites' defenses very high, but their movement speed was also relatively high. Avoiding the three treants took a lot out of him. He also had to deal with the various control skills Aqua Rose sent at him. Hence, he had no choice but to focus on his defense. Yet if he only defended without attacking, he would inevitably suffer defeat. Previously, he had accidentally allowed one of the forest sprites to graze his shoulder, and instantly, his HP had fallen by 2,318. His total HP was just slightly over 10,000. A few more hits would definitely finish him off. Ha! I can go all out? When Thousand Blades noticed Everlasting War's hand signals, his lips curled into a smile. He then retrieved 3 golden arrows from his quiver and fired them at the 3 forest sprites. Imprisonment arrows. The imprisonment arrow would prevent enemies within a certain range from leaving the area. And the only way to break free from the seal was to destroy the arrow itself. However, the imprisonment arrows would also reduce summoned creatures' damage by 80%. Even to Thousand Blades, these arrows were precious. After spending a large stock of precious materials, he had only managed to produce 5 imprisonment arrows. Now, however, to win this match, he had no choice but to use them. 3 golden streaks of light struck the 3 forest sprites. Immediately, the treants were trapped inside golden cages. Meanwhile, each of the golden cages had 100,000 HP. Even though the forest sprites were special elites, after the 80% damage reduction, it would take them quite some time to free themselves from the cages. By the time they escaped from their imprisonment, the match would be over. After imprisoning the 3 forest sprites, Thousand Blades activated his berserk skill, Beastmaster's Soul. For 1 minute, his agility increased by 80%, strength by 60%, and movement speed and attack speed by 50%. The berserk skill also had a cooldown of 10 hours. After the ranger's strength and agility jumped, not only were his arrows faster, but they also contained far more power. In the next moment, a sonic boom echoed throughout the dueling ring. Numerous arrows arrived before Aqua Rose. However, as if she had expected this, Aqua Rose simply smiled as she waved her hand. Suddenly, 3 figures covered in blue flames appeared before her. When the powerful arrows struck these blue figures, they were forced to step back. Aqua Rose, however, remained unharmed. Thousand Blades' eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. How was she a Cursemancer? She was basically a summoner. He could accept the 3 forest sprites, but Aqua Rose could also summon 3 elite-ranked blue fire crows. Go! Aqua Rose immediately directed the 3 blue fire crows to charge towards Thousand Blades. Although the blue fire crows were not as powerful as the forest sprites, they were faster. Thousand Blades knew he could not afford to clash with the elite monsters head-on. Hence, he had no choice but to run about the dueling ring while finding opportunities to attack. If he dealt with the summoned creatures first, Aqua Rose would have enough time to activate an advanced spell. If that happened, the summoned creatures wouldn't be his only problem. He absolutely could not give Aqua Rose that kind of time. Still not giving up? Seeing the arrow fly at her, Aqua Rose activated the power of darkness, her attributes rising abruptly. She also activated the Blue Fire Heart skill, Blue Fire Devour. Although she would lose a significant portion of her mana, and increase her mana consumption rate by 200%, her skill effects would increase by 200% for 30 seconds. Aside from Blue Fire Devour, Aqua Rose also activated Elemental Domain. Elemental Domain. All allies within a radius of 50 yards will have their magic damage increased by 15%, cast speed increased by 15%, and mana consumption decreased by 20% for 1 minute. Aqua Rose then fired a dark arrow. When the dark arrow clashed with Thousand Blades' scorpion arrow, the latter was thrown off course, whereas the former continued towards the ranger. Seeing this, Thousand Blades hurriedly fired another arrow, successfully diverting Aqua Rose's dark arrow. Why is it so powerful? Thousand Blades was stunned. The arrow he fired after activating his berserk skill was even weaker than before. Thousand Blades had no clue that the staff Aqua Rose wielded was the epic-ranked staff, the Song of Beatrice. Aqua Rose already had higher basic attributes than Thousand Blades. Now, not only had Aqua Rose activated her berserk skill, but she also had a support skill empowering her attacks. Hence, it was only natural that her dark arrows were far stronger. However, Aqua Rose did not give Thousand Blades too much time to think about it. She sent one dark arrow after another. At the same time, Dark Weakening's ominous fog began to appear around Thousand Blades. If the dark fog caught him, not only would his speed fall sharply, but his attributes would also decrease significantly. Again, Thousand Blades was forced to focus on his defense, escaping for his life. This time, however, he struggled far more than before. Previously, he had only needed to deal with the summoned creatures. Now he had to deal with the summoned creatures and Aqua Rose's dark arrows. As a result, Thousand Blades' mobility was restricted. Meanwhile, this situation gave Aqua Rose sufficient time to cast the Tier 1 spell, Soul Cloud. Soul Cloud gathered the power of shadows to form 10 flying blades that could only be dodged, not blocked. Soul Cloud was considered one of the Cursemancer's sure-kill spells. After Blue Fire Devour's amplification, Aqua Rose was able to summon 20 pitch-black flying blades. However, she wasn't satisfied. Just before she finished casting Soul Cloud, she activated the third skill of the Song of Beatrice, the Song of Sprites. Song of Sprites increases the effect of a specific spell by 300%. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose chose to amplify none other than Soul Cloud. Immediately, the 20 pitch-black flying blades increased to 60. Each flying blade was even stronger than Aqua Rose's dark arrows. Impossible. Thousand Blades paled when he saw the swarm of flying blades hover before Aqua Rose, a chill crawling down his spine. He could feel the power within those pitch-black blades. A single one of them would devour at least half of his HP. Without waiting for Thousand Blades to react, Aqua Rose waved her finger. Immediately, the 60 flying blades transformed into 60 streaks of black light as they shot towards the dazed ranger from all directions. Hua, hua, hua. Even if Thousand Blades had already reached the refinement realm, he was powerless against the attacks of 3 summoned creatures and 60 flying blades. In the end, the streams of black light consumed him, and he died tragically. Chapter 786, Strong Matchup. When the black lights dispersed, the victor's name appeared above the dueling ring. Aqua Rose. The entire venue fell silent. Aqua Rose's performance was simply too shocking. Not only could she summon monsters to fight for her, but her final Soul Cloud was also exceedingly powerful. It's no wonder why Ye Feng sent Aqua Rose to fight in the first match. It turns out that she has an impressive trump card. I'm guessing that not even the Glorious Lions expected such an outcome. Blue Phoenix shuddered when she recalled the might of Aqua Rose's Soul Cloud. Although Thousand Blades had activated his life-saving skills to defend against the attack, Soul Cloud could not be blocked, only dodged. Against flying blades from all directions, even Blue Phoenix was only confident in dodging 20 to 30 attacks with her techniques. Using Blink to escape would be her only option. However, Thousand Blades was a ranger. He did not have any instantaneous movement capabilities or skills that provided invulnerability. It seems that we don't understand as much about Zero Wing as we thought. Phoenix Rain revealed a bright smile as she watched Aqua Rose. One move to finish the enemy. Such situations were rare in the Dark Arena. Furthermore, Aqua Rose had yet to even set foot into the refinement realm. Since she had not secured victory with her techniques, then the only possibility was the Cursemancer's weapon and equipment. Previously, Ye Feng had displayed his overwhelming advantage in terms of attributes. Now they realized that Aqua Rose had the same advantage. The Glorious Lions had the support of the Super Guild Battle Wolves. very few could compete with the glorious lion's equipment and weapons. Hence, it was inconceivable that Zero Wing's Aqua Rose had better equipment than Thousand Blades. Phoenix Rain's curiosity of the guild named Zero Wing grew. However, the following matches were the true hurdles the Azura battle team had to overcome. A team had to win 3 out of 5 matches to win the competition. However, the Glorious Lions had a monster-like expert. One could say that the battle team had at least one match in the bag. If the Azura battle team could not win 2 out of the 3 remaining matches, then it would lose. However, through this first match, everyone finally understood the Azura battle team's strength. They also understood just how powerful Aqua Rose was. Victory with one move. In the future, anyone who challenged Aqua Rose would have to consider today's fight. For a time, the various major powers focused their attention on Aqua Rose. They began to investigate her past. She used to be an honorary elder of Twilight Echo? The upper echelons of Twilight Echo really are interesting. They chased such a talent out of the guild. Haha. Twilight Echo sure is rich. While others are frantically trying to recruit top-tier experts, Twilight Echo is chasing them away. The guild must have too many geniuses. It's no wonder why Twilight Echo has not been performing well in recent years. So this is their problem. Now that Aqua Rose has joined a small guild like Zero Wing, we might have a chance to poach her. The various major powers in the venue could not help but ridicule Twilight Echo. The expressions of Twilight Echo's upper echelons, who had come to watch the battle, twisted in response. Although they had known that Aqua Rose was a talented fighter and an experienced manager, they had never thought she would become this strong. Meanwhile, in the Glorious Lions battle team's resting area, the team members remained indifferent about the battle's outcome. They acted as if it were none of their business that they had lost the first match. This Azura battle team is fairly interesting. They are slightly stronger than I expected. It is no wonder why that Aqua Rose is Zero Wing's vice leader. Thousand Blades really lucked out this time. The swordsman Bloodsun commented disappointingly. He paid no attention whatsoever to Thousand Blades' defeat. After all, there was no way their battle team could lose this competition. On the Glorious Lions battle team, Thousand Blades' strength only ranked in the middle. None of their strongest combatants had taken part in the competition yet. On the other hand, the Azura battle team had already dispatched its strongest fighter. The competition's outcome was already self-evident. Let's see what the Azura battle team plans to do next. Though it doesn't really matter what kind of tricks they try to pull, the assassin Long Rainbow said, yawning. In the first match, the Glorious Lions battle team had been the first to send a combatant into the ring. For the second match, it was the Azura battle team's turn to send a representative. Ye Feng had no wish to prolong this competition. Hence, for the next 2-on-2 match, he sent Fire Dance and Violet Cloud. What's going on? They're actually sending a cleric? Is the Azura battle team giving up this match entirely? Wait, that Fire Dance seems to be the commander of Zero Wing's main force. The Azura battle team's representatives for the second match confused the crowd. Although clerics were not entirely useless, one would not normally send a cleric into a 2-on-2 match. After all, if the enemy focused on the cleric, the battle would quickly devolve into a 2-on-1 situation. To make things worse, the assassin class could not pin down players like the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior classes could. Just what is going through that man's mind? Is he trying to forfeit the match? Phoenix Rain could not help her frown. She was aware of the 3 great experts of Zero Wing. They were Aqua Rose, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, respectively. Although sending 2 of the 3 great experts seemed like a good move, in the off chance that they were both defeated, the Azura battle team would lose all chances of winning this competition. Having them take part in the later 3-on-3 matches, taking the enemy by surprise like Aqua Rose had, would have been the wisest move. Yet, Ye Feng had discarded that opportunity. Interesting. This brat's desire to win is impressive. He wants to win 2 matches in a row and rely on his own strength to fight for the final strand of hope? He is underestimating the Glorious Lions, Sirius muttered as he glanced at Ye Feng. Immediately he instructed, Rainbow and Blood, you two will fight. Show the Azura battle team's leader the glorious lion's strength. Blood Sun and Long Rainbow's combat prowess was only weaker than his among the glorious lion's battle team. It was especially true for Blood Sunday. To increase their chances of becoming the Dark Arena's organizer, the Battle Wolves had even given Blood Sun an epic weapon. With Blood Sun's skills and the epic weapon, the swordsman's combat power was only beneath his own. Hence, winning this match would be child's play for Blood Sun and Long Rainbow. In fact, Blood Sun alone was more than enough to defeat the Azura battle team's 2 representatives. Leader, rest assured, Long Rainbow confidently reassured the team's commander as he stood abruptly. Rainbow, wait a minute. Fighting one player is too boring. Let me handle the both of them by myself, Blood Sun said as he stopped Long Rainbow. After the competition, I'll give you a bottle of life wine. How about it? The life wine was a Fire Dragon Empire specialty. It was known as a Mortal World delicacy. Although the recipe was easy to obtain, the materials it required were extraordinarily rare. One could only obtain these materials if they were lucky. Aside from the drink's delicious taste, the life wine also had a certain probability of strengthening a player's physique. It was even more precious than dark gold equipment. Really, Long Rainbow was certainly tempted when he heard the words life wine. This item was Blood Sun's treasure. Even their team leader had only managed to obtain 1 bottle from the swordsman after a lot of trouble. Normally, Blood Sun would not even share a cup. Of course, Blood Sun assured. He wanted to test his new sword properly, and he did not want Long Rainbow to interrupt his fun. Fine, I agree. However, if it seems like you are going to lose, for the sake of winning the competition, I'll have to join the fight. Of course, you'll still have to give me the life wine, Long Rainbow said after giving it some thought. Sure. Blood Sun grinned. Chapter 787, Phantom Sword. In the wide and spacious dueling ring, the assassin Long Rainbow stood in the corner while the swordsman Blood Sun took his place in the ring's center. The spectators were surprised. Normally, in a 2-on-2 match, teammates wouldn't stand so far from each other. They usually stood relatively close so that they could better coordinate their attacks and defense. Furthermore, they were both melee players, which was all the more reason not to stand 50 yards apart. With a distance of 50 yards, even a ranger, the class with the longest range, would not be able to assist a companion in battle. What are you guys trying to do? Fire Dance glanced at the distant Long Rainbow before shifting her gaze back to Blood Sunday. Carefreely, Blood Sun said. One-on-one battles are too boring, so I intend to take you both on by myself. Don't worry about it. The fight will be over very quickly. The audience could hear the players in the ring quite clearly. When they heard Blood Sun's words, an uproar shook the venue. They never thought that the glorious Lions member would make such a bold statement. Nothing like this had ever happened in the Dark Arena before. Everybody wanted to win the competition, so why would anyone hold back their strength? If Blood Sun wasn't a fool, then he must be absolutely confident of his own power. So you want a 1-on-2 battle? Rage flared in Fire Dance's eyes as she glared at Blood Sun's arrogant expression. Suppressing her anger, she said coldly, "It seems the glorious Lions really underestimates us." Ha ha. Don't put it like that. This is a good opportunity for you to win the competition. Blood Sun laughed. He did not pay any particular attention to Fire Dance's cold killing intent. The loss of the first match had wounded the glorious Lions battle team's reputation quite severely. Blood Sun's first reason for asking Long Rainbow to step aside was to recover the team's reputation, while the second reason was to experiment with his epic weapon. However, Blood Sun did not think Fire Dance and Violet Cloud even qualified as test subjects. As you wish. Fire Dance stepped forward, standing in front of Violet Cloud. Understanding Fire Dance's intentions, Violet Cloud retreated. Interesting. Blood Sun did not mind the women's actions as he unsheathed the silver sword, encrusted with 7 resplendent gemstones. Hopefully you don't lose too quickly. This is bad. Gentle Snow frowned as she watched the ring from the spectator stands. Snow, what's wrong? If Fire Dance could last against the party leader of the Flower of Seven Sins for so long, shouldn't she be able to defeat Blood Sun easily? Zhao Yueru was more or less familiar with Fire Dance's strength. Even if Blood Sun was very strong, she did not think that the swordsman was guaranteed to win. You don't know this, but Blood Sun's swordsmanship is very odd. Even a shield warrior like War Wolf couldn't defend against his attacks, Gentle Snow explained as she shook her head. She had watched the video of the battle between War Wolf and Blood Sunday. She already had a general understanding of Blood Sun's strength. Although there was not much of a difference in terms of combat power between Blood Sun and a party leader from the Flower of Seven Sins, in terms of attack techniques, the former was definitely stronger. Now that Blood Sun wanted to face his opponents alone, it was the perfect opportunity for the Azura battle team to get rid of the swordsman. Immediately, Gentle Snow contacted Ye Feng. Guild leader Snow, what's the matter? Ye Feng asked after accepting the call. Ye Feng, Blood Sun has strange attack methods. It is best for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud to finish him off together. If you allow Fire Dance to fight him by herself, she won't be able to defend against Blood Sun's attacks. Gentle Snow hurriedly warned the man. The match had not begun yet. There was still time for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud to coordinate their attacks and deal with Blood Sunday. Once the match officially began, it would probably be too late even if the two women banded together. Thank you for your warning, Guild Leader Snow, Ye Feng said laughing. He had never expected Gentle Snow to call him in such a rush just to warn him. Seeing Ye Feng's calm reaction, Gentle Snow's anxiety grew. It was obvious that Ye Feng was not taking her words seriously. Blood Sun is very strong. He even defeated War Wolf and Soaring Snake while they were working together. War Wolf's shield couldn't get close to Blood Sun's sword before he suffered defeat. I believe you are aware of War Wolf's strength. If he couldn't even deflect Blood Sun's attacks, it will be very difficult for Fire Dance hold the man off. Gentle Snow explained in detail. In Star Moon Kingdom, War Wolf's strength was absolute. He could rank within the top 3 MTs of the kingdom. Defeating War Wolf was already impressive, yet the powerful shield warrior had not been able to withstand Blood Sun's attacks. I understand. If Guild Leader Snow doesn't have anything else, I'll disconnect the call now. The match is starting soon. Ye Feng nodded. He then disconnected the call. Hello? Hello? Gentle Snow was speechless as she stared at the already dark screen. Ye Feng is so infuriating. Even though you offered a warning with good intentions, he treated your words like they were nothing. It'll be his fault when his team loses. Zhao Yueru grumbled. Leader, will it really be alright to let Fire Dance deal with that man by herself? Aqua Rose asked sternly. She had been sitting beside Ye Feng, so she had overheard the conversation with Gentle Snow. War Wolf's strength definitely ranked at the top of Star Moon Kingdom. If not for her equipment advantage, even she would not be a match for the man. Don't worry about it. We just need to sit tight and enjoy the show. Ye Feng waved his hand. Aside from Sirius, he had very detailed information on the Glorious Lion's combatants. Ye Feng understood Blood Sun's capabilities far better than Gentle Snow. In the past, Blood Sun had been quite famous in the Dark Arena. He had been known as Blood Sun the Phantom Sword. Although Blood Sun had only reached the Flowing Water Realm standard, the swordsmanship he used made it impossible to grasp his attack trajectories and rhythm. If one had not reached the Void Realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to defend against his strikes. If the Fire Dance of a few days ago were fighting, he would definitely instruct her coordinate with Violet Cloud. They could easily defeat Blood Sun with the Astromancer's strange attacks. Moreover, the assassin Long Rainbow was similarly extraordinary. In the past, he had earned the title Ghost Hand in the Dark Arena. When the two worked together, even a Void Realm expert would fall. However, Fire Dance was not the assassin she had been in the past. Even Ye Feng was unsure how much her strength had improved. This was the perfect opportunity to test her strength. Above the dueling ring, the countdown timer finally reached 0. You're not entering stealth? Blood Sun asked, unable to help his curiosity, as he watched Fire Dance, who remained motionless 30 yards away from him. As an assassin, Fire Dance could only display her true power while hiding in the shadows. Generally, assassins would enter stealth as soon as the battle began, and look for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. That won't be necessary. Fire Dance sounded calm as she unsheathed 1,000 transformations and petrified thorn from her waist. Step by step, she slowly advanced on the swordsman before her. Good. Very good. I want to see just how long you can hold that arrogance. When Blood Sun heard her challenge, rage flared in his chest. This was the first time someone had looked down him. Taking a step forward, he used Wind Blade and dashed towards Fire Dance. Chapter 788, Legendary Power. Has she lost her mind? Gentle Snow was flabbergasted as she watched Fire Dance approach Blood Sun slowly. Zero Wings Guild leader was insane enough. She had never imagined that Fire Dance would follow in that man's footsteps. An assassin's abilities in a frontal confrontation were significantly weaker than a swordsman's. It would be very easy to defeat an assassin in a head-on clash. Blood Sun was not an ordinary expert, yet Fire Dance had forfeited the greatest advantage an assassin possessed. As soon as Blood Sun arrived before Fire Dance, the silver sword in his hand vanished, following which, over a dozen streaks of silver light appeared around Fire Dance, surrounding her. Tier 1 skill Wind Flurry. In the next moment, the dozen or so silver lights sliced through Fire Dance's body. An afterimage? Before Blood Sun could celebrate his attack, he noticed something odd. Abruptly, he leaped forward. Xiao! A streak of silver light then cut across where Blood Sun had just stood. Seeing her shadow steps fail, Fire Dance followed up with an absolute strike. Instantly, she transformed into a shadow as she plunged towards the swordsman. Dang! As soon as the shadow Fire Dance had transformed into arrived before Blood Sun, the swordsman parried the incoming attack with his silver sword, negating all damage. It's no wonder why you dared to fight me head-on. Your strength is so high despite being an assassin. Blood Sun was slightly surprised as the impact forced him to retreat 3 steps. He smiled and asked, however, how will you react to this move? Blood Sun charged at Fire Dance. Suddenly, his 2 swords transformed into dozens of afterimages. Every one of these images slashed at Fire Dance simultaneously. The sudden appearance of so many blades would have bewildered any opponent. However, this was not the most impressive aspect of Blood Sun's attacks. The speed of these sword images varied. Some moved faster than others. Moreover, the blade speeds constantly changed. Trying to grasp the swordsman's attack rhythm was nearly impossible, not to mention predicting the image's trajectories. The attack took Fire Dance by surprise. She couldn't differentiate which of these swords was real. If she rushed to defend or attack, the slightest carelessness could very well result in her death. Wind Steps. Fire Dance retreated as she utilized the less than 1 second invulnerability the skill provided. In addition, Wind Steps' movement speed increase allowed Fire Dance, whose movement speed was already quite high, to dash out of Blood Sun's attack range. You're really fast. You are definitely the fastest assassin I have ever seen to date. Although Blood Sun had hit Fire Dance, the assassin had utilized Wind Steps to block his attacks. Just as he was about to chase the woman down, he discovered that the assassin was already quite some distance away from himself. He couldn't hit her from this far if he wanted to. Although Fire Dance and Blood Sun's exchange had been brief, the audience was stupefied. These two are amazing. Why do I feel my chest tighten while watching these two fight? Every member of the audience had seen battles between experts before. However, Fire Dance and Blood Sun's battle ranked near the top of their lists. Both players were incredibly fast. Before anyone could react, they had already separated from their confrontation. All the onlookers saw was dozens of sword images and a flickering shadow. In the next moment, both fighters had swapped positions. They were too fast for the naked eye to follow. As a result, many among the audiences weren't entirely sure about what had just transpired. Blood Sun is powerful, Blue Phoenix exclaimed. Although most of the audience did not know what had happened, Blue Phoenix was a Void Realm expert. She had seen the exchange very clearly. Blood Sun should be the famed Battle Wolf's phantom sword. I had never thought that the Battle Wolves would be so desperate to host the Dark Arena. Phoenix Rain smiled bitterly. Phantom sword. Although Blue Phoenix had never heard this name before, even she had been unable to differentiate which sword images had been real and which had been fake. After all, she was too far away from the dueling ring. She could only rely on her sight, not her other senses. MHM. He is one of the great experts that the Battle Wolves have nurtured. I've also heard that Phantom Sword managed to defeat one of the Battle Wolves Guild Elders, Phoenix Rain explained. It seems the Azura battle team won't be able to win this match. Why do you say that? Although Fire Dance is at a disadvantage, both her movement and reactions are very fast. She still has a possibility of winning this match, Blue Phoenix asked curiously. You underestimate the Battle Wolves. I've told you before that the Battle Wolves do not care about their reputation. The guild has even loaned the epic-ranked one-handed sword they obtained from a boss they stole to Blood Sunday knowing this. Do you still think Fire Dance has any hope of winning? Personally, Phoenix Rain wanted the Azura battle team to emerge victorious. However, based on the information she had obtained, the gem-encrusted, silver sword in Blood Sun's hand should be the epic-ranked one-handed sword the Battle Wolves had plundered some time ago. A dark gold weapon could never compare to an epic weapon. The benefits of an epic weapon were simply too great. Moreover, Blood Sun had just been testing out his new weapon. Without utilizing his actual strength, he had backed Fire Dance into a corner. If he began to take the match seriously, he would only need an instant to defeat Fire Dance. An epic weapon is quite amazing. Just after equipping an epic weapon, Blood Sun can produce far more sword images. I wonder how long this young lady will last against him. Sirius revealed a faint smile after watching Blood Sun's performance. The Phantom Sword was no stranger to experts. His swordsmanship utilized the shift in swinging speed to generate afterimages. Ordinary experts would be hard-pressed to generate 3 perfect afterimages, but Blood Sun was a genius in this aspect. Using 2 swords, he could generate dozens of perfect afterimages. However, this was not Blood Sun's most frightening aspect. Blood Sun's physical control also surpassed ordinary players by leaps and bounds. Even an expert would struggle to launch attacks with the exact same trajectory at full speed. However, Blood Sun could do just that. Moreover, he could perform the feat without error. Blood Sun's attack, which had just been an afterimage, could very well be a real sword in the next second. This ability made it nearly impossible to avoid or block his attacks. Without reaching the Void Realm, it was impossible to differentiate which of his attacks were real and which were fake. In the dueling ring, Blood Sun launched a barrage of attacks at Fire Dance. However, Fire Dance maintained a subtle distance from him. She only needed one step to escape his attack range. This made it possible to dodge or block his attacks easily. Let's end the game here then. Blood Sun had mostly familiarized himself with Daybreak. Meanwhile, the duration of Fire Dance's wind steps was nearly over. Immediately he activated Windwalk, increasing his speed as he charged towards the assassin. His swords then transformed into dozens of phantoms, blocking all of Fire Dance's paths of retreat. Just as the silver lights were about to devour Fire Dance, she tightened her grip around 1,000 transformations and swung the weapon in front of her. With just a light swing. Suddenly, countless sword lights appeared before Fire Dance. The sword lights shone like stars in the night sky. These sword lights clashed with Daybreak's phantoms. Pung, pung. The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the dueling ring. Blood Sun felt his hands go numb instantly. He was also forced back 4 steps before he managed to stabilize his body. How did you do that? Blood Sun's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Even though Fire Dance had simply swung her sword, countless, shining sword lights filled the space between them. These sword lights were incredibly realistic, making it impossible to determine Fire Dance's true attack trajectory. When he came into contact with a random sword light, it had repelled him. Chapter 789. Realistic Illusionary Attacks. What happened? Everyone was confused when they saw Blood Sun pushed back. All they had seen was Blood Sun accelerate towards Fire Dance, and in the next moment, a silver light flashed. Blood Sun was forced to retreat by several steps before he stabilized himself. They could even see the swordsman's hands tremble. Originally, the battle had been in Blood Sun's favor. Now, however, the situation had changed completely. Nobody understood what had just happened. Who is that Fire Dance? Everlasting War's mouth gaped in shock. He had understood Aqua Rose's victory. After all, she was a famous newcomer in the virtual gaming world. She had also been nurtured by a super guild. However, no one had ever heard of Fire Dance. Yet she was actually able to repel Blood Sun while he went all out. Everlasting War could not believe this to be real. Even he had an extremely difficult time defending against Blood Sun's Phantom Sword. He could only use an AoE skill to counter Blood Sun's attack. However, Fire Dance had only used one strike to repel the swordsman. With just a single swing of her sword, she filled the entire space between them with her sword's afterimages. It was practically impossible to defend against such an attack. Blood Sun's Phantom Sword was meaningless in the face of such an attack. One could say that Blood Sun was simply showing off his slight skill before a master. Compared to Fire Dance's attack, Blood Sun's Phantom Sword was a joke. Everlasting War was confused. He could not figure out how Fire Dance had managed to accomplish such a feat. Who could defend against an attack like that? She's already set foot into the refinement realm? Sirius narrowed his eyes as he began to evaluate Fire Dance carefully. Fire Dance's previous attack was astounding. Even Sirius had not seen how the assassin had pulled it off. Against such an attack, even he would be forced to evade the sword images. However, Fire Dance's performance showed that she did not use any excess movements when drawing her sword. She had not executed any special techniques at all. She had just swung her sword. Yet, this ordinary attack had created countless afterimages that filled the area before her. Unfortunately, he sat too far away from the battle. He had not been able to see the details of what had happened. Snow, look. Fire Dance repelled Blood Sun. What do you think just happened? Zhao Yueru turned to Gentle Snow, her mouth hanging open. Shaking her head, Gentle Snow responded with a surprised expression, saying, I don't know what happened either. This was simply too shocking. Only now did Gentle Snow understand why Ye Feng was so confident in letting Fire Dance take on Blood Sun alone. It turned out that Fire Dance had hidden her strength all this time. Compared to the audience's shock, Zero Wings members were utterly stupefied. When did Big Sis Fire learn such a peerless technique? That attack was so powerful. We'll definitely win this time. With a single swing of her blade, Fire Dance created countless, deadly stars. Her powerful attack made it impossible to approach her or defend against her attacks. One could only cope with this vicious barrier if they attacked from a range, or to use an AoE skill. In the dueling ring, Blood Sun's face twisted into a grave expression. However, he was no fool. He did not believe that Fire Dance's attack was a peerless technique. He suspected that she had used a skill. Hence, he strode forward and attacked the assassin using Phantom Sword once again. Although that move is quite powerful, all skills have a cooldown. I don't believe you can use it limitlessly. Blood Sun sneered. However, despite seeing the dozens of sword images flying at her, Fire Dance didn't move. Instead, she swung the 1,000 transformations upward violently. Pung. Countless silver lights flashed, and she repelled Blood Sun again. Ye Feng laughed silently when he saw the dumbfounded look on Blood Sun's face. In terms of basic attributes, even an epic weapon was no match for a fragmented legendary weapon. However, this was not the largest benefit of wielding a fragmented legendary weapon. A fragmented legendary weapon would also grow stronger with the improvement of the player's combat techniques. Previously, Fire Dance had never utilized her full strength in battle. She had used plenty of excess movements when she swung her sword. In her last attack, however, there were none. Hence, she had displayed 1,000 transformations' true power. Realistic illusions. Although she had only swung 1,000 transformations once, every afterimage that appeared was real. Regardless of which afterimage the enemy encountered, that afterimage would become a true attack the moment they made contact. Fire Dance didn't need to think about how she should defend herself against Blood Sun's phantom sword. She only needed to swing her own blade. A simple swing could transform into an attack that incorporated both attack and defense. Countless people dreamed of achieving this level of swordsmanship. However, Fire Dance had achieved it easily with the 1,000 transformations. This was also why so many people desperately chased after legendary weapons. If a fragmented legendary weapon already possessed such power, a true legendary weapon would be terrifying. In the dueling ring, Fire Dance charged at Blood Sun and brandished her 1,000 transformations. Numerous sword lights flashed before Blood Sun's eyes. However, Blood Sun could not find the real weapon among the illusions. It seemed as if every afterimage was the real deal. He was already inferior to Fire Dance in terms of speed. The assassin's unavoidable attack only made things worse. Now all he could do was attempt to block the attack with his swords, yet the instant his weapons clashed with Fire Dance's afterimages, the attack forced him back, both of his hands going numb as a damage of over -200 points appeared above his head. However, Fire Dance showed no signs of stopping as she assaulted the swordsman before her. As a result, Blood Sun's HP continued to decrease. This turn of events stunned the audience members. Nobody had imagined that an assassin could be so frightening. Fire Dance's slashes was a combination of violence and beauty. "Blood, I'll help you," Long Rainbow shouted. Long Rainbow could already see the severity of the situation. Immediately he entered stealth and charged at Fire Dance. "I have truly underestimated the Azura battle team. I had never imagined that your team would have such a powerful player. However, don't think that you have one just yet." As Fire Dance repelled Blood Sun, his HP gradually fell. If this continued, she would drain his HP, which totaled at over 10,000, in less than 30 seconds. Immediately, Blood Sun activated his berserk skills, his attributes rising abruptly. His HP shot from over 10,000 to more than 15,000. A blue glow enveloped his body. The epic weapon Daybreak in his hand also emitted a blue sword aura that was over 2 meters long, increasing Blood Sun's attack range significantly. Blood Sun then executed Phantom Sword and struck at Fire Dance. "Let's see if you can block this." Blood Sun revealed a sinister smile. He was clearly confident in his attack. He had activated his berserk skill, Sword Shadow. When activated, the skill increased all of his attributes by 50% and his attack speed by 80%. The skill also increased his attack range. At the same time, Blood Sun had activated one of Daybreak's skills, Consecutive Shadow Strikes. For 10 seconds, his attacks could neither be blocked nor parried. Fire Dance was only an assassin. Her attack range was shorter than a swordsman's. Now he had increased his attack range further. Moreover, even if Fire Dance's short sword clashed with Daybreak, the epic weapon would ignore the blade and strike Fire Dance's body. Immediately, a sword light phased through Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations, colliding with the assassin. However, Fire Dance suddenly split into 6 copies of herself. When Daybreak hit Fire Dance's body, it simply passed through her unhindered. He had not felt the sensation of his weapon cutting into flesh at all. An illusion? Blood Sun's complexion paled. He had not expected Fire Dance to have a move like this. "It's my turn now." Fire Dance smiled. Suddenly, all 6 female assassins charged at Blood Sun from different directions. Blood Sun brandished his 2 swords, attempting to defend himself. However, when his attacks struck the Fire Dances, not a single one of them received any damage. All of them are fakes? Just as Blood Sun wondered about the skill. The 6 Fire Dances arrived before Blood Sun, surrounding the swordsman. All 6 assassins raised their weapons and swung downward. Blood Sun had intended to ignore Fire Dance's doppelgangers and rush out of the encirclement, but a silver short sword suddenly slid into his back, dealing -3,481 damage. "You're real." Blood Sun reacted quickly, swinging his sword at the real Fire Dance behind him. However, when Daybreak cut across Fire Dance, it did not cause any damage. "Unfortunately, you've guessed wrong. The fire dance who stood to Blood Sun's left grinned as she swung her sword at the swordsman. Once more, Blood Sun lost a large chunk of his HP. In the blink of an eye, he lost over 7,000 HP. His HP was now dangerously close to zero. It would only take one more hit to end his life. However, Blood Sun suddenly smiled. No. You're bait. Fire Dance suddenly felt a bone-chilling killing intent from behind her. Immediately, a streak of black light pierced through her back. You noticed too late, Long Rainbow suddenly whispered with a cold smile. Chapter 790, Different Level. Everything had happened far too quickly. Long Rainbow was like a wild beast as he approached and ambushed Fire Dance stealthily. He had hidden his presence throughout the process. However, when he finally struck, he was like a venomous snake, both fast and accurate. What a pity. The Glorious Lions truly don't care about their reputation anymore. Previously, they've even declared that they wanted to go 1-on-2. Now it's become a 2-on-1 instead. None of the audience had expected the battle to change so quickly. Words could no longer describe Fire Dance's strength. She was definitely the most powerful assassin they had ever seen in God's domain. Her strength attribute was absurdly high. She had been able to suppress a swordsman expert with so little effort. Her attack that filled the ring with starlight could also suppress everything before her. She was practically invincible in a 1-on-1 battle. Meanwhile, standing behind the woman, both Long Rainbow's pitch-black dagger and the hand wielding the weapon passed through Fire Dance's body without any resistance. Long Rainbow did not dare believe his eyes. The target he had carefully chosen was just an illusion. Just as he was about to warn Blood Sun, he discovered a silver short sword cutting across Blood Sun's waist, eliminating the swordsman's final strand of HP. Even after Blood Sun's HP reached zero, the man had not realized what had happened, confusion as to why his HP had dropped to zero filling his eyes. After Fire Dance killed Blood Sun, she released a sigh of relief. Long Rainbow had nearly forced her into a fainted state. With both Long Rainbow and Blood Sun having activated their berserk skills, she would most likely die before Violet Cloud could lend her support. Fortunately, the 1000 Transformations Phantom skill was no ordinary skill. It allowed her to swap positions with her doppelgangers without any telltale signs. The ability also didn't have a cooldown, allowing her to use it freely. All she needed to activate the ability was a thought. Hence, she had swapped positions with her doppelgangers the instant before Long Rainbow's dagger plunged through her. However, as soon as Fire Dance finished off Blood Sun, Long Rainbow reacted. Immediately he used the assassin class's strongest skill, Absolute Strike, transforming into a streak of shadow that assaulted Fire Dance. Unfortunately, by the time the black shadow pierced Fire Dance's body, Fire Dance had long since swapped positions with another of her doppelgangers. When Long Rainbow's body rematerialized and reappeared behind Fire Dance's doppelganger, Fire Dance swapped position with said doppelganger again. Holding the petrified thorn in a reverse grip, she spun and with centripetal acceleration, she executed a perfect backstab, shoving her blade into Long Rainbow's back. Dang. Vanish. Fire Dance realized what had happened after Petrified Thorn was forced to a stop before it could strike the other assassin. Long Rainbow began to disappear immediately. Her lips curling into a smile, Fire Dance stated, "Unfortunately, even this move can't save your life." A second after Long Rainbow had disappeared, Fire Dance raised the Petrified Thorn above her and slammed it into the dueling ring's floor. Petrification Domain. This was the epic ranked dagger's second skill. When activated, it dealt 500% weapon damage to enemies within 50 yards. Enemies hit would also suffer a 50% movement speed reduction for 10 seconds. In addition, the Petrification Domain increased Fire Dance's attributes and movement speed. Suddenly, with Fire Dance at the center, the ground began to turn stone gray, the affected area spreading outwards. In the blink of an eye, everything within 50 yards of Fire Dance turned stone gray. Meanwhile, Long Rainbow had been forcefully exposed. Golden, divine runes flowed around the assassin's body, and although Long Rainbow had not received any damage, His body had turned the same gray as the ground, his movement speed having plummeted. Damn it. This skill has a movement speed reduction effect. Long Rainbow's expression was grim as he watched Fire Dance dash towards him. Although he had activated magic immunity and his berserk skill, his basic attributes higher than Fire Dance's by a large margin, he was not confident of defeating Fire Dance in a direct confrontation. After all, even Blood Sun, who was the stronger of the two, had died while facing the female assassin head-on. His chances of victory were even lower. The only way he could win this match now was to eliminate the cleric Violet Cloud first. Once his skills cooldowns had completed, he could look for an opportunity to slay Fire Dance. However, that was no longer an option. Just as the 6 Fire Dances were about to reach Long Rainbow, the latter activated a skill that freed him from all control effects. Following which, he struck at the leading Fire Dance. Fire Dance did not bother resisting the attack, allowing Long Rainbow to strike as much as he wished. After Long Rainbow passed through Fire Dance's body unhindered, Fire Dance executed an eviscerate from behind the male assassin. However, 1,000 transformations had failed to hit Long Rainbow. The fragmented legendary weapon only struck the afterimage the assassin had left behind. Before anyone realized it, Long Rainbow appeared behind Fire Dance's true body, executing backstab. Long Rainbow had thought of this plan after Fire Dance had forced him out of stealth. He had deliberately exposed a weakness in his defense, launching a surprise counterattack while Fire Dance attempted to strike. Die! Long Rainbow shouted, his eyes bloodshot with fury as he thrust his blade. In the end, however, his dagger still passed through the woman without any resistance. He had failed. How? Long Rainbow's eyes widened. Meanwhile, as soon as Long Rainbow's black dagger left Fire Dance's body, the doppelganger spun and slashed at the assassin. The two were too close. Even if Long Rainbow had predicted the attack, the Fire Dance's attack speed was simply too high. Furthermore, he had not yet recovered his stance after his full-powered attack. He could not defend himself. The silver 1,000 transformations became a stream of light that shot Long Rainbow's heart. Immediately, a damage of minus 10,648 points appeared above Long Rainbow's head, devouring more than 2/3 of the assassin's HP. Ignoring the pain, Long Rainbow abandoned his defense as he tightened his grip on his dagger and stabbed at Fire Dance. As an expert, his pride no longer allowed him to care about winning or losing this match. Only one thought went through Long Rainbow's mind. He needed to damage Fire Dance at least once. Although his attacks had only struck illusions, the pain 1,000 transformations caused him was absolutely real. Hence, Long Rainbow was certain that the Fire Dance before him was the real deal. Yet, just as his dagger was about to strike Fire Dance, Long Rainbow felt another sting in his back. As Long Rainbow's HP dropped like a stone, he turned his head to take a look, discovering that the real Fire Dance had appeared behind him without his notice. Following which, Long Rainbow fell to the ground, bitterness filling his eyes. Despite his berserk skill, even until his death, he had not managed to touch the real Fire Dance. This was the first time since he had joined God's domain that anyone had toyed with him to such a degree, and he had been completely powerless against it. Silence dominated the spectator stands. Compared to this battle, the previous battles had been a joke. The battle had only lasted several seconds, yet before anyone realized what was going on, the two great experts of the Glorious Lions battle team were dead. Although none of the audience members understood what had just happened, they had learned one thing from watching Fire Dance's battle. All attacks against Fire Dance were ineffective, while every one of her attacks was vicious. This fight had felt like a dream. Two great experts had died without offering the slightest resistance. Aside from their confusion, everyone among the audience admired and feared Fire Dance. The Glorious Lions' two great experts were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. Even in the Dark Arena, their strength ranked at the top. Yet even after these two great experts had activated their berserk skills, Fire Dance had defeated them without any berserk skill whatsoever. Berserk skills generally improved a player's combat power significantly. It should have been impossible for a player without a berserk skill to contend with a player with one active. Today, however, every player in the room had been given a living example to the contrary. This was no longer an issue of attributes. Both sides were simply on entirely different levels. Just who is this Fire Dance? The major powers in the audience grew quite curious about Fire Dance's identity. Chapter 791. Old Monster. Under. Above the wide, spacious dueling ring, the system displayed Fire Dance and Violet Cloud's names as this match's victors. When the audience saw this announcement, an extraordinarily heavy atmosphere overtook the venue. With a mysterious combat technique, Fire Dance alone had defeated two great experts from the Glorious Lions battle team. At this moment, Fire Dance's name etched itself deeply on everyone's hearts. Amazing! I had never thought that Zero Wing would have hidden so much of its strength. It's no wonder why Black Flame could afford to excuse himself from such an important event. When Phoenix Rain looked at Fire Dance, she felt as if a whole new world had opened up to her. Although Fire Dance's combat realm was mediocre at best, the assassin's bewildering combat method was a first for her. Even Blue Phoenix, a Void Realm expert, would not have any defense against Fire Dance, much less Long Rainbow and Blood Sunday. The only method to deal with the assassin's mysterious combat method was to use large-scale destruction spells, or manipulate several dozens of flying blades like Aqua Rose Hat and attack from a distance. Even having significantly higher attributes than Fire Dance would be of little use against the assassin. However, both large-scale destruction spells and the Tier 1 spell, Soul Cloud, had a long casting time. During this period, with Fire Dance's speed, she could kill her opponent several times over. If even magical classes would have such a difficult time against Fire Dance, physical classes would have even more trouble taking her down. Even Hua Qiushui, who watched from the spectator stands, was stunned by the match's outcome for quite some time. The Azura battle team, a team new to the Dark Arena, possessed such a strong framework. It was simply inconceivable. Whether it was Thousand Blades, who had fought in the first match, or Blood Sun and Long Rainbow, who had just been defeated, all three were experts that she had handpicked herself. She was very familiar with their strengths. Yet all three had failed. She had never expected this outcome. Where did this Azura battle team come from? Hua Qiushui wore a gloomy expression. She was in a very bad mood. To avoid the unexpected, she had been as careful as possible. Yet after dispatching the members of Team 2, they had still lost 2 matches in a row. If they lost another match, they would lose the entire competition. It's no wonder why he dared to challenge my Glorious Lions battle team. Sure enough, he has some ability. Hua Qiushui could not help but shift her gaze toward Ye Feng. Initially, she had seen Ye Feng a minor character that did not necessitate any attention. Now that he was the Azura battle team's leader, however, she could not afford to ignore him. Meanwhile, when Exemplary Willow saw Hua Qiushui's gloomy expression, she more or less understood the Glorious Lion's situation. However, Exemplary Willow was truly confused. Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild. She could deal with the guild's victory over the Star Alliance in the previous war, but it now forced Hua Qiushui's battle team into a serious predicament. This was simply inconceivable. Auntie Hua, we will win this competition, right? Exemplary Willow asked worriedly. Before the competition had begun, she had wagered all of the rare materials and equipment she had obtained after many difficulties on the Glorious Lion's victory. She had obtained the materials and equipment from Twilight Echo to use as bets. As a precaution, she had bet her funds on the Glorious Lions. On the off chance that the battle team lost, Twilight Echo's development would most likely stagnate. Rest assured, although the Azura battle team's performances were shocking, such powerful skills and equipment are not that easily obtainable. The fact that the Azura battle team had 2 or 3 such items is impressive. However, it is unlikely that they will show off any more in the following matches, Hua Qiushui responded confidently. Her confidence stemmed from the fact that the third match was a one-on-one. The Glorious Lions had sent their strongest fighter, Sirius, into this match. Hua Qiushui had also investigated Zero Wing during the small break after the last match. The guild only had so many experts. Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud were known as the guild's 3 greatest experts. After including Ye Feng, a hidden expert of the guild, Zero Wing only had 4. The other experts within the guild were mediocre at best. They had no reason to fear them. One of the remaining matches was a 1-on-1, while the other 2 were 3-on-3s. In a 3-on-3, Ye Feng was the only true opponent the Glorious Lions had to face. Even if the Glorious Lions members were no match for Ye Feng in a 1-on-1, with 3 people using their sure kill skills simultaneously, they could easily finish off the swordsman as soon as the match began. Afterward, they could take their time finishing off the other 2 Azura battle team members. If Ye Feng fought in the 1-on-1, all the better. Sirius could win the competition by himself. The following matches would only be for show. Regardless of what decision the Azura battle team made, the outcome would be the same. It seems the Glorious Lions can't endure this any longer. Phoenix Rain's lips curled up slightly when she saw Sirius walk onto the dueling ring. The Glorious Lions lineup was gorgeous. After all, the Super Guild Battle Wolves supported the battle team. Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild. The fact that it had forced the Glorious Lions into a corner was considered a miracle in the Dark Arena. Big Sis Rain, who do you think the Azura battle team will send for this match? Blue Phoenix could clearly feel the terrifying aura Sirius radiated. The instant Sirius entered the ring, her instincts warned of extreme danger. This was the first time she had experienced such a feeling. Although she had never fought Sirius, she could already see her defeat. The gap between them was simply too wide. He was someone she could currently defeat. Phoenix Rain only shook her head in response to Blue Phoenix's question. Even she didn't know what was going through Shifeng's mind. After all, the man's performance until now had surpassed her expectations. Hopefully Ye Feng won't try to be a fool. As long as he doesn't fight Sirius, there is more than a 50% chance that Zero Wing will win the competition. Blue Phoenix nodded, agreeing with Phoenix Rain's words completely. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, although Martial Dragon was strong, he was not so strong that she could not see the difference between them. On the other hand, Blue Phoenix could not even begin to guess how wide the gap was between her and Sirius. However, after giving it some thought, Blue Phoenix thought that this situation was reasonable. After all, Martial Dragon had only recently awakened his domain. Sirius, on the other hand, was already an old man in his 50s. In front of an old monster like Sirius, Martial Dragon was no more than a newborn. Martial Dragon only had the potential to contend with Sirius in the future. Although Shifeng was also very powerful, he was not yet qualified to face Sirius. Please don't be a fool. Blue Phoenix suddenly worried for Shifeng. Experts were prideful beings. When they encountered stronger experts, they had the urge to challenge them. Furthermore, opportunities to fight against old monsters like Sirius were extremely rare. If Shifeng acted rashly and tried to fight Sirius himself, this competition would truly be over for the Azura battle team. Brat, what are you waiting for? Sirius, who waited in the dueling ring, chuckled softly as he said, or are you a coward? This old bastard. Shifeng rolled his eyes at Sirius's provocation. Leader, are you really going to face him? Aqua Rose, who sat beside Shifeng, asked. After feeling the killing intent Sirius radiated, she had paled to a ghostly white. This was the first time she had felt such a cold and tangible killing intent. Just bathing in it stole her breath. The difference in their combat experience was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were on entirely different levels. Of course I'm going to face him. Opportunities to fight such old monsters don't come by very often, Shifeng said as he contained the excitement in his heart. Slowly he approached the dueling ring. Chapter 792. The Ye Feng that cannot be underestimated. Seeing Shifeng approach the dueling ring, Phoenix Rain frowned. Ye Feng is still too young and aggressive. Although Phoenix Rain could understand Shifeng's desire to challenge powerful experts, He should also consider the time and place. Sirius was an old monster that Ye Feng had no chance against as he was right now. Even if he wanted to challenge Sirius, at the very least, he needed to awaken his domain first. Otherwise, the only outcome would be a miserable defeat. When Blue Phoenix saw this, however, she somewhat envied Ye Feng. Old monsters like Sirius stood at the true peak of God's domain. Hence, many gaming experts' ultimate goal was to challenge monsters like Sirius and emerge victorious to prove themselves worthy of standing at the peak as well. Blue Phoenix had yet to qualify to challenge such old monsters. However, Ye Feng did. Why wouldn't she be envious? Although Sirius had intended to provoke Ye Feng, this showed that he acknowledged the swordsman's strength. He believed that Ye Feng was qualified to challenge him. Otherwise, an old monster like Sirius would not stoop so low as to provoke a youth. If she were in Ye Feng's shoes, she too would accept this challenge to see what kind of height she could reach. This kid is insane. He is actually challenging Sirius. A victorious smile emerged on Hua Qiushui's face when she saw Ye Feng walk up the dueling ring. In order to recruit Sirius for the Glorious Lions battle team, she had made a powerful promise to the Battle Wolves. Had she not, the Battle Wolves would not have allowed Sirius to join the team. Even Hua Qiushui wasn't sure of Sirius's true strength. However, she was certain of one thing. When she had first met Sirius, she had wanted to test the man's skills. Hence, she had hired over a dozen top-class professional bodyguards to fight the old man. The outcome of that fight had far surpassed her expectations. Every one of the bodyguards she had hired was a top expert, yet not one of these bodyguards had even laid a finger on Sirius. Before she realized what had happened, all of her bodyguards were lying on the floor. She had not dared to move a single muscle. She had felt as if chains had bound her. At that time, she had finally realized how greatly she had underestimated the experts of the virtual gaming world. After all, Sirius had even defeated her most trusted bodyguard, Everlasting War, with a single move. Hua Qiushui had seen such situations before. However, that had been when she had hired ordinary people as bodyguards. In front of Sirius, even experts were no different than ants. Moreover, this had happened in the real world. Meanwhile, when Ye Feng and Sirius stood in the dueling ring, staring at each other, the stage's atmosphere seemed frozen. Not bad. Sirius nodded slightly as he watched Ye Feng. You have reached such a standard at such a young age. You can even endure my mental suppression. It's been a long while since I've seen such a promising brat. You also agreed to fight me. Before the match begins, what would you say to placing a bet? A bet? Ye Feng could not help but laugh when he heard this. What do you want to wager? The girl named Fire Dance on your team is very promising. It would be a waste for her to remain on your team. She could have an even brighter future, so I'd like to accept her as my apprentice. I can help her advance on her path. In the future, she will grow to surpass me. Hence, if your Azura battle team loses, I want Fire Dance to become my apprentice. Of course, if our Glorious Lions battle team loses, I'll tell you how to advance your combat standards. What do you think? How to improve my combat standard? Ye Feng had to admit that he was tempted. After reaching his level, it was extremely difficult to improve further. Awakening a domain was not a simple matter. Countless geniuses were stuck at this bottleneck and were unable to enter that realm. Even he had yet to discover any clues about awakening his domain. Yet Sirius declared that he had such a method. In Ye Feng's opinion, however, such a possibility should exist. In the past, he had merely been the guild leader of a second-rate guild. He had very little information regarding the top powers of the virtual gaming world. These top powers had existed for decades. They all had their own methods to nurture experts. Hence, it was not entirely impossible for them to discover a method to awaken a domain. Unfortunately, this method was an absolute secret. Otherwise, how could the various super guilds nurture so many refinement realm experts? This was the difference between ordinary guilds and super guilds. A small guild was lucky if they even had a few top-tier experts. A large guild was considerably powerful if it had several refinement realm expert leaders. However, super guilds could easily nurture their own refinement realm experts. An expert nurturing system would be a powerful asset to Zero Wing. Ye Feng inwardly sighed. What do you think? Sirius asked seriously. This is not something I can decide. Fire Dance has her own plans. However, what if I offer something else as a wager? Ye Feng was sorely tempted by Sirius's proposal. If he could obtain a reliable method to improve his abilities, rather than search for the method himself, it would save him a lot of time. He could also use that method to nurture others. Something else? I'm not trying to look down on you, but there is nothing in the virtual gaming world that can tempt me. Sirius had not expected Ye Feng to propose a counteroffer. He could not help but laugh as he said, "Neither coins nor epic items are out of my reach. I just need to invest a little time to obtain them. If you are trying to tempt me with such things, don't bother." What about the stable design? Ye Feng smiled faintly. What did you say? Sirius was taken aback. You have the stable design? A super guild like Battle Wolves had no issue obtaining epic items. They needed little time to amass a collection. In fact, the Battle Wolves already had several epic items. Hence, epic items weren't tempting in the least to Sirius. The stable design was a different story. The various large guilds in God's domain were currently going crazy over mounts. They were frantically gathering the required materials to construct a stable. However, although many guilds throughout God's domain had obtained the needed materials, until now, none had obtained the precious stable design. Acquiring this design was simply too difficult. If the Battle Wolves could obtain the stable design and begin nurturing their guild mount ahead of the other guilds, the guild would surpass its competition by a large margin. They would have a greater advantage when competing for dominance over God's domain. What do you say? Ye Feng understood just how important the stable design was to a guild. It was an important item that could raise the guild's overall strength. The stable design was far more valuable than several epic items. Even super guilds were trying desperately to obtain the stable design. After all, sheer strength was not enough to obtain the item. One also needed to be lucky. Regarding Ye Feng's ownership of the stable design, he no longer had a reason to hide the information. In any case, the moment he began constructing the stable, the secret would be out. I have to say, I am touched by your sincerity. When Sirius looked at Ye Feng once more, he suddenly felt that the young man before him was not as simple as he had thought. The fact that Ye Feng had the stable design, which even super guilds had failed to obtain, was proof enough of the young man's abilities. After both sides agreed to the wager, the countdown came to an end. Sirius immediately revealed a smile as he unsheathed the flame-red greatsword from his back. He then swung the weapon violently at Ye Feng, who was 20 yards away. Instantly, a sea of fire emerged from the dueling ring's floor, transforming into a ferocious beast that pounced on Ye Feng. Chapter 793. Famed Sword vs. Famed Sword. What a cunning old bastard. Ye Feng cursed as he watched the towering crimson fire surge towards him, destroying everything in its path and sealing off his path of retreat. Before the match had begun, Sirius had stood in the ring's corner, opposite of Ye Feng, deliberately. Burning Wave, one of the famed sword Bonfire's skills, was an AoE attack skill. With the skill's wide range and the old man's strategic positioning, Sirius had cornered Ye Feng perfectly. If Ye Feng jumped into the air to avoid the attack, he would expose himself in midair, giving Sirius the perfect opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Break! Ye Feng shouted abruptly. Dragon Breath. Immediately, the cry of a dragon echoed throughout the arena, a white beam piercing through the sea of fire, and heading towards Sirius. In terms of basic attributes, Ye Feng was far stronger than Sirius. Moreover, Dragon Breath was one of the fragmented legendary Heavenly Dragon's Breath's additional skills. In terms of power, the skill was already stronger than the additional skill of an epic weapon. Hence, Dragon Breath could easily break Sirius's burning wave. The white beam devoured Sirius whole. It's over? Just like that? Everyone in the audience was stupefied. However, Ye Feng did not relax. He immediately activated Windwalk and his Swordsmanship Master title before charging towards Sirius's previous location. Yet, before he reached the halfway point, Sirius burst out of the white beam, radiating a faint purple glow. When Dragon Breath's white beam collided with the purple glow, it scattered into nothing. The old man received no damage from the attack whatsoever. "You actually saw through my trick," Sirius stated, feeling slightly surprised when he saw the young man charging towards him. Originally, he had intended to launch a sneak attack while the swordsman youth relaxed. However, it seemed that the plan was not viable. Ye Feng did not intend to give Sirius time to react. Immediately, he activated Illusory Shadow. Suddenly, 6 blue streaks of light flashed from Killing Ray, arriving before Sirius instantly. Ye Feng moved like flowing water. His attacks had no excess movement. Thanks to the Swordsmanship Master title, his attack speed had also increased by 20%. He moved far faster than what an ordinary person could perceive. After the blue lights cut across Sirius, a deep frown appeared on Ye Feng's face. In the next moment, a streak of red light sliced towards his head from an inconceivable angle. Without hesitation, Ye Feng pulled his abyssal blade closer. Dang! When the two swords collided, sparks scattered, and even the air trembled. The impact's shockwave cracked the stage. Fortunately, Ye Feng had managed to block the incoming red light just in time. However, the instant he blocked the first attack, another one descended towards him. How? Ye Feng had just repelled one of the Berserker's attacks. How could he have launched another already? Moreover, he had failed to detect the attack until it was upon him. Parry. This time, Ye Feng used Killing Ray to block the red beam from above. Such high strength. Ye Feng retreated by a step, the floor beneath his feet shattering. His arm was also slightly numb. This was the first time he had blocked a player's attack that could numb his arm. As expected of the famed sword Bonfire, it excels with both speed and power. After this single exchange, Ye Feng could tell that Sirius's basic attributes were extraordinary. Although Sirius was a berserker and had extremely high strength growth, logically his strength attribute should not be this high even with a famed sword. Hence, Ye Feng was sure that Sirius had more than one epic item. It was impossible for the berserker to overwhelm him slightly with strength with just Bonfire's passive skill. However, this was still not the most important issue. Despite his intense perception of his surroundings, he had failed to detect Sirius's attack. He had not even noticed the trajectory of the old man's attack. Moreover, his attacks with Illusory Shadow should have hit Sirius, yet he had not felt Killing Ray strike flesh. Although the two combatants had only exchanged moves for a brief moment, everyone on the spectator stands was stunned. "They're so fast," Phoenix Rain exclaimed. Ye Feng's attack speed was even faster than when he had faced Blue Phoenix. Even his hand movements were only a blur to her, not to mention the sword itself. "Big Sis Rain, why didn't Sirius lose any HP? I clearly saw Ye Feng's attack hit him," Blue Phoenix asked curiously. "Hit him?" Phoenix Rain shook her head. "Ye Feng hasn't touched him once. How could he lose any HP?" "Ha! But I saw the streaks of blue light pass through Sirius's body." Blue Phoenix's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. However, the statement had come from Phoenix Rain, so it couldn't be false. "This is Sirius's power, absolute control," Phoenix Rain explained slowly, saying, although it looked like Ye Feng's attack had hit Sirius, in reality, there was a paper-thin distance between Sirius and Ye Feng's sword. The gap is impossible to see with the naked eye. It's natural that you couldn't tell the difference. However, the system's judgment with attacks is very accurate. Even if the gap is 1/10 of a millimeter, the attack will not count. Blue Phoenix's mouth widened when she heard this. Is he even still human? Blue Phoenix doubted that she could evade an attack by a single centimeter, and she had even reached the Void Realm. Someone in the Refinement Realm only had a delicate control over their movements. Their perception was still far from comparable to a Void Realm expert. Hence, dodging an attack by 3 centimeters would be a miracle. Meanwhile, Sirius could dodge an attack by less than 1 centimeter. It was inconceivable. This is only the beginning. Sirius is far stronger than you can imagine. Phoenix Rain sighed as she watched Ye Feng defend against Sirius's attacks. In the dueling ring, Ye Feng's alarm grew as he fought the old monster. No matter how fast he swung his swords, he couldn't hit the berserker. On the contrary, Sirius's attacks grew powerful as the battle progressed. At this point, he was starting to struggle to keep up. Sirius's attacks always struck at his blind spots. The attacks also grew more precise. He had very nearly failed to block the old man's last attack. Finally, after over a dozen seconds, a streak of red light finally struck Ye Feng. However, the red light stopped just before it collided with Ye Feng's body, unable to proceed. Is this the strength of a domain? Ye Feng had no choice but to activate Defensive Blade. None of his attacks were effective against Sirius. On the other hand, the berserker had no issues landing an attack. Throughout the battle, for some reason, Ye Feng had felt as if someone were pulling his strings. Amazing! You have lasted this long without using a life-saving skill. Sirius smiled calmly as he looked at the miserable youth before him. Now, rather than gripping his greatsword in one hand, he transferred it into a two-handed grip. Since you are so strong, I will show you my true power. Sirius raised his crimson greatsword high before swinging it down towards Ye Feng. Suddenly, time stopped. Only Sirius's sword moved, descending. So fast. Although Ye Feng could see the sword light approaching, he knew that neither of his swords could make it in time to block the attack. No, I'm the one who has slowed down. Immediately, Ye Feng recalled another of Bonfire's skills, Flame Dragon's Flash. When activated, it reduced attack speed and movement speed of all enemies within attack range by 60%, and tripled the user's strength when attacking. This move was famous for being unblockable. A strength increase of 300% was far more powerful than a damage increase of the same amount. With strength, one could shatter the opponent's defense, causing the opponent to expose a weakness. One could then strike a fatal blow. Ye Feng knew that it was too late to block the attack. Moreover, Defensive Blade's block counts had already been exhausted. He had no defense against this attack at all. Hence, he had no choice but to use silent steps, evading the sword light and appearing behind Sirius. However, just as Ye Feng was about to strike the berserker, Sirius spun, as if he had expected the move, and swung the greatsword in an arch towards Ye Feng's right side. The greatsword's oppressive strength even suppressed the air around them. Even though Ye Feng's strength attribute was also very high, his movements felt so restricted under Bonfire's massive pressure that he even struggled to breathe. With no other choice, Ye Feng activated Thunder God's Descent and Heavenly Dragon's power. Sirius's attributes were extremely high. The berserker had even tripled his strength. Being hit by Sirius's greatsword was no laughing matter. A critical hit might even kill him on the spot. Chapter 794, Contest of Strength. The instant the aquamarine killing ray and the crimson bonfire collided, a boom shook the dueling ring. With the two swords at the center, the stage's stone floor shattered, dust clouds filling the air. As soon as the shockwave passed, a figure flew through the dust clouds, slamming into the ground. As soon as that figure landed, however, it stood. I made it, Ye Feng muttered as he got to his feet. Glancing at his trembling hand, he smiled bitterly as he said, he has so much strength. God's Domain's 36 famed swords each had their own strengths. Among them, Bonfire was famous for its destructive power. Its skills were incomparably violent. In the hands of a berserker, the weapon could topple a city. Even though his basic attributes were slightly higher than Sirius's, after activating Heavenly Dragon's power and increasing his strength by 100%, the berserker's attack had still sent him flying. Fortunately, however, Heavenly Dragon's power had increased both his HP and defense by 300%. Thunder God's Descent also had a damage reduction effect. Hence, even after receiving the attack, he had only lost a little over 200 HP. Fortunately, with Heavenly Dragon's power, Ye Feng's maximum HP reached more than 48,000. Even without the Thunder God's descent, Sirius's attack could barely scratch Ye Feng. Ye Feng is strong. Even after Leader used Flame Dragon's flash, he took so little damage. Blood Sun was almost speechless after seeing Ye Feng mostly unharmed. Everlasting War was similarly dumbfounded. His memory of Sirius's Flame Dragon's flash was still fresh in his mind. While Sirius had offered him guidance, the Berserker had used a single hit to finish him off. Yet Ye Feng had only lost slightly over 200 HP. It was astonishing. Moreover, Ye Feng had lasted so long against Sirius. Ye Feng was the first person he had ever seen capable of such a feat. Not one member of the Glorious Lions battle team could last 10 seconds against Sirius. Activating their berserk skills had not changed that. Sirius could still end their lives in 10 seconds without relying on a berserk skill himself. The difference in combat techniques between Sirius and his subordinates was like the difference between heaven and earth. I had never realized that Ye Feng had held back so much of his strength. He can actually contend with an old monster. It feels as if he is even stronger than Martial Dragon. A light shone in Blue Phoenix's eyes. She couldn't help but admire Ye Feng's strength. If she had been the one to fight Sirius, the match would have ended by now. Indeed, Ye Feng is stronger than Martial Dragon. However, this is only in terms of skills and attributes. It really is a wonder how Zero Wing has obtained so many epic weapons and equipment. Phoenix Rain fell into deep thought as she watched Ye Feng, who stood proudly in the dueling ring. After watching this match, she finally had a relative understanding of Ye Feng. Sirius's strength spoke volumes for itself. Yet despite facing a monster like Sirius, Ye Feng could rely on his basic attributes to compensate for his shortcomings. One could just imagine how powerful his basic attributes were. One could not rely on dark gold equipment to gain attributes like this. Epic items were the only explanation. However, how precious were epic items? Even now, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion only had a few. Yet, among the Azura battle team, more than one member wore or wielded their own epic item. By her estimations, Aqua Rose and Fire Dance should both possess at least one epic item. As for Violet Cloud, the cleric had yet to fight, so she did not know. However, this insight was frightening enough. After all, Phoenix knew very well that these epic items originated from Zero Wing. After Ye Feng activated his berserk skill, he would not waste time. Immediately he charged at Sirius, going in for the kill. With his HP and defense, he didn't need to worry about Sirius's attacks. He could afford to trade blow for blow. As Ye Feng was about to arrive before Sirius, he jumped into the air. He then raised Killing Ray, the power of fire and lightning gathering around the blade. Thunder Flame Explosion. Immediately, the attack suppressed the space around Sirius. The spatial suppression would reduce all enemies' movement speeds. With the skill's wide range, Sirius had nowhere to dodge. Sure enough, Sirius showed no intentions of avoiding the attack. Instead, he crossed Bonfire in front of his body, fully intent on receiving the descending elements. Boom! Fire and lightning devoured the Berserker whole. However, the instant the elements came into contact with Bonfire, the famed sword absorbed them as if it were a black hole. This skill sure packs a punch. Sirius revealed an excited smile after Bonfire finished absorbing the flames and lightning. More cracks had appeared beneath his feet. However, thanks to you, I finally have a chance to use this skill to its limits. The Berserk skill he had learned was somewhat unique. The skill's name was Baptism of Fire. To display the skill's might, he needed to absorb a certain amount of damage from a single attack. Furthermore, he could exert more of the Berserk skill's strength depending on the damage he received from the one attack. In the past, he had been lucky if his opponents allowed him to display 50% of the skill's might. However, Ye Feng's attack allowed him to exert 100% of the skill's effects. Currently, Baptism of Fire's strength bonus reached 120%. His attack speed increased by 100%, and his HP jumped by 200%. 6 blades of fire also appeared around his body. Meanwhile, baptism of fire lasted 1 full minute, which was more than enough time to end the match. Ye Feng had a bad feeling as he heard Sirius's words. However, before Ye Feng could react, the 6 flaming swords shot towards him. So fast. Seeing the rapidly approaching swords of fire, Ye Feng instinctively brandished Killing Ray and the abyssal blade. Pung, pung, pung. 6 brilliant fires scattered around him as he repelled the fiery weapons. However, the attack had also sent Ye Feng flying across 10 yards, 3 damages of over -300 points appearing above his head. How is this be possible? Every member of the Azura battle team was shocked when they saw Ye Feng fly through the air. They knew full well how strong Ye Feng's basic attributes were. This was the first time they had seen anyone or anything throw Ye Feng after he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Heavenly Dragon's power increased Ye Feng's strength by 100%. With Ye Feng's current strength attribute, a 100% increase even allowed him to face down a High Lord, yet Sirius had sent him flying. How could they not be shocked? After landing, Ye Feng stared at Sirius with fear in his eyes. Is this the true strength of these old monsters? Ye Feng glanced at his trembling arms, excitement flaring in his eyes. Others might not know what had just happened, but as the person responsible for deflecting those swords of fire, Ye Feng understood the events well. Regarding strength, Ye Feng's was definitely higher than that of the fiery blades. However, Sirius could control the 6 swords of fire to their limits. 1 sword of fire might not have enough strength to overpower him, but if 2 swords combined their strength, then they would be stronger than him. Although combining the strength of 2 swords sounded simple, realizing the action was extremely difficult. To accomplish this feat, one needed both swords to attack the same location at the same time. Only by doing so could one combine the strength attribute of both swords. No ordinary player could achieve the precision and skill this feat required. Even he, as he was now, could not accomplish this feat. However, Sirius had done it. Moreover, he controlled the swords from a long distance. Fighting you to this point has made me quite happy. In return, I will show you my strongest ultimate move, Sirius proclaimed as he smiled at Ye Feng excitedly. With a faint smile he pointed Bonfire at Ye Feng. Immediately, the 6 swords of fire shot towards Ye Feng, all 6 combining into one flaming weapon. Chapter 795, 6 Swords in One. When the 6 swords of fire merged into one, the crimson flames turned a brilliant white. Wherever this flaming white weapon went, the white stone floor beneath it melted. Seeing the white sword of fire fly towards him, Ye Feng's expression turned grim. Just how strong is he? Merging 2 swords of fire together was already an incredibly difficult task. If one could not synchronize the swords perfectly, even an error of 1/10 of a millimeter would ruin the combined strength, resulting in individual attacks. Yet now Sirius had merged all 6 swords of fire into one. The compounded strength was no laughing matter. The burning white weapon possessed 3 times the strength of the previous combination. All right, it's time we put an end to this battle. Sirius narrowed his eyes. Zhou! A sonic boom resounded throughout the dueling ring as the fiery white sword covered a dozen yards in an instant, arriving before Ye Feng's heart. Although Ye Feng wanted to dodge the sword, Sirius had already locked onto him. If he moved in the slightest, Sirius would immediately adjust the sword's trajectory. Defending himself while moving was also far more difficult. His only option was to allow the flaming blade to come within critical range before dodging it. The instant the sword was within range, Ye Feng sidestepped. It's useless. I've already predicted your actions. Sirius shook his head as he commanded the white sword of fire with a thought. The sword suddenly changed its trajectory, stabbing towards Ye Feng's heart once more. However, Ye Feng had prepared for this moment. Suddenly, Killing Ray released a dazzling white glow. Flame burst. The white light caused the dueling ring's temperature to soar instantly. Killing Ray then transformed into a streak of white light that collided with the sword of fire. Boom! Everyone in the spectator stands felt their hearts shake and eardrums rupture. In the next moment, A small crater with a radius of over 2 yards appeared at the epicenter of the collision. The crater had been scorched black as if created by a meteorite. Meanwhile, like a cannonball, Ye Feng flew over 20 yards away. His HP instantly fell by more than 1,500 points. When he landed, the stone flooring beneath his feet cracked, the fissures extending over 5 yards from him. As the deafening boom passed, silence overtook the audience. Everyone was stupefied. Is this really a battle between humans? This thought continuously echoed through everyone's minds. The two fighters in the dueling ring felt more like Lord-ranked monsters, rather than players. Not only were they both astonishingly fast, but their strengths and reaction speeds were also incredible. They had used the system's slow-motion function to watch the two fighters clash. Otherwise, they would not have had a single clue about what had happened. Snow, do you know anything about that sort of fire? Is it a skill? Zhao Yueru asked, excitement flashing in her eyes. Even after watching the fight for a long time, she could not figure out why that burning weapon was so immensely powerful. Previously, it had only dealt Ye Feng around -300 damage. Now not only had it dealt over -1,500 damage, but the strength it contained had also increased tremendously. However, she had only seen the 6 crimson swords of fire merge into one. If she could similarly combine her spells, just how devastatingly powerful could her spells become? Gentle Snow simply shook her head in response to Zhao Yueru's question. This was the first time she had ever seen something like this. The thought of combining attacks to improve the strength of a skill had never crossed her mind before. She had never imagined that the combined strength would yield such overwhelming effects. Although she could tell what her friend was thinking, she did not think that Sirius's attack was just as simple as merging the 6 swords of fire to attack simultaneously. After all, when they fought dungeon bosses, there were often instances where several spells struck the boss simultaneously. However, none of those instances had ever yielded such combination effects. Moreover, if the 6 swords of fire had combined to attack simultaneously, 6 damages should have appeared above Ye Feng's head. However, only one had appeared. Hence, Sirius's attack was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, with Ye Feng's current combat standard, there was no reason why he could not use such a technique as well. Since Ye Feng was not using this technique, that could only mean one thing. He was not capable of using it. Thinking up to this point, Gentle Snow trembled involuntarily. The combat techniques Ye Feng had displayed had long since surpassed her imagination. Yet even a powerful expert like Ye Feng couldn't use this combination technique. One could just imagine how powerful Sirius was. Moreover, at this point, it was obvious that Ye Feng had already activated his berserk skill. Even so, he was at a disadvantage. In contrast, Sirius had yet to suffer a single point of damage. While everyone focused on the battle, Sirius had launched another attack. He had no intentions of allowing Ye Feng to catch his breath. Again and again, the sword of white fire attacked. Although Ye Feng managed to block them, the attacks sent him flying repeatedly. Very quickly, his HP dropped below the 50% threshold. Is that old man really human? Blue Phoenix was speechless as she watched the battle unfold. Others might not grasp how complex and elaborate Sirius's combination attack was, but she could. Moreover, she had even attempted the technique before. Currently, she could barely merge 2 attacks into one. Adding even one attack to the combination would increase the technique's difficulty exponentially. Although combination attacks could increase her firepower tremendously, this technique placed an extremely heavy burden on her concentration. After 3 uses, she had no choice but to enter sleep mode. In contrast, not only was Sirius capable of merging 6 attacks, but he could also the attack over a dozen times. Brat, you really are durable. You are the first person to last so long against this move. However, now that you've used up that skill that enhances your attack power, the next attack won't just end with flying across the ring. Sirius laughed. Is this the true strength of a domain? As Ye Feng watched the flaming blade dart towards him again, he finally realized the gap between Sirius and himself. Although his attributes were superior, Sirius surpassed him when it came to skill application. Experts in the realms of refinement might be able to exert 100% of their combat power, but the old man before him could exert more than that. However, this battle had also helped him finally realize what he needed to work towards. To fight against an old monster like you. I am truly fortunate, Ye Feng mumbled, his lips curling into a smile as he watched the brilliant white sword fly straight towards him. Fortunate. Sirius was momentarily speechless when he heard Ye Feng's mumbling. He had not expected Ye Feng to be a masochist. Ye Feng suddenly relaxed his body before tightening his grip on Killing Ray. Blade Liberation. The weapon he chose was none other than the sacred sword Killing Ray. Blade Liberation's effects would change depending on the quality of the target sword. In previous instances, when he used the Abyssal Blade as the target sword, his strength and agility increased by roughly 90%. Meanwhile, Killing Ray was a higher quality weapon than the magic weapon. The instant Ye Feng activated Blade Liberation, a blue glow surrounded his body. With a light swing of his arm, the Killing Ray in his hand transformed into a bolt of lightning that ripped through the air towards the sword of white fire. Chapter 796, Godly Power. When lightning and fire clashed, the flash momentarily blinded everyone watching. With the boom that echoed throughout the venue, Ye Feng was forced to retreat by 3 steps before he could steady himself. Following which, a damage of over -100 points appeared above his head. As for the white sword of fire, the attack had thrown it to the side. When the audience saw this, they were flabbergasted. Just how strong is Ye Feng? Who is Ye Feng? Can current players really achieve this level? Before, the audience members had somewhat admired Ye Feng's strength. Now, however, that admiration had become shock. It was especially true for those who knew Sirius. This should have been a one-sided battle. Nobody could have ever imagined that Ye Feng still had such a trump card. Even though they did not stand in the ring themselves, they could feel the violent power radiating from Ye Feng's body. Many of them had felt this power in the past. One only experienced this power while raiding a large-scale team dungeon. This was the power of a great lord. At this point, the pressure they felt from Ye Feng was even greater than the pressure they felt from the great lords they had fought before. They were breathless. Big Sis Rain, just who is Ye Feng? For a time, Blue Phoenix was at a loss for words as she stared at the glowing Ye Feng. After her own match against him, she had seen the gap between the swordsman and herself quite clearly. His strength had not been out of her reach. Now, however, it would seem that the strength Ye Feng had used against her had just been the tip of the iceberg. If she fought this kind of violent power, she would most likely die in an instant. Not responding to Blue Phoenix's question, Phoenix Rain remained silent as she continued to watch the man named Ye Feng. It seems I've truly underestimated Zero Wing. It's no wonder why they dared to pick a fight with Exemplary Willow. So the guild had still hidden such an expert. Joy flooded Phoenix Rain. She had not initially had much hope for the Azura battle team. She had only hoped to win a few matches and earn a small fortune in the Dark Arena. After all, the Dark Arena had only established recently. Many experts considered themselves to be above such brawls. Now, however, with the strength the Azura battle team had just displayed, they could definitely fight for a high rank in the Dark Arena. Ye Feng. Shock-filled everlasting war when he saw Ye Feng relatively unharmed after receiving Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack. Others might not realize how strong Sirius was, but he knew. To obtain the rights to host the Dark Arena, Hua Qiushui had paid an extremely high price, convincing the Battle Wolves to lend the guild several epic items to the Glorious Lions battle team. Blood Sun only possessed 1 epic item. Sirius, however, had 2. The Berserker even had a precious sword of undetermined quality. The treasured sword's attributes were even slightly higher than an epic weapon. In other words, Sirius had the equivalent of 3 epic items on him. Purely in terms of attributes, particularly strength, Sirius was by far the strongest Berserker he had ever seen. Yet even after combining the strength of 6 swords, Sirius had only been able to repel Ye Feng. The swordsman had only received a small amount of damage from the resulting impact. At this point, Everlasting War could not fathom just how high Ye Feng's strength was. Previously, he had thought that Ye Feng's strength was roughly equal to his own. Looking back at it now, his assumption was laughable. Equal? He overestimated himself. Meanwhile, in the dueling ring, the new development also surprised Sirius. So this is why you were so confident about facing me. At this moment, even Sirius took this fight seriously. However, you are still a fool if you think you can defeat me. Saying so, Sirius directed the fiery blade to strike at Ye Feng again. That attack is so hard to block even after activating twofold Berserk. It seems I can't proceed with brute force alone. Seeing the white flames fly towards him once more, Ye Feng took a step forward and abruptly charged at Sirius. From an outsider's point of view, he had only lost around 100 HP. He currently had 48,000 HP, so 100 points of damage were negligible. However, only those who had experienced Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack knew how powerful the attack was. If not for the 300% increase to his defense, as well as the damage reduction effect from Thunder God's descent, he would have lost far more HP. Meanwhile, Blade Liberation did not only improve his strength, the skill also increased his agility. Hence, he had received a massive boost to his movement speed, attack speed, and flexibility. Although Sirius's combination attack could multiply the strength behind his attack, it could not increase his attack speed. Now that Ye Feng's speed had increased once more, evading the sword of white fire had become much easier. In the next moment, Ye Feng easily avoided the fiery weapon, which he had not been able to dodge before. Ye Feng then approached Sirius with flying speed. The swords of fire were quite strong. However, to control this strength, one needed to invest much of their concentration, even more so after combining the strength of 6 swords. Hence, Sirius had been forced to stand in place while directing the burning blades. As Sirius had focused his concentration into controlling the 6 swords of fire, the man had no combat power at the moment. However, there was still a distance of over 20 yards between Ye Feng and Sirius. Although Ye Feng was fast, the white flaming sword hindered his path. This should be close enough. After avoiding the flaming weapon once more, Ye Feng tightened his grip on Killing Ray and swung the sacred sword. Thundering Flash. For arcs of blue lightning snaked their way towards Sirius. As if he had predicted this attack, Sirius directed the sword of fire to appear before him a step ahead of the lightning strikes. The flames slashed at each arc of lightning. The instant the sword collided with the lightning, the latter shattered. The sword of fire then advanced towards Ye Feng's heart. Take this. Ye Feng was not surprised by Sirius's defensive maneuver. Instead, he revealed the blazing meteor and threw it. A red streak of light smashed into the sword of fire, causing the white sword to pause before continuing towards Ye Feng, having lost momentum. At this time, Ye Feng hacked at the weakened white flames, the impact forcing him back a step. This time, however, he only received slightly over -50 damage. Trying to go for a battle of attrition? Sirius frowned slightly. Not on my watch. The 6-in-1 combination attack placed a huge burden on the user's concentration. Even he could not support the technique for too long. If his fight with the young swordsman dragged on, he would collapse from overextending his concentration, losing the match as a result. Following which, one sword of fire split away from the white flames. Although a 5-in-1 combination attack was slightly weaker, it was still enough to suppress Ye Feng. Meanwhile, the other sword could find an opportunity to deal damage. Immediately, the brilliant sword of white fire charged towards Ye Feng, whereas the crimson sword attacked the swordsman from behind. As long as the white flames repelled Ye Feng, he would reveal gaps in his defense. This would make it far easier to land a direct hit. Pung. Sure enough, Ye Feng was forced back by a step after colliding with the 5-in-1 combination attack. However, just as the other sword of fire was about to stab the swordsman, a figure suddenly appeared to block the attack. Phantom Kill. After he upgraded the Abyssal Blade by a rank, Ye Feng's doppelganger had gained 80% of his attributes. With his twofold berserk state, It was child's play for the doppelganger to block a single flaming sword. After blocking the attack, Ye Feng's doppelganger activated Windwalk and Windblade before charging towards the enemy berserker. Although Sirius wanted to use the white sword of fire to defend himself, Ye Feng had the weapon pinned down. It couldn't approach the doppelganger. When Ye Feng's doppelganger arrived before Sirius, the berserker finally gave up his control over the white sword of fire. He swung Bonfire to defend against the doppelganger's chop. Just as the doppelganger's sword was about to strike, the berserker evaded the attack. Immediately after, Bonfire bit into the doppelganger's body. However, even after the doppelganger received the damage, it did not retreat. Instead of the doppelganger, it was Ye Feng who stood before Sirius. After swapping positions with his doppelganger, Ye Feng swung his sword at Sirius. A streak of blue light flashed. Surprised by the unconventional attack method, Sirius had failed to react and received Ye Feng's attack in full. The massive impact forced Sirius into a retreat. Taking the opportunity, Ye Feng followed up with a series of over a dozen slashes. Although Sirius tried to defend himself, he couldn't block Ye Feng's attacks completely. As a result, he received several more strikes. Chapter 797, Complete Victory. Sparks scattered when the blades collided. Although the exchange appeared slow, in reality, everything happened in an instant. Sirius's HP drained like flowing water. Only after Sirius fell to the ground and lay there motionlessly did everyone realize the berserker's HP had dropped to 0. Leader lost. Impossible. The glorious lions were dumbfounded as they stared at Sirius's unmoving corpse in the dueling ring. None of them dared to believe their own eyes. Sirius was one of the Battle Wolves' Wolf Kings. Yet now he had lost to a nameless upstart. Nothing like this had ever happened before. In fact, the glorious lions weren't the only ones who were shocked. Every member of the audience was stunned as they stared at the name above the dueling ring. Victor, Ye Feng. No one had expected this outcome. How could the competition end so suddenly? After one direct confrontation, the famous Sirius had tasted defeat. It was inconceivable. I'm not seeing things right. How can the Azura battle team be the victor? This is unbelievable. The Azura battle team is amazing. The Glorious Lions, a battle team that had won twice in a row, had lost 3-0 to the Azura battle team. Only those watching will probably ever believe this. Even now, the audiences had yet to recover from their daze. It was as if the last, brief exchange from before had etched itself into their minds. The techniques in this battle were definitely worth studying. The Glorious Lions were not weak. The Azura battle team was just a little stronger. Although I've lost some materials from betting on the Glorious Lions, it was worth watching this battle. Many among the audiences had bet on the Glorious Lions battle team's victory. However, the majority of these people were not disappointed. On the contrary, the upper echelons from various major powers felt as if they had raked in a huge profit. The high-level battles that had taken place in this competition had taught them much. Particularly, it had allowed them to understand the true strength of each battle team. After this competition, it would be much easier to cope with the team members. At the same time, everyone had grown cautious about the Azura battle team. A fear of the guild called Zero Wing slithered through the crowd. A small upstart guild like Zero Wing had actually obtained so many epic items. If someone had told them that Zero Wing did not have any background or strength, they would not believe it. Big Sis Rain, now that the Azura battle team has become so famous, it will probably be very difficult to arrange opponents in the future. Although Blue Phoenix was happy for Ye Feng, in the Dark Arena, the stronger a battle team was, the more difficult it was to find an opponent. Every battle team in the Dark Arena fought to gain the arena's hosting rights. However, that was not an easy goal. Firstly, a battle team needed to participate in 10 games, winning 8. Only then would a battle team have the right to challenge the Dark Arena's organizer. Only after defeating the organizer's battle team would one obtain the hosting rights. Hence, the various battle teams would not accept challenges easily. It was even more difficult for strong battle teams. Everyone wanted to rack up victories by challenging weaker teams. Of course, to prevent some people from avoiding battles completely, the Dark Arena had a time limit. If a battle team could not find an opponent within 10 days, the Dark Arena would choose an opponent randomly. Hence, the stronger teams in the Dark Arena did not need to fear a lack of challengers. They just had to wait a relatively long time before they could complete all 10 required games. Much would change in God's domain after 100 days. It doesn't matter, Phoenix Rain said as she shook her head. Previously, I worried that the Azura battle team would lose miserably. As for future matches, it seems that we're going to make a fortune from now on. Big Sis Rain, did you agree to another match before this? A realization struck Blue Phoenix. That's right. As the Azura battle team is a new team, with members from a small guild, many people had requested a battle. A few had even promised to bet favors and a certain number of materials. It's a pity that each battle team can only compete in 3 matches every 10 days. It would be great if we could arrange a few more matches. Phoenix Rain laughed. When she thought about the next 2 battle teams they had to face, she could not help but pity those teams. Chances were that the players from those teams held a deep resentment for her right now. Every one of them had assumed that the Azura battle team was quite weak. None of them would have imagined that the team was actually a dark horse. Only, finding opponents for the last 7 matches would give her a slight headache. Hopefully Ye Feng can hold back in future matches. Otherwise, finding an opponent will be a problem, Phoenix Rain muttered softly. Lost. He actually lost. When Hua Qiushui heard the applause and cheers, her face twisted into an ugly expression. Losing a game was not a major issue for her. After all, the Glorious Lions only needed to win 8 out of 10 games. However, not only had they exposed much of their strength, but they had also lost the competition and suffered immense losses. Primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones were not cabbage that one easily found on the streets. Not to mention, they also had to pay the 1,000 pieces of level 30 dark gold equipment and 30,000 magic crystals. Such a huge loss would not end with a slight sting. Who knew how much time she would have to spend to recover? However, losing money was secondary to her. Her reputation was far more important. The upper echelons from the major corporations would learn of the Azura battle team's victory. It was a guarantee that they would launch investigations on Ye Feng. If they discovered that she had chased Ye Feng away from the Glorious Lions, she would probably be branded with the title Blind Fool. Her superiors might even begin to question her abilities as a manager. Zero Wing. Sooner or later, I will get my revenge. Exemplary Willow raged as she stomped her feet. She shot a glare at Ye Feng before turning to leave. Below the dueling ring, Zero Wing's members celebrated and rejoiced. Leader, are you all right? Fire Dance asked as she approached Ye Feng. Ye Feng looked worn. His complexion was pale and waxy. He looked nothing like a winner. It's nothing. I just expended too much of my concentration. Ye Feng replied as he shook his head. This battle had been truly dangerous. He had gone all out from the very beginning of the battle, pushing his 5 senses to their limits. He had remained on full alert throughout the match, fearing that a moment of carelessness would lose him the fight. Sirius's combat standard was simply too high. If this match had taken place 2 or 3 weeks from now, he definitely would have lost. Although Sirius's equipment was already impressive, the old man even possessing several epic items, at the end of the day, he did not have a fragmented legendary item. He also had not learned any super skills. These 2 aspects could improve a player's combat power by leaps and bounds. Even Sirius would have a hard time trying to bridge the gap by relying on techniques alone. In front of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless. This was the cruel reality of games. Hence, regardless if they were experts or ordinary players, all players prioritized improving their weapons, equipment and skills. While Ye Feng rested, Sirius revived below the dueling ring and marched straight over to Ye Feng. Kid, you sure know how to hide your strength. However, you might be able to beat me now, but it will be a different story in the future, Sirius said, a warm smile appearing on his stern face. All right, I've said enough. As per our agreement, I'll give you this. With this information, you should be able to improve yourself further and reach my level a little sooner. However, whether or not you obtain the item will depend on your own abilities. Saying so, Sirius sent Ye Feng a private message. He then turned and left. As he walked away, he could not help but glance at Fire Dance, shaking his head and sighing. His reaction creeped Fire Dance out. Seeing Fire Dance's reaction, Ye Feng chuckled. The two had discussed their bet through private chat. Nobody knew about their conversation. If Fire Dance knew that Sirius had wanted her as his disciple, she would probably feel quite awkward. However, although Ye Feng admitted that Sirius's guidance would open many doors for Fire Dance in the future, he did not think that she would have any fewer achievements if she remained by his side. He also would never allow the battle wolves to poach one of his experts. Following which, Ye Feng opened the file Sirius had sent him, intending to glance through the information he had won from the old man. Just what kind of information could actually give him the possibility of advancement? Chapter 798, Deterring Force. Like a wildfire, news of the Azura battle team's victory in the Dark Arena spread throughout God's domain. Practically minutes after the competition ended, information regarding the Azura battle team had reached the hands of God's domain's various major powers. The reports were so detailed that it even included information on the acquaintances of the Azura battle team's members. Starmoon Kingdom, Maple City. Maple City had already become Overwhelming Smile's main headquarters. With Underworld's hidden support, the guild had solidified its position as the city's overlord. At the same time, Maple City had become the second largest city in the Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region. The city's player population was over 1 million. Although it was still far from the grandeur of White River City, it was superior to other cities within the kingdom. Yulan, why have you called me here all of a sudden? Feng Xianyang demanded, annoyed, as he entered the residence's meeting room. His gaze locked onto the charming, elegantly smiling Yulan. He should have had the most authority in Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region. However, due to Yulan's successful management of Maple City, Underworld's higher-ups designated Yulan to handle everything in the region. This enraged him. He had expended all of that effort to deal with Zero Wing. Yet Yulan sat back and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. Without an enemy to deal with, it had naturally been easy to develop Maple City. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have had any issues handling the task either. It's nothing major. I just wanted to tell you to withdraw Overwhelming Smiles members from White River City immediately and have them develop elsewhere. Yulan instructed, paying Feng Xianyang's rude behavior no heed. And why should I do this? Feng Xianyang said, his expression darkening as he grew somewhat indignant. You know how high of a price I've paid to solidify my position in White River City. Although Zero Wing is very strong, White River City's overlord isn't set in stone. Don't even think about ordering me to withdraw Overwhelming Smile from White River City. Many of Overwhelming Smile's members were focused on all sorts of quests, including guild quests in White River City. As long as they completed a certain number of quests, Overwhelming Smile's status in White River City would improve. Afterward, they could accept all sorts of rare, high-level quests. They might even receive epic quests. With epic quests, it would be extremely easy to obtain all sorts of top-tier weapons and equipment. They might even find new, strategic tools for war. The guild's recent promotion had even triggered an epic guild quest. If they completed this epic guild quest, he could obtain a tool of war. When they started another war with Zero Wing, even if Zero Wing had an abundance of experts, he did not think he would lose against the guild. If they pulled out of White River City now, then all of the White River City quests they had already completed would be for naught. He couldn't give up on the city now. Feng Xianyang, this is not my decision. The higher-ups made this decision. You have no say in this matter. In any case, You have 3 days to transfer all of our members to other cities, Yulan stated coldly. That is not possible. Feng Xianyang was dumbfounded. The higher-ups had hoped to obtain White River City, investing manpower and resources into the endeavor. Yet, now they had decided to give up on the city? No matter how he thought about it, such a thing was impossible. I also considered the decision foolish. However, after seeing the information they provided, I changed my mind. I don't disagree with the decision, Yulan said. She then threw a file at Feng Xianyang saying, have a look at it yourself. This is... Feng Xianyang boiled with rage when he saw the folder's title. Zero Wing Report. Zero Wing was Feng Xianyang's sworn enemy. If not for Zero Wing interrupting his plans again and again, White River City would have been his by now. He wouldn't have suffered under Zero Wing's oppression as he did now. To make things worse, Zero Wing had flourished in the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, becoming one of Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds that could even rival first-rate guilds. This had also weakened Overwhelming Smile's position in the city significantly. Now, Overwhelming Smile's members had to tread carefully when encountering Zero Wing players on the city's streets. This humiliated Feng Xianyang. However, he endured because he knew that this was still not the time to pick a fight with Zero Wing. Now, after striving silently for a long time, he had finally obtained an opportunity to seize White River City. Hence, no matter what, he could not give up in this competition for dominance. As long as he obtained White River City, the favor Yulan received from Underworld's upper echelons would also vanish. At that time, he would become the absolute leader of Underworld's branch in Starmoon Kingdom, rather than playing underling to a greenhorn wench who had only been a member of the organization for a short time. However, after Feng Xianyang read the Zero Wing report, his excited expression froze, his eyes widening with shock. He paled as if he had seen a ghost. How can this be? Feng Xianyang couldn't believe his eyes. How has Zero Wing appeared in the Dark Arena? They even defeated a battle team that has the backing of a super guild. Currently, Underworld was considered one of the virtual gaming world's major powers. The organization was stronger than most first-rate guilds. Over the years, it had nurtured plenty of experts. However, there was still a vast gap between them and super first-rate guilds like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, not to mention super guilds. Yet an upstart guild like Zero Wing had actually managed to defeat a super guild's battle team. This was simply inconceivable. Super guilds had too many experts to count. They even had monster-like existences. The powers supporting them were also profound and complex. Only other super guilds and super first-rate guilds could shake the foundations of such giants. No one else should even consider trying. Unless Zero Wing had a super guild behind it. A super guild? Feng Xianyang suddenly felt his body grow cold. That's right. The higher-ups have reached the same conclusion. Hence, we can't provoke Zero Wing anymore. There is no reason to continue wasting our time in White River City. In truth, Yulan doubted that Zero Wing had the support of a super guild. However, the Mana Pulse Cannon in the Stoneclaw Mountains, and the various magic array scrolls. Now they also had to consider the performance in the Dark Arena. A mere upstart guild was not capable of achieving these feats. Hence, it was quite possible that a super guild supported Zero Wing from the shadows. Even though it was only a possibility, Underworld would not take this risk. I understand. I'll transfer the majority of our members to other cities. However, I still have a quest I need to complete. Feng Xianyang nodded. Fine, but make it quick, Yulan stated before standing and leaving the meeting room. Elsewhere, Shi Feng had led Fire Dance and the others back to White River City. On their way back, Shi Feng browsed through the information Sirius had given him. So this is the case. After reading through the files, Shi Feng was so happy that he found it difficult to hide his smile. Guild leader, what has made you so giddy? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she moved to Shi Feng's side. It's nothing. I've just found something that can help you improve your combat standards. Shi Feng laughed. Guild leader, what is it? Can I have a look? Violet Cloud sent Shi Feng a yearning look. Fire Dance had already reached the refinement realm. This development placed a weight on the rest of the team. Violet Cloud felt particularly pressured. She was incredibly anxious to become stronger. There is no need to rush. We happen to be on our way there right now. Saying so, Ye Feng pointed at the distant candlelight trading firm. Chapter 799, Secrets of God's Domain. The Candlelight Trading Firm, Special Forging Room. Guild Leader, here are the items you requested. After Melancholic Smile entered the room, she stacked materials onto the stone table, creating a large mound of items. If the upper echelons of other large guilds saw this, they would be shocked. Every material was extremely valuable. Some were even used to construct a stable. However, among these materials, there was one item that was particularly eye-catching. A fragment of a silver stone tablet. This fragment was clearly not a raw material. Ye Feng picked up the stone tablet while transferring the materials into his bag. Including the materials he had won in the Dark Arena, he had enough to begin the guild stable's construction. Currently, the various large guilds were occupied with raiding dungeons to collect the stable design, and required materials to construct the building. However, no one would have imagined that a small guild like Zero Wing had both. The only thing left to do was to construct the stable itself. Ye Feng could not contain his excitement. In the past, Shadow had invested a lot of time to construct its stable. By the time the guild stable was complete, God's Domain's mainstream players had surpassed level 50. Many ordinary players even had their own mounts. On the other hand, this timeline's mainstream players had only reached level 30. Yet Zero Wing could begin constructing its own stable. Zero Wing would be the first guild in God's Domain to reveal its guild mount to the public. Ordinary mounts cost 40 gold. However, guild mounts only cost 25 gold. Although the difference was only 15 gold, no ordinary player could afford that, even if they sold everything they owned. Even guild elite players would have to save for a long time to accumulate so much. Due to this 15 gold gap, guild players could obtain their mounts ahead of ordinary players. The only problem guild players faced was that they needed to a certain amount of guild contribution points before they could purchase a guild mount. GCPs were automatically rewarded after one completed a guild quest. The amount of GCP varied depending on the quest's difficulty, with higher-leveled quests awarding more points, and ordinary and daily quests awarding very few. In fact, one could say that the GCP requirement wasn't a major issue. Money was the only thing guild players truly needed to purchase their guild mounts. Guild Leader, is this stone tablet related to your earlier, mysterious actions? Fire Dance knew of their plans for the guild stable. However, she was more concerned with Ye Feng's previous statement. After reaching her combat standard, it was extremely difficult to advance further. If there really was an item that could improve a player's combat standards, it must be heaven-defying. That's right. This stone tablet is the item that can help everyone grow stronger. Ye Feng nodded. The information he received from Sirius stated that there were all sorts of skills in God's Domain. There were ordinary skills, general skills, taboo skills, and an extremely rare type of skill known as a secret technique. Secret techniques were unique in God's Domain. Moreover, learning a secret technique was different from learning ordinary skills, whereby players could learn a skill with a click of a button. Secret techniques were also different from taboo skills, where players were only required to reach a certain completion rate. To learn a secret technique, players had to comprehend it. One's comprehension depended on the player. As to how one used the secret technique, that also depended on the player. Unlike the usual skills, a secret technique would not appear in a player's skill menu even after learning it. Secret techniques also lacked a cooldown. Players could use the secret technique whenever and however they desired. The only resource consumed when using a secret technique was concentration. Ye Feng had learned a secret technique before. In truth, a secret technique was just a unique method of utilizing combat techniques. Void Steps was considered a footwork-type secret technique. Moreover, Sirius had revealed that his 6-in-1 combination attack was a byproduct of his secret technique. Although he had known how to use such a technique for quite a while, he had not been able to use the 6-in-1 combination attack. However, learning the secret technique had allowed his combat standard to reach a whole new level, allowing him to execute a 6-in-1 combination attack. Without the secret technique, even with his domain, such a complex technique would have been beyond him. Meanwhile, when speaking of secret techniques, Ye Feng immediately thought of the secret sword technique he had obtained during his promotion to Blade Saint. At the time, he had not realized what this item's purpose was. The stone tablet's introduction simply stated that it held some kind of divine power, and that he needed to collect all the stone tablet fragments to restore the engraved pattern. Hence, he had not bothered with the secret sword technique. After all, obtaining this single fragment had nearly cost him his life. How difficult would it be to collect all 6 pieces? Of course, the secret technique stone tablet the Battle Wolves had obtained was also incomplete. Even so, players could still learn from the fragment. However, they needed to meet a specific requirement to learn the secret technique it hid. The requirement was magic crystals. One needed to inject a significant amount of magic power into the stone tablet to activate the secret technique once. Moreover, this secret technique was not complete. If one wanted to learn the complete secret technique, they had to collect all the necessary fragments. Although Sirius had kindly told him how to activate the secret technique stone tablet, the old man had not told him where to find one. This was also the first time Ye Feng had ever heard of secret techniques. This was the tragedy middle and low-class players faced. Unless one was extraordinarily lucky, many of God's domain's secrets were beyond people like him. Secret sword technique? Violet Cloud blinked as she looked at the stone tablet in Ye Feng's hands. Guild leader, can't only melee classes learn this? No. Any class can learn a secret technique. However, some are more suitable for certain classes. Fortunately, there is no limit to how many players can learn it. Take Void Steps and Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack for example. These combat techniques are not necessarily suitable for our classes. However, if utilized properly, they are still significantly effective, Ye Feng explained, smiling. In reality, the secret technique Sirius had learned was more suited to magical classes, while Void Steps was more suitable for assassins rather than swordsmen. When used, however, they could still improve a player's combat power significantly. Aside from suitability, how much one had of a secret technique was also important. Sirius had learned his secret technique from a fragment. Hence, he could display immense power with the technique. On the other hand, Ye Feng had learned Void Steps by copying another player. His skill with the technique was less than garbage. Hence, his capabilities with Void Steps were limited. If he had learned the secret sword technique before his fight with Sirius, he would have had a much easier time taking the old man down. Hearing Ye Feng's explanation, his companions were speechless. They had all seen Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack. They had never imagined that the stone tablet before them was actually something so amazing. If they could learn such a combat technique as well, they would have a higher chance of winning their battles, even against more powerful opponents. Chapter 800, Restrictions. Ye Feng could not help his smile when he saw the yearning and desperation in everyone's eyes. He could relate. Although the secret technique stone tablet is an excellent item, there are many restrictions. There are even restrictions while one is learning the secret technique itself. This is not an easy endeavor, Ye Feng explained. The secret technique stone tablet helps players learn how to better utilize their combat techniques. While learning these methods, they might even discover a breakthrough and advance their combat standards. This was why Sirius was so confident of his declaration that Ye Feng could grow stronger if he possessed a secret technique stone tablet. If every member in a guild could learn the secret technique, their strength could defy heaven. Naturally, the main god system would not allow such a situation. Although the legacy within a secret technique stone tablet would not expire, it could only be used once per month. Moreover, Only 10 players could learn the technique each time it was available. In addition, because he only possessed a fragment, he needed to create a stabilizing magic array to use it. Magic arrays were incomparably precious. Normally, it was impossible for players to obtain the knowledge of creating one. Moreover, kingdoms and empires kept a very tight lid on any information they had about magic arrays, making it even more difficult for players to learn the process. Hence, players had to rely on the magic array designs they obtained to teach them the mechanics of producing magic arrays. Currently, no player throughout God's domain knew how to produce stabilizing magic arrays. They could only obtain them from NPCs. Although God's domain had countless NPCs, not all NPCs knew how to produce magic arrays. Even powerful magical class NPCs rarely knew how to produce more profound arrays. The stabilizing magic array just happened to be a particularly profound, twofold magic array. Even Tier 3 magical class NPCs would find it extremely difficult to produce an array of such caliber. This wasn't the only issue they faced. These magic arrays also required something of each player. To learn a secret technique from a stone tablet, players also needed to know how to produce magic arrays. Of course, they didn't need a complete understanding of the topic, but they did need the ability to produce a simple intermediate magic array. This was why Ye Feng had led his team to the special forging room. The simulation device in the candlelight trading firm's special forging rooms had already recorded all of the information Zero Wing possessed about magic arrays. Even the designs for the 9-star polar domain and teleportation magic array had been recorded. Players could easily rehearse the production process without needing to waste precious materials. They only needed to spend some magic crystals. When Ye Feng thought about how the Battle Wolves lacked a special forging room of its own, he imagined how many materials they Super Guild had spent to allow 10 players to learn to produce an intermediate magic array. The thought was staggering. However, the Battle Wolves was capable of such a feat precisely because it was a super guild. A first-rate guild could never afford to learn a secret technique without a special forging room. If you wish to learn the secret technique, you'll have to learn to produce intermediate magic arrays. All of the necessary information can be found inside the simulation device. Learn the technique as quickly as possible. Once you can produce intermediate magic arrays, you can learn the secret technique, Ye Feng explained as he pointed towards the flowing ball of water inside the forging room. Learn to produce intermediate magic arrays? Aqua Rose repeated with a frown. This task would be very difficult. As a Cursemancer, she relied on incantations and runes to cast her spells, so she had little understanding of the subject. In reality, when magical class players cast a spell, they drew runes or chanted incantations to guide the surrounding elemental mana to form a magic array. Of course, higher-tiered spells required more runes and incantations. As she understood it, a Tier 1 spell's magic array was the equivalent of a basic magic array, while a Tier 2 spell's array was the equivalent of an intermediate magic array. Moreover, when constructing a magic array, the system would not offer any assistance or guidance. Players had to draw the runes or chant the incantations themselves. Hence, the requirement was quite strict. In other words, without any assistance from the system, she needed to complete a relatively complex Tier 2 spell in a set period of time. Furthermore, the magic array she needed to craft would be far more complex than any of her spells. It would be very difficult for her to produce an intermediate magic array. If a magical class player already had such troubles, this would be a nightmare for physical class players. This is mandatory. Even I can't do anything about it. You have to rely on yourselves for this task, Ye Feng said as he spread his hands in a helpless gesture. He could not help them. He had only been able to produce the 9-star polar domain so quickly because of the understanding he had gained in his previous life. Hence, it would take a relatively long time for the others to produce an intermediate magic array. Fortunately, he could use this opportunity to deal with the guild stable. Following which, Ye Feng left the candlelight trading firm and headed towards the Adventurers Association. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the other physical class players began to learn all they could about magic arrays. As for Aqua Rose and the other magical classes, they began to experiment with the process of producing basic magic arrays. As the number of guild residences in the city rapidly increased, the number of players who visited the Adventurers Association in search of their daily guild quests increased as well. Currently, the association enjoyed a constant stream of players entering and leaving the building. When the players inside the building saw the six-winged guild emblem on Ye Feng's chest, their gazes turned green with envy. Many of the female players acted like ravenous wolves when their eyes landed on Ye Feng. They shot him flirtatious glances and dreamed of pouncing on the young man, devouring him whole. Ye Feng was speechless. He inwardly celebrated the fact that he had not come as Black Flame, and that he had chosen to wear his black cloak. Otherwise, these players might have truly devoured him. However, when he saw the players lined up to accept their daily quests, he could not help but feel nostalgia. In the past, he too had often come here to receive his daily guild quests. Guild quests fell into two main categories. The first category consisted of the daily guild quests that players could accept at the Adventurers Association, while the second consisted of the NPC commission quests that were sent to guild residences. Any guild member could accept a daily guild quest. However, the rewards were mediocre at best. Very little EXP was awarded as well. Meanwhile, NPC commissioned quests were different. Even the most ordinary commissioned quests provided decent remuneration and EXP reward. Some even rewarded relatively good weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, guild residences did not receive enough NPC commissioned quests to supply every member within a guild. These quests were also directly related to a guild's popularity. The higher a guild's popularity was, the more well-known it was among NPCs. After reaching a certain level of popularity, even NPCs from other cities and towns would commission a quest. Currently, Zero Wing had the highest popularity among all of the guilds in White River City. Every day, Zero Wing's guild residents received more than 1,000 commissioned quests. Among them, there were over 100 high-level quests. Aside from its high popularity, Zero Wing received so many quests because of its residence's smithy. Every day, the smithy would provide a certain number of quests. Hence, Zero Wing received far more commissioned quests than other guilds. Large guilds like Overwhelming Smile only received several hundred commissioned quests each day, with only several dozen high-level quests. Zero Wing walked the path of the elite, so it had far fewer members than its competitors. As a result, the percentage of players within the guild that could accept commissioned quests each day was relatively high. On the other hand, due to having too many members, other guilds' ordinary members even found it difficult to receive an ordinary commissioned quest, not to mention high-level commissioned quests. In the second-floor reception hall. "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" A beautiful female receptionist asked Ye Feng, smiling. "I wish to construct a stable. Please compile the necessary quotes for me," Ye Feng said, handing over the stable design. Chapter 801 Mount Taming. After the female receptionist accepted the stable design, she tapped on the magic crystal ball before her. Immediately, a miniature, half-transparent building appeared before Ye Feng. This was the construction model for the stable. It allowed players to select and modify the building. Unlike other buildings which were categorized by ranks such as ordinary and luxury, stables were only differentiated by size. There were many wild and demonic beasts in the world of God's domain, and all of these monsters came in different sizes. The larger a monster was, the larger the stable it required. Obviously, the larger the stable was, the more it would cost to construct it. A small-sized stable could cost anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 gold. A medium-sized stable cost anywhere from 4,000 gold to 5,000 gold. A large-sized stable could cost anywhere from 8,000 gold to 10,000 gold. A super-large-sized stable could cost anywhere from 40,000 gold to 50,000 gold. For a high-ranking rare mount like the Thunder Wolf, Ye Feng needed at least a medium-sized stable. Of course, the benefit of a larger-sized stable wasn't limited to additional space. A larger stable would allow a guild to tame mounts faster. Guild players would also have an easier time growing their mounts. Most importantly, one could invite a powerful tamer with a larger stable. In God's domain, mount taming was considered a field of knowledge. Tamers played an important role in harnessing the power of a mount. Half of a guild mount's growth depended on the tamer. Hence, hiring a powerful tamer was essential to a guild. I want this large-sized stable. Ye Feng chose a stable with style and clicked confirm. Sir, you have chosen stable number 059. The total cost will be 9,450 gold. In addition, you also have to provide the core materials required to construct the stable. The female receptionist smiled as she produced a bill of materials. The list stated all the necessary expenditures to construct the stable. Here are the materials and money. Ye Feng paid everything off without hesitation. He had made a huge fortune in the dark arena. Aside from the profits he had made from his bet with the Glorious Lions battle team, as the winning battle team of the competition, the Azura battle team also earned a small portion from the audience's winning bets. Moreover, due to the audience underestimating the strength of the Azura battle team, many people had gambled on the Glorious Lions. As a result, even after splitting half of the profits with Phoenix Rain, he still walked away with a hefty income. The battle team's shares in the Dark Arena were different from the organizers. Only the winning battle team would get a share of the audience bets. The loser received nothing. Moreover, the winning battle team would earn 3% of the shares, 2% higher than the organizer. Only, as Ye Feng did not own the Azura battle team's participation rights, he needed to split the 3% with Phoenix Rain. Among the 1.5% of winnings that Ye Feng had obtained, he had sold the materials and equipment that he did not need. Although Ye Feng had only received 1.5%, his earnings had not been meager. Every member of the Dark Arena's audience was a wealthy big shot. Their bets made involved several hundred gold of materials at the very least. Since so many people had placed generous wagers on the Glorious Lions, Ye Feng's earnings had naturally been impressive. From this single competition, he had earned over 7,000 gold. He had also obtained the stable materials from the Glorious Lions. After obtaining what he had needed, he sold excess materials to Phoenix Rain, selling each primal emerald wood for 75 gold, and each soul cultivating stone for 60 gold. Overall, he sold 20 logs of primal emerald wood and 12 soul cultivating stones, earning him another 2,220 gold. Including the money he had on hand before the competition, he now had over 11,000 gold on him. He could easily afford the large-sized stable. After Ye Feng finished paying the bill, the female receptionist passed him a stable certificate. In the future, if he wanted to modify the stable, upgrading it to a super large-sized stable, he could simply present this certificate to make the necessary modifications. He would not need to obtain another stable design. After Ye Feng confirmed the stable's construction, a group of NPC architects entered Zero Wing's guild residence in White River City and began building the stable. Suddenly, a large space within Zero Wing's residence, which had been vacant, transformed into a construction site. Players were barred from the area. What's going on? We're constructing a new building. What is it going to be? Zero Wing's members grew curious upon seeing groups of NPC architects enter the construction site. They had been ecstatic when the guild had constructed a smithy. Not only could they save money on repair fees, but they could also maintain their weapons with the weapon maintenance function, extending the amount of time they could spend out in the fields. Players from other guilds were particularly envious of this benefit. Now that their guild had begun constructing a new building, how could they contain their excitement? Elsewhere, Ye Feng hailed an advanced horse carriage in front of the Adventurers Association and headed towards the Commoners District. Based on Ye Feng's knowledge, there were a total of 3 master tamers in White River City. If he relied on a basic tamer or advanced tamer, it would take a very long time to finish taming a 5-star mount. As to how much time was needed, even Ye Feng had no idea. However, he did know how long it would take to tame a 3-star mount. A basic tamer required a month to finish taming a 3-star mount, while an advanced tamer needed 20 days. Master tamers only needed 10 days to complete the job. A master tamer was 3 times as efficient as a basic tamer. Moreover, basic tamers could not tame 5-star mounts. Only advanced tamers and above could do so. If even a master tamer needed 10 days to tame a 3-star mount, Ye Feng could not imagine how long it would take to tame a 5-star mount. He would be surprised if it only took double the time a 3-star mount required. If he left the task to an advanced tamer, the required wait time would be even more frightening. Hence, he needed to hire a master tamer to tame the Thunder Wolf. An hour later, Ye Feng arrived before a large courtyard in the commoner's district. Many beasts lounged on the courtyard's lawn. The lowest level beasts were at level 100, with the more powerful ones being level 150. Ye Feng could also see a level 150 High Lord. This beast was even stronger than an ordinary level 150 Tier 2 class. This is the residence of Master Owen. Master Owen does not wish to meet with outsiders, so please leave. As soon as Ye Feng arrived before the courtyard's entrance, 2 level 150 Tier 1 guards in silver heavy armor immediately blocked his path, barring him from the residence. Although tamers were not as reputable as forgers and alchemists, after becoming a master, their statuses were slightly higher than ordinary nobles. Hence, although Owen was only a commoner, he still had 2 level 150 Tier 1 guards protecting his home. Ordinary people did not qualify for his attention. Don't tell me that even I am refused entry? Ye Feng flashed his identity as White River City's count. Immediately, the 2 Tier 1 guards fell to one knee, kneeling before Ye Feng with respectful expressions. This scene dumbfounded passing players. Just who is that? Amazing! He can actually force Tier 1 NPCs to kneel before him. Normally, these Tier 1 guards thought very little of players, yet now they knelt before one. How could they not be shocked? Ye Feng? Why are you here? Immediately after Ye Feng revealed his true appearance, a crisp voice sounded from beside him. Turning towards the voice, Ye Feng noticed a beautiful girl in deep purple mage robes approaching him. This girl was accompanied by a white-haired old man. Chapter 802 Silver Legend. Upon seeing the old man, one of the 2 level 150 guards hurriedly stood to greet the old man, while the other quickly opened the large metal gates. Master Owen, welcome back, the guard said respectfully. Ye Feng was slightly surprised by this sudden development. Of course, his surprise was not due to the old man's identity. After all, this was not the first time he had met Owen. The true source of his surprise stemmed from Thoughtful Rain, the purple-robed beauty beside the old tamer. Although Owen was not a noble, he had a higher status in White River City than ordinary nobles. He was an advanced NPC that current players could not meet easily. Only a major noble like himself might be able to arrange a meeting with Owen. Thoughtful Rain, on the other hand, had yet to become a major noble in White River City. Yet she had obviously become acquainted with the old man. It seemed that the girl was more capable than he had initially thought. I've come to make a request of Master Owen, Ye Feng explained as he watched Thoughtful Rain approach. The last time he had met Thoughtful Rain was when she had introduced him to Everlasting War. Back then, Thoughtful Rain had only had the level and equipment of an elite player. However, after this short time had passed, not only had the girl reached level 35, but she also wore equipment that elites would envy. She was almost fully geared in level 30 fine gold equipment. The deep red staff she held was known as the Elemental Requiem, and it was a level 30 dark gold ranked staff. In addition, she had a slightly more daring temperament than before. Moreover, as she walked towards him, her footwork was both light and natural. Her actions lacked any excess movement. Even if Thoughtful Rain had not yet reached the half-step refinement realm, she was not too far either. Ye Feng found it truly hard to imagine that the girl had grown this much in God's domain in such a short period. A request for Master Owen? Did you receive the quest as well? Hearing Ye Feng saying so, Thoughtful Rain could not help her joy as she said, I've had a headache trying to figure out how to complete it. If we do it together, we should be able to complete the quest very quickly. Quest. A realization struck Ye Feng. Are you talking about the Silver Legend quest in the Crystal Forest? Isn't that your quest as well? Thoughtful Rain nodded. No. I have not accepted that quest. I'm looking for Master Owen for something else. When Ye Feng saw Thoughtful Rain nod, although he appeared quite calm on the outside, he admired the girl's great luck. The Silver Legend quest was one of the few super rare special quests in White River City. It was not easy to obtain. One needed to encounter a certain NPC to obtain this quest. However, this NPC appeared at random locations within White River City. Players needed luck to find this NPC. As Ye Feng understood it, this quest had caused quite a commotion in White River City in the past. After this quest had been completed, players received a mount as a reward. However, the quality of the mount depended on the player's quest completion rate. The higher their completion rate was, the higher the mount's quality would be. To players, even obtaining a common mount was a massive expenditure, not to mention a high-quality mount. Back then, this quest discovery had led White River City's players to a frantic search for that NPC. Unfortunately, very few players had found that NPC, not to mention those who achieved a high question completion rate. What a pity. Thoughtful Rain sighed lightly when she heard Ye Feng's words. She had been working on this quest for a long time now. The next part of the quest was even more difficult than the previous parts. With her strength alone, this quest was difficult to complete. If she had an expert like Ye Feng helping her, she would have a far easier time with it. However, she had only met Ye Feng a handful of times before. They could hardly be considered friends. They were acquaintances at best. Naturally, she could not trouble an expert like Ye Feng to help her complete a quest. Suddenly Blue Bamboo, who wore a pure white dress over a delicate, but curvaceous body, appeared behind Thoughtful Rain. Rain, what's taking you so long? Everyone's starting to grow anxious, Blue Bamboo urged. However, her gaze quickly fell on Ye Feng, and she began to evaluate him. Narrowing her eyes as if trying to recall something, she turned to Thoughtful Rain, revealing an expression that seemed to say, "Oh, I see. It's not what you think. We just met by coincidence." Thoughtful Rain explained hurriedly. Doesn't our party just so happen to be missing a member? Blue Bamboo grinned at her friend. She then turned to Ye Feng, smiling sweetly as she asked, "Big brother Ye Feng, won't you please help us? After we complete the quest, I'll have Rain treat you to a meal at Morning Dew Restaurant. I heard the food there is even better than the food of a 7-star hotels." Blue. Thoughtful Rain could not help her embarrassment, miffed that Blue Bamboo was always trying to poke fun at her. "If you two can wait 2 hours, I can go with you," Ye Feng offered after giving it some thought. Currently, Thoughtful Rain was already an elite member in Zero Wing. Since they were allies, he would naturally lend a helping hand if he could. Moreover, the Silver Legend quest was very special. If the quest completion rate was high enough, Thoughtful Rain might become a powerful force in Zero Wing in the future. It's only 2 hours. Since this quest isn't particularly urgent, we'll meet up at the Flame Bar later, Blue Bamboo answered before Thoughtful Rain could react. Following which, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo departed from Owen's mansion, while Ye Feng entered the courtyard alone. Led by the Tier 1 guards, Ye Feng reached the courtyard's central garden. Owen already sat comfortably inside a gazebo, waiting for him. A count ranked at the top of White River City's social pyramid. Owen was merely a master tamer. His status was not as high as a master forger's. Hence, he still showed Ye Feng some respect. If any other player stood before him, he'd only show them a cold shoulder. Seeing Ye Feng approach, Owen took the initiative to greet the swordsman, bowing slightly as he said, "Lord Count, how may I be of service today?" "Hello, Master Owen. I'm here to invite you to become Zero Wing's tamer consultant. I wonder if you can agree to this request?" Ye Feng asked. In God's domain, guilds with stables generally sought to hire a tamer, having the tamer work in the guild at all times. However, hiring a master tamer was very difficult. It was impossible to tie a master tamer to a single guild. Hence, one could only hire a master tamer as a consultant. Moreover, there was still no guarantee that the master tamer would agree. Owen hesitated for a long moment, unsure of how to respond. Take a look at this. Ye Feng took out the stable certificate and handed it over to the old man. To hire a master tamer, a guild must first possess a large-sized stable. Otherwise, the effort would be futile. Even with Ye Feng's status, a master tamer would refuse. This was the main reason why he had opted to construct a large-sized stable. Only after Owen saw the stable certificate did he agree to Ye Feng's request, saying, "It would be my honor to accept Lord Count's invitation. We can see to the formalities immediately." Following which, Ye Feng signed a contract with Owen. In return for Owen becoming Zero Wing's tamer consultant, Zero Wing would pay Owen a monthly retainer of 200 gold. After the contract was official, Ye Feng led Owen to Zero Wing's guild residence. Meanwhile, a huge commotion tore through the guild residence. Chapter 803, New Expansion Pack. After the stable appeared within Zero Wing's residence, news of it spread at the speed of light. Even first-rate guilds have yet to construct a stable, yet Zero Wing has theirs already. This is insane. Zero Wing's members are so lucky. They can purchase a unique mount as soon as they reach level 40. On the other hand, we have to ride horses. I've heard that guild mounts only cost 25 gold. That's 15 gold cheaper than common mounts. This won't do. I need to join Zero Wing. I want to buy a guild mount too. For a time, the official forums exploded with threads about Zero Wing's latest development. Many guild players drooled over the image of Zero Wing's stable. Field battles in God's domain were growing more difficult. Not only had the monsters become far more of a challenge, but the burden these monsters placed on durability also added a hefty expenditure to their daily budgets. If they could purchase a guild mount, not only would they save 15 gold, but they could also obtain a growing mount. Once they managed to nurture their mounts to bronze rank, their mounts could assist them in battle. Field battles would become easier to take down. The consumption of equipment durability could also be decreased significantly. At the same time, the various large guilds throughout Starmoon Kingdom also felt an immense weight drop onto their shoulders. To obtain the stable design and the necessary materials to construct the stable, they had spared no effort. Yet, not only had they failed to obtain the stable design thus far, but they had also only collected a small stock of the materials. On the other hand, Zero Wing had already finished its own stable. How did Zero Wing construct a stable so quickly? When Feng Xianyang heard the news, jealousy overwhelmed him. At the same time, he was somewhat relieved. Now that Zero Wing had revealed this trump card, no other guild would have a chance of dominating White River City. This incident also confirmed for Feng Xianyang that a super guild did indeed back Zero Wing. Otherwise, how could the guild have possibly constructed a stable so quickly? Shortly after Zero Wing's stable was complete, a system announcement reached every player in God's Domain. System announcement. God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War God's Temple in the various cities to participate in the war. System announcement. God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War God's Temple in the various cities to participate in the war. System announcement. God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War God's Temple in the various cities to participate in the war. The system announcement repeated 3 times, echoing in everyone's minds. Immediately, players began to search for information on the new expansion pack. They were shocked by what they found. After they read about the new expansion pack, every player, ordinary and guild players both, were ecstatic. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, who had hurriedly led Owen to Zero Wing's residence, was also stunned when he heard the system announcement. Why has the Abyss Battlefield appeared so soon? Ye Feng could not help his frown. Is it because of the stable? The more Ye Feng thought about it, the more he agreed with the possibility. In the past, the Abyss Battlefield expansion had released when mainstream players neared level 40. At that time, super guilds had almost finished constructing their stables. Although the Abyss Battlefield was called an expansion pack, in reality, it was just the introduction to another way for players to experience the game. Ordinary players had almost no opportunities to experience a true battlefield. Guilds also tried to avoid massive wars involving hundreds of thousands of players. Hence, to give ordinary players the experience of a true battlefield, the system had introduced the Abyss Battlefield. Through the War God's Temple in the various cities, players had one chance to enter the Abyss Battlefield each day. If they died, they would be returned to their respective cities. The Abyss Battlefield was a massive map. Players transferring in from different cities would appear in different towns within the Abyss Battlefield. Players were required to defend their respective towns, preventing the abyssal race's invasion. The system awarded players depending on their contributions. EXP and honor points were the usual rewards. These honor points could be exchanged for various rare potions and magic scrolls. Players could also trade the points for the double EXP buff. In the Abyss Battlefield, players received EXP from the monsters they killed. These monsters' drops were also relatively good. Moreover, even if players died in the Abyss Battlefield, they would not suffer the usual penalties. On the contrary, they would be rewarded depending on their performances. Hence, when the Abyss Battlefield had been introduced during Ye Feng's previous life, players had flooded the area. Ye Feng could only manage a bitter smile. Although constructing the guild stable had provided massive advantages, it had also hastened God's domain's evolution. Following which, Ye Feng led Owen to the underground warehouse of Zero Wing's residence. Heavens! Are my eyes playing a trick on me? Owen's face lit up when he saw the Thunder Wolf inside the massive cage. I never thought I would actually meet a 5-star beast in my lifetime. Master Owen, may I know how long it will take for you to tame it? Ye Feng asked. This is my first time encountering a 5-star beast. However, based on my calculations, I will need roughly 25 days. Owen caressed his white beard before offering his answer. I'll leave the task to you then, Ye Feng said. When he heard how long the Thunder Beast's taming would require, he was shocked. Even a master tamer required 25 days to tame the Thunder Beast. If he had hired a weaker tamer to do the job, even ordinary players would have their mounts before the Thunder Beast was ready. Please leave it to me. I will nurture the Thunder Beast into the best mount you've ever seen. Owen said, his eyes glowing with excitement. After Ye Feng finished dealing with the guild mount issue, he took a horse carriage to the Flame Bar. On his way, Ye Feng could clearly hear the fevered discussions regarding the Abyss Battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Flame Bar, many players who had come to relax could not pull their eyes from the establishment's corner, and the 3 great beauties sitting there. The girl in long purple robes in particular, moved the male players' hearts with every movement. However, as soon as these players saw the 6-winged emblem on 2 of these beauties, they immediately discarded any thoughts of approaching the women. Zero Wing's guild emblem was a taboo in White River City. No player dared to provoke Zero Wing's members inside White River City. Even the domineering members of Overwhelming Smile proceeded with caution. Blue, is this person really that strong? A female berserker in deep blue heavy armor could not help but ask. This female berserker had a graceful body and pearly white teeth. Of course. He is one of our guild's experts. Blue Bamboo said pridefully. An expert. The female berserker smiled. Even the 2 men beside her smiled. Ordinary layers might think of guild players as experts, but to them, guild experts were a joke. They had killed well over 100 guild experts in the fields by now. Look. He's here. Blue Bamboo said as she pointed towards Ye Feng after he entered the building. Chapter 804, Wind God's Spear. Is he the person you were talking about? The female berserker and her 2 male companions shifted their gazes towards Ye Feng. The young man wore a black cloak and silver armor. From his waist hung 2 exquisite longswords, one white and one black. Every one of his movements felt natural and graceful. His actions lacked any awkwardness, so much so that if they did not focus on this young man, their minds might ignore him altogether. Moreover, the young man did not give off the familiar pressure they usually felt from experts. On the contrary, he felt safe and relatable. As Ye Feng made his way through the bar, players seemed to move out of his way as if trying to avoid him intentionally. It was as if they couldn't sense Ye Feng's existence. It did not take long for Ye Feng to move through the crowd and reach the party. "Big brother Ye Feng, you finally arrived. We were just talking about you," Blue Bamboo said, giggling. "Let me introduce you. This great beauty is Autumn Goose, this gentleman with the beard is called Death Wind, and this handsome man is Gunfire. They are members of Wind God's Spear." "Hello," Ye Feng said, smiling as he looked at the 3 people. Inwardly, however, he was surprised. He was familiar with the name Wind God's Spear. The name belonged to an independent organization similar to the famous Midnight Tea Party, and it based its operations in the Dark Knight Empire. Independent players that disliked the restriction of guilds and preferred adventure would usually form independent organizations to conquer certain quests that could not be completed alone. Among the independent organizations in the past, Wind God's Spear had been relatively famous. This organization had once completed several legendary quests. Legendary quests were difficult enough to give even super guilds pause, not accepting one unless they were extremely confident in succeeding. However, the Wind God's Spear contained countless players who would not hesitate to take up the challenge. To put it simply, they were a bunch of lunatics with no fear of death. When everyone had believed that the organization would fail, the Wind God's Spear shattered these naysayers' beliefs, completing one legendary quest after another. Aside from those who loved to challenge deadly quests, the Wind God's Spear also contained players with a furious love of battle. Every member within the organization was a battle maniac. They had often challenged God's Domain's experts in the past. These players would even hunt down the older monsters from super guilds for a duel. Unfortunately, Ye Feng was not privy to the outcome of those fights. However, seeing as the Wind God's Spear had still been around after a decade, and had even become a legend in the eyes of many independent players. As for the 3 people before him right now, Ye Feng had heard of 2 of them before. The Shield Warrior Deathwind, and the Berserker Gunfire. Both of them had taken part in a legendary quest in the past. Even an apex expert of God's Domain would not have more than a 20% success rate against a legendary quest. Meanwhile, these 2 had completed a legendary quest before. Their abilities were unquestionable. They were extremely powerful. Ye Feng had thought that Thoughtful Rain would, at most, have a few ordinary elite players accompanying her. He had never imagined she knew such experts. If an elite party tried to complete the Silver Legend quest, even if they succeeded, their completion rate would not be high. However, with this group, achieving a high completion rate would be a piece of cake. Just who is this girl? Curiosity overwhelmed Ye Feng as he shifted his gaze towards the quiet, Thoughtful Rain. The first time they met, Ye Feng felt as if he had seen Thoughtful Rain before, but he couldn't recall meeting her elsewhere. She felt both familiar and unfamiliar to him, yet he couldn't remember an expert named Thoughtful Rain in God's Domain during his previous life. Meanwhile, now that he met Thoughtful Rain again, both her aura and strength had undergone a heaven-defying change. If she continued to develop at this pace, she would definitely become more than an ordinary expert. Moreover, with the fact that she knew members of the Wind God's Spear, it was even less possible that she had been an unknown entity in God's Domain in the past. "Hello." Autumn Goose and the others returned Ye Feng's greeting. It seems that Blue hadn't been exaggerating. If we can have an expert like you with us, we should be able to complete this quest with ease. They had not expected that Zero Wing also had someone like this in its ranks. To ordinary players, Ye Feng was an ordinary young man. However, they were neither ordinary players nor ordinary experts. After hundreds of life and death battles and overcoming their limits, again and again, Not only had they cultivated a beast-like intuition, but they had also gained the ability to distinguish the strong. True experts would only reveal their domineering auras when displaying their strength. Normally, their auras would remain hidden. Their auras would appear to be as calm as the great ocean, unperturbed regardless of what was thrown at them. Others would find it hard to generate hostility against someone with such an aura. Without a doubt, they noticed this about Ye Feng. Ye Feng was a true expert. He was far beyond the ordinary experts they usually encountered. Big Brother Wind, who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of someone named Ye Feng in Zero Wing before? Autumn Goose could not help but ask the shield warrior through a private chat as she evaluated Ye Feng. I'm not sure, but based on our information on Zero Wing, aside from Black Flame, the guild's experts are subpar at best. However, I expect no less from the upstart guild that defeated the Star Alliance. The guild has even constructed a stable. Zero Wing's strength is truly unfathomable, Deathwind laughed. It is good that Rain has joined such a guild. Indeed. While we still have a headache over our mounts, both Rain and Blue can obtain a guild mount of their own as soon as they reach level 40. Autumn Goose responded enviously. What's so great about guilds? The Berserker Gunfire snorted. How can they compare to the freedom we enjoy? We can move about God's domain unrestricted. We also don't have to work under anyone. Weapons, equipment, rare skills, or mounts, whatever these large guilds can get their hands on, we can too. After they had joined God's domain, guild players had often sought them out to cause trouble. The various large guilds occupied all of the valuable leveling areas. Hence, they had formed the Wind God's Spear. Not only had they fought the various large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire, but they had also made these guilds suffer abundant losses. Pampered guild players could not compare to the hardships they faced. Neither Deathwind nor Autumn Goose refuted Gunfire's words. Their hatred of guilds had been precisely the reason they had joined Wind God's Spear. Now they would never bother with joining a guild. Since everyone's here, let's head over to the Crystal Forest, Thoughtful Rain said as she invited Ye Feng to their party. Moreover, she had even passed the party's leadership to Ye Feng. Gunfire was not pleased. No matter how he looked at it, Deathwind should be the party leader as he was the most qualified for the role. Deathwind possessed a wealth of leadership experience. He even had completed many advanced quests before. He was the best choice. However, since Thoughtful Rain had invited them, it was up to her to choose the party's leader. Arguing against it would be inappropriate. Following which, Ye Feng and the others headed to the teleportation hall and teleported to the Crystal Forest. The Crystal Forest was a small level 40 to level 50 map. However, the terrain was complex. The monsters here also had high defense and HP. As a result, very few players were willing to level up here. Taking a look at the quest details Thoughtful Rain had sent him, Ye Feng looked towards the distant cave and said, "That should be the place." Close to the cave entrance, over a dozen level 43 special elite crystal giants roamed the area. Meanwhile, a massive ice-fire cheetah slept a short distance from the cave. This ice-fire cheetah was a level 44 lord. It would slaughter an ordinary party easily. "Heh, let's watch you make a fool of yourself." Gunfire inwardly sneered as he watched Ye Feng. The Silver Legend quest was extremely difficult. Even with Deathwind leading them, their party would be hard-pressed to complete the quest. Hence, it was impossible for a pampered young master like Ye Feng, who had only completed a few high-difficulty quests, to succeed here. Chapter 805 Insane Suggestion. This is bad. Autumn Goose muttered as she glanced at the cave's surroundings. Aside from the crystal giants and ice-fire cheetah guarding the cave, she also spotted a group of crystal wolves patrolling the area. As long as they fought within the cave's vicinity, they would attract the attention of the crystal wolves. The monsters would inadvertently catch them in a pincer attack. The crystal wolves were roughly 2 meters long, and their bodies were made of light blue crystal. Unfortunately, several hundred crystal wolves patrolled the forest. Crystal Giant, Elemental Being Special Elite. Level 43. HP 510, 000/510, 000. Ice Fire Cheetah, Elemental Being Lord. Level 44. HP 4, 000, 000/4, 000, 000. Crystal Wolf, Elemental Being Common. Level 41. HP 48, 000/48, 000. If they took on so many monsters at once, it would be extremely difficult for them to make it to the cave. Furthermore, there were large level gaps between them and the cave's guardians. They were only level 35, yet they had to face a level 44 lord, and over a dozen level 43 special elites simultaneously. This would not be an easy endeavor. As a monster's level increased, not only would its HP increase, but its attributes also increased. A level 44 lord dealt no less damage than a level 30 high lord. The level 44 lord might even be slightly stronger. Facing down a level 30 field high lord would be suicide. Not to mention, they would also have to fight so many crystal giants and crystal wolves. Every one of these monsters had high HP and defense. Without a team of at least 50 level 40 elite players, defeating these monsters would be incredibly difficult. Thoughtful Rain frowned at this situation. Why don't we clear away those crystal wolves first? Thoughtful Rain suggested after a moment of thought. I think it would be wiser to take out the crystal wolves first as well. If we trigger a battle while trying to enter the cave, with a speed-type boss like the Ice Fire Cheetah chasing us, we won't be able to avoid a pincer attack. Deathwind nodded in agreement. After we get rid of those crystal wolves, I'll hold back the boss while you guys enter the cave. With the Ice Fire Cheetah's size, it should not be able to get in. Even if he were strong, with only one healer in the party, he could not tank a level 44 lord for very long. After all, there was a vast difference between his attributes and the boss's. Moreover, the Ice Fire Cheetah was a speed-type boss, the bane of MTs. It was extremely difficult to avoid the attacks of a speed-type boss. The level gap only made the situation worse. Leader, what do you suggest? Gunfire asked as he turned to the silent Ye Feng, grinning. The members of the various large guilds were accustomed to using Zerg tactics to solve their problems. Regardless of what kind of problems they faced during a quest, they just needed to send a large group of players to deal with it. Now, however, they only had the strength of a party. Moreover, this quest was located in such a high-level map. Unlike Deathwind, who had long since grown accustomed to high-level monsters and could remain cool-headed in such a situation, Ye Feng would have no idea what to do here. However, their quest was quite difficult. Normally, they would challenge monsters that were, at most, 5 levels higher than them. Even then, the fight would be risky. Now they had to face a level 44 lord. The slightest mistake could cause a party wipe. Ye Feng glanced at the crystal wolves before shifting his gaze back towards the Ice Fire Cheetah. I suggest that we charge for the cave. There is no need to waste time on the crystal wolves. Once we enter the cave, the Ice Fire Cheetah won't be able to follow us. Afterward, we just need to deal with the crystal giants and crystal wolves. Moreover, the cave is cramped inside, so the crystal wolves won't be able to use their wolf pack tactics. It should be fairly easy to annihilate them. In truth, Ye Feng wasn't overly worried about the Ice Fire Cheetah or the crystal giants. His biggest worry was the crystal wolves. Thoughtful Rain and the others had no idea just how scary those crystal wolves were. Wolves love to hunt in groups. Naturally, this was the case for the crystal wolves in the crystal forest. Although they could only see a few hundred in the area, once the battle began, these crystal wolves would call for reinforcements. If they could not finish the crystal wolves off quickly enough, and allowed the monsters to use their summon skill, they would have to fight far more than just a few hundred crystal wolves. If the crystal wolves summoned the Crystal Wolf King, tragedy would befall them. The Crystal Wolf King was the Crystal Forest's ruler. It was also a level 50 Great Lord. In Ye Feng's previous life, countless players, who had ventured to the Crystal Forest in search of ores, had died under the Wolf King's paws. Hence, after the general populace learned of this beast, Many players had tried to avoid provoking the crystal wolves. If their party attacked the crystal wolves, they would find death waiting for them. Charge for the cave? Autumn Goose was dumbstruck. How are we supposed to shake off the crystal giants and enter the cave? Although Death Wind could pin down the Ice Fire Cheetah for a short time, if the others wanted to enter the cave, they had to deal with the crystal giants. The crystal giants were level 43 special elites, not common monsters that even noobs could defeat. They were not easy opponents. The crystal giants would flatten them under their fists if they made the slightest mistake. Meanwhile, the crystal wolves would have enough time to join the fray while they had their hands full with the special elites. In the end, they would be caught a pincer attack with no path of retreat. Leave the Ice Fire Cheetah to me. Deathwind will attract those crystal giants. Blue, you just need to focus on healing Deathwind. Rain, you'll assist Deathwind by restricting the crystal giants from afar. Everyone else, head straight towards the cave, Ye Feng explained slowly. Deathwind was a shield warrior and had the crowd mock skill. He would have the easiest time holding the giants' aggro. Without the crystal giants in their way, the crystal wolves wouldn't have time to launch a pincer attack. Once they entered the cave, without the Lord's interference, it would be easier to deal with the special elites and common monsters. Even if the crystal wolves summoned the Crystal Wolf King, with how little space the cave provided, all the Crystal Wolf King could do was wait outside with the Ice Fire Cheetah. You'll tank it. Thoughtful Rain and the others turned to Ye Feng as one. Ye Feng was only a swordsman. Although he had hidden his level with the black cloak, even if he were the same level as the level 44 Ice Fire Cheetah, its claws would rend him to death with 2 or 3 attacks. Furthermore, he wouldn't have a healer on him. At most, he could hold off the Lord for a brief moment. That certainly wasn't enough time for them to make it into the cave. Rain, are you sure that there won't be any issues? Autumn Goose quietly asked thoughtful Rain. It was not that she did not believe in Ye Feng. However, this plan was simply too dangerous. The slightest mistake could compromise their lives. If they lost a level, it would become far more difficult to complete the quest. I trust him, thoughtful Rain said with confidence as she looked at the calm, composed swordsman. Although she, too, had her doubts, when she looked at Ye Feng's composure and confidence, she wanted to believe in the young man. She did not know why, but whenever she looked at Ye Feng's figure, she thought of Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame, whom she had met only a few times before. Black Flame always tried something that everyone else thought was impossible. In the end, however, he always proved everyone wrong. Black Flame had become a legend in Zero Wing. Many members in the guild admired him. Whatever. It's just one death. Autumn Goose sighed as she prepared herself to take a leap of faith. Even if the plan failed, she had a backup plan to help thoughtful Rain and the others escape. As for Deathwind and Gunfire, they also prepared to die. After Ye Feng arranged the party's positioning, he activated Windwalk and dashed towards the Ice Fire Cheetah. When Ye Feng was within 80 yards, the Ice Fire Cheetah woke, discovering the swordsman immediately. It released a vicious growl. Groar! With its growl, the Ice Fire Cheetah, which stood over 8 meters tall, spat scorching flames. Immediately, over a dozen massive fireballs bombarded Ye Feng. It's over. When thoughtful Rain and the others saw the dozen or so fireballs, their hearts sank. Ye Feng could never dodge all of those attacks. However, before they could sigh, they saw a streak of blue light cut across the space before Ye Feng, slicing the massive fireballs in half. Chapter 806, Difference in Weapons. This surprise flashed in everyone's eyes as they watched Ye Feng. The Lord-ranked monster's fireballs were extraordinary. Even from this distance, they could feel the power contained within those massive fireballs. If they encountered one of those fireballs, the blast from the impact would definitely send them flying. Yet, in front of Ye Feng, these massive fireballs were as fragile as glass. With one hit, Ye Feng sliced apart every fireball sent at him. The Ice Fire Cheetah's attack hadn't slowed Ye Feng in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng was only 30 yards away from the ice-fire cheetah. Grr! Seeing the impudent human approach, the ice-fire cheetah released an angry, deafening roar. Rather than attacking with its fire, its paws pushed off the ground. Instantly, the level 44 lord transformed into an afterimage as it pounced on Ye Feng. A lord-ranked monster's attributes were frightening enough. To add to the terror, the ice-fire cheetah was a speed-type boss. It would only take the ice-fire cheetah an instant to cross the 30 yards. The ice-fire cheetah loomed like a 3-story building as it appeared before Ye Feng. It swiped its razor-sharp claws at Ye Feng's head. Boom! The hard, rocky ground beneath the swordsman shattered and exploded, sending dust everywhere. Even Thoughtful Rain and the others, who stood roughly 100 yards away from Ye Feng, could feel the ground tremble. Such high strength. Autumn Goose was shocked when she saw the flying rocks. Is that a level 44 lord-ranked monster? Deathwind's expression grew serious. Previously he thought he could, more or less, cope with the ice-fire cheetah's attack. Now, however, even with a healer, he would only last a few hits. Moreover, not only was the ice-fire cheetah's strength absurd, but its speed also astonishing. He would have an extremely difficult time trying to dodge the Lord's attacks. Deathwind, hurry and attract the crystal giant's attention. Everyone else, head for the cave as quickly as possible. Ye Feng's voice suddenly burst into the team chat. The team was shocked to hear it. They had not expected Ye Feng to still be alive after taking the ice-fire cheetah's attack. How did he evade that attack? When the dust settled, Gunfire's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Ye Feng actually stood beside the ice-fire cheetah's claws, completely unharmed. The Lord's attack had only created a massive crater beneath its feet. The ice-fire cheetah was incredibly quick. Even Gunfire had failed to catch a clear look before the Lord's claws landed. If even his eyes had trouble keeping up with the monster, he would have no hope of evading its attacks. Yet, without a doubt, Ye Feng had done just that. At this moment, however, everyone shoved away their shock as they charged towards the cave. Deathwind immediately cast Crowd Mock on the crystal giants, attracting the dozen or so special elites aggro. The crystal giants were not speed-type monsters. Rather, they relied on their strength. Their movements were relatively slow. Although ordinary players would still find it difficult to evade the crystal giant's attacks, an expert like Deathwind could easily evade simultaneously the attacks of 2 or 3 crystal giants. Even if he could not dodge, he could block them with his shield. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain cast ice walls and ice spheres to limit the giants' movement, allowing the others to shake off the special elites and head into the cave. Such immense power. There were too many crystal giants. For a time, even Deathwind struggled to cope with the attacks he was receiving, and he was forced to defend with his shield. However, the instant a crystal giant's fist struck his shield, the impact forced Deathwind to retreat by 4 steps before he steadied himself. A damage of over -800 points appearing above his head. Why are these crystal giants so strong? Autumn Goose wore a solemn expression when she saw the damage above Deathwind's head. Deathwind was a level 35 shield warrior with over 14,000 HP. He was also fully geared with level 30 top-tier equipment. Even his shield was a level 30 dark gold ranked shield. The shield warrior had also learned plenty of passive skills that increased his defense. Deathwind would lose around 200 HP when he blocked an attack from a level 35 special elite with his shield. Now, the level 43 crystal giant dealt over -800 damage with one punch. Its strength could rival a level 35 chieftain. If Deathwind failed to block or dodge the attack, the shield warrior would only last 3 or 4 hits. Autumn Goose's gaze shifted towards the distant Ye Feng once more. Currently, Ye Feng was tanking a level 44 lord. If even a level 43 special elite was so strong, just how horrific was the lord? However, even now, the ice-fire cheetah had yet to land a single hit on Ye Feng. If she or anyone else tried to tank the lord, the ice-fire cheetah would have long since claimed their lives. She never thought that there was such a massive gap between them. Autumn Goose and the others did not realize that Ye Feng was actually struggling. One could say that he was on thin ice with every move. Ye Feng's attributes were very high. However, he was only level 39. The Ice Fire Cheetah, on the other hand, was level 44. Moreover, it was a Lord-ranked monster. Previously, when Ye Feng had faced the level 50 Special Elite Blood Warrior, he only managed to defeat it after using all of his strength. The Ice Fire Cheetah was much stronger than the Blood Warrior. Not only did it possess higher strength, but it was also significantly faster. If not for his reaching the Void Realm and accurately predicting the cheetah's attack trajectories, the level 44 Lord would have already shredded Ye Feng to pieces. Of course, Ye Feng had the ability to suppress the Ice Fire Cheetah. He just needed to activate his Berserk skill. Unfortunately, Berserk skill's cooldowns were too long. On the off chance that they encountered danger later on, without the trump card of a Berserk skill, they would be easy prey. Aside from Berserk skills, he could also summon a Tier 2 demon with the Bible of Darkness. With a Tier 2 demon acting as a meat shield, killing the Ice Fire Cheetah would not be a problem. However, doing so would reveal the Bible of Darkness to outsiders. He could not use it casually. Moreover, as a veteran gamer who had adventured in God's domain for over a decade, he knew how important it was to maintain his peak state. Currently, his job was to hold the Ice Fire Cheetah back, not to kill it. He had no reason to go all out. This should be enough. While dodging, Ye Feng glanced towards the other party members, noticing that they had almost reached the cave. He then began to move towards the cave as well. After everyone entered the cave, and Ye Feng shook off the Ice Fire Cheetah. Death Wind blocked the Crystal Giants and the quickly approaching Crystal Wolves. The rest of the party members then launched their own attacks. The cave was cramped, so only 3 Crystal Giants could attack the Shield Warrior at a time. Even if Death Wind blocked the attacks with his shield, the Cleric Blue Bamboo could heal him in time and keep his HP full. So hard. Autumn Goose felt her hands numb as she hacked her greatsword at a Crystal Giant. Meanwhile, the Crystal Giant she attacked only received around -1,300 damage. This defense could rival a Lord-ranked monster's. As for Gunfire, his damage was around the same as Autumn Goose's. His normal attacks only dealt around -1,200 damage. Only with his skills could he deal over -2,000 damage. Among the party members, Thoughtful Rain was the most awkward. As these monsters were elemental beings, their magic resistance was quite high. Despite her top-tier equipment, her spells dealt less than -1,000 damage. Only Tier 1 skills were slightly more effective. Pung. The crack of crystal echoed throughout the cave, and the players shifted their gazes towards the sound's origin. A damage of -5,458 points appeared above the head of a Crystal Giant. A deep groove had appeared on the Special Elite's hard crystal exterior. Chapter 807, War Spirit Possession. How can his attack power be so high? Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily stunned. Despite wearing top-tier equipment, their attacks barely scratched the Crystal Giants. These monsters' defense was so high that their weapons couldn't injure the Special Elites. Yet, not only had Ye Feng's attack dealt a frightening amount of damage, but it had also wounded the monster, decreasing its combat power. However, before Autumn Goose and the others could recover from their surprise, Ye Feng executed Chop on the Crystal Giant. 3 arcs of blue sword light converged to a single point and flew towards the Crystal Giant. The attack even sliced apart space, a black seam appearing along the sword light's trail. When the black seam encountered the Crystal Giant, the Special Elite's crystal exterior shattered. Ye Feng's sword passed through the Crystal Giant's body as if it were air. Without any resistance whatsoever, the weapon cleaved through one side of the monster's body. -9,462. This damage hadn't been the result of a critical hit. This damage was simply from Ye Feng's skill. Immediately, a large chunk of the Crystal Giant's HP vanished. Moreover, due to the injury from the attack, the Crystal Giant's movements became somewhat sluggish. After a brief fight, the Crystal Giant, which had 510,000 HP, fell to the ground, dropping a piece of equipment and several materials. Everyone in the party also received a bounty of EXP. Meanwhile, the crystal giant that Deathwind and the other party members fought still had over half of its HP. The difference between Ye Feng's damage and theirs was obvious with a glance. Is he even human? How is his damage so high? Autumn Goose exclaimed when she glanced at Crystal Giant. Ye Feng's damage was several times higher than theirs combined. Moreover, he easily defeated the Crystal Giant without receiving any help at all. Even in the Wind God's Spear, they would be hard-pressed to find such a strong player. I told you that Big Brother Ye Feng is very strong, yet none of you believed me. You get it now, right? Blue Bamboo said proudly as she puffed her chest, acting as Ye Feng's achievement were her own. Seeing her friend's behavior, Thoughtful Rain shook her head and smiled bitterly. However, Ye Feng's performance had been satisfying. Previously, Autumn Goose and the others had continuously advised her to leave Zero Wing. Moreover, they had insisted that she would improve slower in the guild than if she joined the Wind God's Spear, and that their organization's experts were far stronger. However, Ye Feng's performance proved them wrong. With this, Autumn Goose and the others would most likely stop trying to persuade her to leave Zero Wing. Is this the strength of a Zero Wing expert? Gunfire was stunned after watching Ye Feng's performance. He was considered one of the top-ranking experts in the organization. He had even killed many guild experts during his time in the Dark Knight Empire. However, if he compared himself to Ye Feng, the difference between them was practically the difference between heaven and earth. He could not bring himself to believe that a player could be so powerful. First, Ye Feng had tanked a level 44 lord. Now, Ye Feng swiftly defeated a level 43 special elite by himself. Both the swordsman's combat techniques and his basic attributes were far more powerful than his own. With such a powerful DPS player like Ye Feng in the party, they could clear out the crystal giants and crystal wolves far faster. In less than half an hour, the giants and wolves inside the cave had died, leaving behind all sorts of weapons, equipment, and materials. We're leveling so fast. I will usually need to grind for 2 or 3 hours to earn this much EXP. If we continue grinding at this pace, I'll reach level 36 within a day. Autumn Goose's excitement grew as she looked at her own EXP bar. Players could use mounts once they reached level 40. At that time, she would not have to waste so much time running about. She could also explore new places, reducing her competition over resources. The other party members also received a huge boost to their EXP bars. Their leveling speed here was at least 2 or 3 times faster than their usual leveling speed. To Ye Feng, however, the EXP he obtained from killing the crystal giants and crystal wolves was not nearly enough. He was level 39 already. Moreover, he required double the normal EXP to level up. The EXP these special elites and common monsters provided barely moved his EXP bar. There's a skill book here. Deathwind stated when he noticed a thick, glowing golden book on the ground. Picking it up, he exclaimed, "A berserk skill book. We've hit the jackpot." The main method to learn skills in God's domain was by visiting NPC instructors. Players also learned skills by purchasing them with legacy skill points or obtaining skill books. The skills that instructors offered were general. Their strength was also subpar at best. However, one could learn a large variety of skills with this method. Meanwhile, although the skills one purchased with legacy points were very powerful, it was extremely difficult to obtain legacy points. Normally, players only obtained them by leveling up. As for skills learned from skill books, they were generally quite powerful. Some were even stronger than legacy skills. In the current God's domain, a player's strength did not only depend on weapons and equipment. Skills were very important as well. It was especially true for berserk skills. If an elite player learned a berserk skill, they could contend with expert players. They might even be able to defeat them. If an expert player learned a berserk skill, they could defeat top-tier experts who lacked their own berserk skill. They could also hold off a lord-ranked monster of the same level for a short time. Hence, berserk skills were incredibly valuable in God's domain. Unfortunately, Berserk skills were even rarer than top-tier dark gold equipment. On the market, a single Berserk skill book could cost several hundred gold. This fascinated countless players. If they could obtain an extremely powerful Berserk skill, they could easily sell it for hundreds of gold to a large guild. However, players were rarely willing to sell their Berserk skills. Even now, the powerful Wind God's spear only had 2 players with Berserk skills. Big Brother Wind, what kind of Berserk skill is it? Blue Bamboo asked, her eyes practically glowing. Is it for magical classes? When the others heard this, they glanced at the golden skill book as well. They were all curious about the skill book. It's a melee class Berserk skill called War Spirit Possession, Deathwind said. He then displayed the skill's introduction to the party chat. War Spirit Possession allows a heroic spirit to possess a melee class for a short period. When activated, decreases all skill cooldowns by 30%, increases damage by 20%, strength by 90%, agility by 50%, and endurance by 50% for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 8 hours. Cannot be stacked with other attribute increasing skills. Such a powerful Berserk skill. Many in the party fell speechless after reading the skill's details. Generally, a Berserk skill only increased one attribute. Berserk skills that covered multiple attributes were extremely rare. This skill book excited Autumn Goose, Deathwind, and Gunfire, who were all melee classes. On the other hand, Blue Bamboo and Thoughtful Rain were slightly disappointed. With this Berserk skill, questing by themselves or fighting other players would become much easier. Don't just focus on the skill book. There's still a fine gold treasure chest here. Ye Feng informed the others as he pointed towards the large, golden treasure chest that sat deep inside the cave. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.